extraordinary journey through time to the heart of ancient Mesoamerica. Today, we will explore one of history's most remarkable civilizations, whose legacy continues to captivate our imagination. Prepare to discover the magnificent world of the Aztecs, a culture of contradictions and wonders. In the next hour, you will learn how a nomadic tribe transformed into a sophisticated empire that dominated central Mexico. You'll witness the splendor of Tenochtitlan, a city of canals and floating gardens that astonished even European conquistadors. We'll reveal the secrets of their intricate calendar system, which predicted astronomical events with remarkable precision. You'll explore temples where powerful rituals once connected humans to their gods, and markets where exotic goods from across Mesoamerica were traded. We'll decode their complex writing system, examine their sophisticated understanding of mathematics, and appreciate their breathtaking artistic achievements. From the mysterious migration that brought them to the Valley of Mexico, to their eventual encounter with Spanish conquistadors, we'll trace the remarkable story of a civilization that continues to influence our world today. To understand the Aztecs, we must first consider the rich cultural tapestry of Mesoamerica that preceded them. This diverse region, stretching from central Mexico through Central America, was home to numerous advanced civilizations long before the Aztecs arrived. The Olmec, often called Mesoamerica's mother culture, flourished along the Gulf Coast from 1200 to 400 BCE. They left behind colossal stone heads, likely depicting rulers, and established cultural patterns that would influence all subsequent Mesoamerican civilizations. The magnificent city of Teotihuacan, northeast of present-day Mexico City, dominated the region between 100 BCE and 750 CE. At its height, this planned metropolis housed over 150,000 people and featured the massive pyramids of the sun and moon that still stand today. The Maya civilization developed sophisticated systems of writing, mathematics, and astronomy while building impressive temple complexes in the Yucatan Peninsula and Guatemala. The Toltecs, centered at Tula, created an empire from the 10th to 12th centuries CE and were later revered by the Aztecs as cultural predecessors. The Mixtec people of Oaxaca produced some of Mesoamerica's most exquisite metalwork and painted codices, preserving their history and cosmology on deerskin pages. By the time the Aztecs arrived in the Valley of Mexico, they entered a landscape already rich with cultural traditions, architectural achievements, and sacred knowledge. The newcomers would absorb and transform these influences, synthesizing them into something uniquely their own. The story of the Aztecs begins not with grandeur, but with a humble migration. According to their own origin myths, the Mexica people departed from a place called Aztlan, meaning place of herons or place of whiteness. The exact location of Aztlan remains unknown, with theories placing it in northwestern Mexico or the southwestern United States. Their patron deity, Huitzilopochtli, commanded them to leave Aztlan and find a new homeland. He provided them with a prophecy. They would know their destined home when they saw an eagle perched on a cactus, devouring a serpent. This powerful image now adorns the Mexican flag, connecting modern Mexico directly to its Aztec heritage. The migration likely began around the early 13th century, though exact dates remain debated among historians. For generations, the Mexica wandered through central Mexico, pausing at various locations before moving on as directed by their deity. During this time, they were a marginalized group, often serving as mercenaries for more established powers in the region. They gradually absorbed cultural and religious practices from the sophisticated societies they encountered, particularly the Toltecs, whom they would later claim as ancestors. By the early 14th century, the Mexica arrived at Lake Texcoco in the Valley of Mexico, a region already populated by numerous city-states. Initially unwelcome, they served the city of Culhuacan, gaining a reputation as fierce warriors but also as troublesome subjects. After a conflict with their Culhuacan overlords, the Mexico were forced to flee into the marshes of Lake Texcoco around 1325 CE. There, according to legend, they witnessed the prophesied eagle on a cactus devouring a serpent, marking the end of their long journey. On this marshy island, they would establish the city of Tenochtitlan, the place of the prickly pear cactus. What began as a humble settlement of reed huts would evolve into one of the world's most spectacular cities, and the center of the Aztec Empire. Rising from the waters of Lake Texcoco, Tenochtitlan represented one of humanity's greatest feats of urban engineering and design. Founded in 1325 CE on a marshy island, the initial settlement was modest, consisting of simple huts and a small shrine to Huitzilopochtli. Over the next 2 centuries, this humble beginning would transform into a metropolis that dazzled European conquistadors when they first beheld it in 1519. Bernal Diaz del Castillo, a Spanish soldier accompanying Hernan Cortez, wrote that Tenochtitlan appeared like an enchanted vision rising from the waters. The city's layout followed cosmic principles, with main avenues extending from the ceremonial center toward the 4 cardinal directions. At its heart stood the sacred precinct, a walled compound containing the Great Temple, or Templo Mayor, dedicated to both Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc. This twin temple symbolized the dual concerns of Aztec religious life, warfare and agriculture, blood and water, sun and rain. The sacred precinct housed approximately 78 structures, including temples, priests' quarters, and schools for elite youth. Excavations of the Templo Mayor have revealed multiple construction phases, each new layer built atop the previous one as the empire grew in power. Beyond the sacred center lay residential districts organized by kinship groups called Kaupali, each with its own temples, schools, and communal lands. The city's most remarkable feature was perhaps its system of chinampas, or floating gardens, artificially constructed agricultural plots created by piling lake sediment onto reed frames. These highly productive gardens provided much of the city's food, with crops growing year-round in the fertile soil. 3 major causeways connected the island city to the mainland, with removable bridge sections that could be withdrawn for defense. A sophisticated aqueduct system, built during the reign of Moctezuma I, brought fresh water from springs at Chapultepec, solving the challenge of providing clean drinking water to an island city. Canals served as the city's main transportation arteries, with countless canoes carrying goods and people throughout the urban center. The marketplace at Chalataloloco, Tenochtitlan's sister city, was one of the largest in the Americas, where up to 60,000 people gathered daily to trade. Spanish accounts describe the diversity of goods available, from gold and jade to chocolate and vanilla, exotic feathers and medicinal herbs, textiles and pottery. By the early 16th century, Tenochtitlan housed between 200,000 and 400,000 people, making it one of the world's largest cities at the time, comparable to Paris or Constantinople. The city's cleanliness impressed the Spanish, with organized waste collection and street sweeping crews maintaining order. Palaces of the nobility featured gardens, aviaries, and zoos, displaying the empire's biological diversity and wealth. Moctezuma II's palace reportedly contained 100 rooms, with spaces for the royal family, government functions, and the emperor's collection of natural and artistic wonders. From their island capital, the Aztecs embarked on a remarkable journey of imperial expansion that would transform them from marginalized newcomers to the dominant power in central Mexico. Their rise began with a strategic alliance formed in 1428, known as the Triple Alliance. This coalition united Tenochtitlan with two neighboring city-states, Texcoco and Tlacopan, against their common oppressor, the city of Azcapotzalco. After defeating Azcapotzalco, the Triple Alliance began systematic campaigns of conquest throughout the Valley of Mexico and beyond. While technically a partnership, Tenochtitlan quickly became the dominant member, with Texcoco as an important cultural center and Tlacopan playing a lesser role. Under the leadership of a series of ambitious rulers, or Tlatoanis, the Aztecs expanded their territorial control through both military conquest and diplomatic maneuvering. Itzcoatl, ruling from 1428 to 1440, established the foundations of empire by consolidating control over the Valley of Mexico. His successor, Moctezuma I, who reigned from 1440 to 1469, expanded Aztec dominion to the Gulf Coast and into Oaxaca. Axayacatl, ruling from 1469 to 1481, conquered the rival market city of Tlatelolco and campaigned as far west as Michoacan. By the time of Moctezuma II, who assumed power in 1502, the empire encompassed much of central and southern Mexico, from coast to coast. At its height, the Aztec Empire controlled approximately 80,000 square miles and ruled over 5 to 6 million people from diverse ethnic and linguistic groups. Unlike some imperial systems, the Aztecs generally allowed conquered territories to maintain their local rulers and customs, as long as they paid tribute and acknowledged Aztec supremacy. This approach created an empire of indirect rule, where conquered peoples remained largely self-governing but were required to send regular payments to Tenochtitlan. Imperial expansion was driven by multiple motivations, including economic needs, religious imperatives, and the requirement for war captives to serve as sacrificial offerings. The Aztecs strategically left some nearby city-states unconquered, particularly Tlaxcala and Huaxotzingo, using them as training grounds for warriors in ritual battles known as flower wars. These controlled conflicts provided young Aztec warriors with combat experience and generated a supply of captives for religious ceremonies. The empire was not without resistance and rebellion, with some regions requiring repeated reconquest. Maintaining control over distant provinces required both military garrisons and an efficient network of messengers who could rapidly communicate between the capital and the empire's frontiers. Professional merchants known as pochteka often served as imperial agents, gathering intelligence in regions beyond Aztec control. By the early 16th century, the Aztec Empire had reached natural limits to its expansion, confronting ecological boundaries and increasingly organized resistance from unconquered peoples. The imperial system faced internal tensions as well, including resentment from subject peoples that would later become strategically important during the Spanish conquest. The Aztec political system combined elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and meritocracy in a complex structure that supported one of Mesoamerica's most powerful states. At the apex of this system stood the Tlatoani, often translated as speaker or emperor, who wielded supreme authority over the empire. Unlike European monarchies with strict hereditary succession, the Aztec Tlatoani was chosen from among the male members of the royal family by a council of nobles and high priests. Military prowess, religious knowledge, and leadership abilities were considered essential qualities for the ruler. Once selected, the Tlatoani underwent elaborate coronation ceremonies that confirmed his divine right to rule as the earthly representative of Huitzilopochtli. The ruler lived in elaborate palaces, followed strict protocols governing his public appearances, and was addressed with specialized honorific language. Beneath the Tlatoani was the Siwakotl or Snake Woman, a title held by the emperor's chief advisor who managed domestic affairs and could act as regent in the ruler's absence. This division created a form of dual leadership, with a Tlatoani focusing on warfare, foreign relations, and religious matters, while the Siwakotl handled internal administration. The Tlatoani, a council of high-ranking nobles and military leaders, advised the ruler on matters of state and helped implement imperial policies. Council members generally came from the Pipeltin class, the hereditary nobility whose status derived from birth and kinship with the royal lineage. However, the Aztec system allowed for social mobility through military achievement, with commoners who distinguished themselves in battle able to join the ranks of the Tetakutan, or lords. These military nobles received lands, titles, and the right to wear certain prestigious garments and ornaments as rewards for their service. At the local level, Aztec society was organized into calpulli, territorial divisions that functioned as both administrative units and kinship groups. Each calpulli had its own lands, temple, school, and council of elders, and was responsible for providing warriors and labor for public works. The calpulli leadership collected taxes, settled local disputes, and represented their community in dealings with the central government. A sophisticated bureaucracy administered the empire, with specialized officials overseeing taxation, public works, military affairs, and religious observances. Imperial judges applied a complex legal code that varied punishments according to both the crime and the social status of the offender. For conquered territories, the Aztecs typically installed military governors called quapuli to oversee tribute collection and maintain political control. This administrative framework, while maintaining local governance structures, ensured the flow of goods and resources from subject peoples to the imperial center. The empire's political cohesion was reinforced through strategic marriages between the Aztec nobility and the ruling families of allied or conquered states. Public rituals and ceremonies, often coinciding with major religious festivals, served to display imperial power and reinforce social hierarchies. The Tlatoani's periodic public appearances, adorned in regalia symbolizing his divine authority, reinforced the sacred nature of Aztec political power. Aztec society functioned as a complex hierarchical system, with clearly defined social classes and rules governing behavior, appearance, and opportunities. At the broadest level, society was divided between the Pai-Piltin, or nobility, and the Macawalton, or commoners, with distinct rights and obligations for each group. The Pai-Piltin claimed descent from the founding ancestors of the Mexica people and maintained their status through strict rules of marriage and inheritance. Noble status conveyed significant privileges, including exemption from tribute payment, the right to own land privately, and permission to wear elaborate clothing and jewelry forbidden to commoners. The highest rank among the nobility belonged to the Tlatoani's immediate family, forming a royal dynasty from which future rulers would be selected. Noble children received specialized education in the Kamikak, schools attached to major temples where they studied history, religious rituals, astronomy, poetry, and the art of governance. The Macawalton, representing the majority of the population, were free commoners who worked as farmers, artisans, or laborers. These commoners lived in simple adobe or reed houses, wore plain clothing made of maguey fiber rather than cotton, and were forbidden from using luxury goods reserved for the elite. Most Macawalton children attended the Talpochkali, or House of Youth, where they received basic education focused on practical skills, civic duties, and military training. Despite these limitations, commoners could achieve upward mobility through military prowess, with successful warriors earning the right to wear distinctive insignia, receive land grants, and join military orders. A distinct middle group emerged in Aztec society, the Pochteca, or long-distance merchants, who occupied a unique position between the noble and commoner classes. These traders conducted commerce throughout Mesoamerica, dealing in luxury goods like jade, gold, exotic feathers, and cacao, while often serving as spies for the empire in foreign territories. Wealthy Pochteca could display their prosperity within their own neighborhoods and ceremonies, but were expected to show humility in public to avoid offending the hereditary nobility. They maintained their own temples, deities, and schools, creating a distinct subculture within Aztec society. Specialized artisans formed another important social category, with highly skilled craftspeople like featherworkers, goldsmiths, and sculptors enjoying enhanced status due to their valuable skills. At the bottom of the social hierarchy were the Mayak, landless laborers bound to work on the estates of nobles, and the Tlacotin, or enslaved people. Unlike European chattel slavery, Aztec slavery was not hereditary and often temporary, with individuals entering this status due to criminal convictions, gambling debts, or voluntary self-sale during times of economic hardship. Enslaved persons maintain certain rights, could own property, marry, and potentially purchase their freedom. Religious specialists, including high priests, diviners, and healers, formed a distinct and respected category that crossed class boundaries. Social status was visibly displayed through clothing, with sumptuary laws strictly regulating who could wear certain materials, colors, and designs. Cotton garments, for example, were generally reserved for the nobility, while commoners wore rougher fabrics made from maori fibers. Similarly, jewelry made of gold, jade, and other precious materials indicated elite status, with specific ornaments reserved for particular ranks and achievements. Despite its hierarchical nature, the Aztec social system incorporated mechanisms for limited mobility based on individual merit, particularly in the realms of warfare, commerce, and craftsmanship. The Aztec Empire operated a sophisticated economic system that combined market exchange, tribute collection, and state redistribution to support its urban centers and military expansion. At the foundation of their economy was intensive agriculture, with the Chinempa system representing one of the world's most productive farming methods. These floating gardens, created by piling lake sediment and vegetation onto reed frames, provided year-round cultivation with yields sufficient to support the dense urban population of Tenochtitlan. Farmers grew maize, beans, squash, chili peppers, tomatoes, and numerous other crops, creating a nutritionally diverse diet. The empire's expanding territory encompassed multiple ecological zones, providing access to a wide range of agricultural products, from highland grains to tropical fruits. Trade flourished through a network of regional and local markets, with the grand marketplace at Chalatalocos serving as the commercial heart of the empire. Spanish chroniclers reported that up to 60,000 people gathered daily at this vast market, where specialized sections offered everything from precious metals to live animals, textiles, pottery, and prepared foods. Market activity was regulated by officials who ensured fair pricing, standardized measurements, and resolved disputes between traders. Without large domesticated animals or wheeled vehicles, trade relied on human porters called tlamim who transported goods along an extensive network of roads connecting the empire's provinces. Water transport was equally important, with countless canoes carrying products across Lake Texcoco and along navigable rivers. In the absence of currency in the modern sense, the Aztecs used several forms of money-like exchange media, with cacao bean serving as small change for everyday transactions. Standardized cotton cloaks called quatli, copper axes, and quills filled with gold dust functioned as higher value currency equivalents for larger transactions. Beyond market exchange, tribute formed a crucial component of the imperial economy, with conquered provinces required to deliver regular payments to Tenochtitlan. The tribute record, or matricula de tributos, documented these obligations in meticulous detail, recording the specific items and quantities each region was required to provide. Tribute requirements varied by region based on local resources, with some areas providing agricultural products others delivering raw materials like obsidian or construction timber, and others crafting luxury items like fine textiles or gold ornaments. Specialist imperial tax collectors called cowpicks oversaw this system, ensuring timely delivery and maintaining detailed records. The volume of goods flowing into Tenochtitlan through tribute was enormous, with annual deliveries including millions of cotton cloaks, thousands of bushels of maize, and vast quantities of luxury items. This influx of resources supported the imperial bureaucracy, military campaigns, religious ceremonies, and the lavish lifestyle of the nobility. Land ownership took several forms, including cowpally lands held communally by kinship groups, noble estates, palace lands supporting the royal household, and temple lands financing religious activities. Commoners typically received usufruct rights to cowpally land, allowing them to farm it and pass those rights to their children, but not to sell or transfer it outside the community. Specialized craft production organized into guild-like structures created high-quality goods, with certain neighborhoods or towns developing reputations for particular crafts. Artisans in Tenochtitlan's Amantla district, for example, specialized in featherwork, creating breathtaking mosaics from brilliantly colored plumes. The imperial economy was vulnerable to ecological challenges, particularly drought, with severe food shortages recorded during the reigns of Moctezuma I and Ahuitzot. State granaries served as buffers against these crises, storing surplus food that could be distributed during times of scarcity. The Aztec understanding of the cosmos represented one of Mesoamerica's most complex and sophisticated worldviews, shaping every aspect of their civilization. At its foundation lay the concept of a universe in delicate balance, requiring constant human intervention through ritual and sacrifice to maintain cosmic order. The Aztecs envisioned the world as having been created and destroyed multiple times, with their own era representing the fifth sun or fifth creation. According to their creation myths, the gods had sacrificed themselves at Teotihuacan to create the current sun, establishing a sacred debt that humans must repay through their own sacrifices. This fifth sun, called Naui Olan or Four Movement, was believed to be inherently unstable and destined for eventual destruction by catastrophic earthquakes. The spatial structure of the cosmos included 13 celestial layers above and 9 underworld levels below the earthly plane. Each level housed different deities and supernatural forces, with the highest heavens containing the creative divine Kapolo Meteo, and the lowest underworld housing Miklan, the realm of the dead. The earthly plane itself was conceived as a flat disk divided into 4 quarters, each associated with a cardinal direction, specific colors, and patron deities. East was associated with fertility, light, and the color red. North with death, cold, and black. West with the female principle, decline, and white. South with growth, warmth, and blue. At the center point where these directions converge stood the fifth direction, representing balance and stability, associated with green and symbolized by trees connecting the cosmic levels. Tenochtitlan was deliberately positioned as this cosmic center, with its main ceremonial precinct designed to reflect celestial patterns. The Templo Mayor itself embodied cosmic duality, with its twin shrines to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc representing complementary forces of sun and rain, warfare and agriculture, sky and earth. Time in Aztec cosmology followed cyclical rather than linear patterns, with multiple calendar systems tracking the movements of celestial bodies and ritual obligations. The 260-day Tonopohuli or day count calendar combined 20-day signs with 13 numerical coefficients, creating a divinatory cycle used to determine favorable and unfavorable periods for various activities. The 365-day Shupohuli or year count tracked the solar year through 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 extra nameless days considered particularly unlucky. These calendars interlock to form the larger 52-year cycle called the Shumopili or year bundle, at the end of which the Aztecs performed the dramatic new fire ceremony to ensure the sun would rise again. During this ceremony, all fires throughout the empire were extinguished, household items were destroyed, and people waited in darkness and fear to see if the world would continue. When priests successfully ignited a new flame on the chest of a sacrificial victim, runners carried this sacred fire to relight hearths throughout the empire, symbolizing cosmic renewal. The Aztec concept of Tio described the animating sacred energy present in all things, a force both creative and destructive, that flowed through the entire cosmos. This worldview did not separate the natural from the supernatural, or the physical from the spiritual, but saw all phenomena as manifestations of the same underlying sacred reality. Mountains, springs, unusual rock formations, and ancient ruins were considered places where this divine energy concentrated, forming sacred landscapes that required proper ritual attention. Human beings were understood not as separate from this cosmic system, but as active participants responsible for maintaining universal harmony through proper behavior and ritual action. The Aztec pantheon comprised a vast array of deities, reflecting the complexity of their cosmological understanding and the diverse cultural influences they had absorbed. Rather than a strict hierarchy, Aztec gods represented different aspects of cosmic forces, often with overlapping domains and multiple manifestations. At the conceptual origin stood Ometeotl, the dual divinity combining male and female principles, who dwelled in the highest heaven and from whom all other gods descended. This primordial deity represented the fundamental duality and unity of the cosmos, but was considered too remote for direct worship, rarely featuring in public ceremonies. Among the most important gods was Huitzilopochtli, the Aztec tribal deity and patron of Tenochtitlan, who embodied the sun in its full midday strength. His myth recounts a miraculous birth fully armed from his mother Coatlicue, after which he immediately defeated his sister Coyolxauhqui and 400 brothers who had plotted to kill their mother. This cosmic battle was recreated in the architecture of the Templo Mayor, where a massive stone disc depicting the dismembered Coyolxauhqui lay at the base of Huitzilopochtli's shrine. As a solar deity, the Huitzilopochtli required regular nourishment in the form of sacrificial blood to maintain the strength needed for his daily journey across the sky. Equally important was Tlaloc, the ancient rain deity whose worship predated the Aztecs in central Mexico by more than a millennium. Recognizable by his goggle-like eyes and fanged mouth, Tlaloc controlled not only life-giving rains but also destructive storms, hail, and lightning. His mountain abode, Tlalocan, served as an afterlife destination for those who died in water-related circumstances. Conceived as a paradise of eternal springtime and abundant crops, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, embodied the creative force of wind and wisdom, associated with learning, arts, and the priesthood. His complex mythology includes creating humanity from bones retrieved from the underworld, inventing the calendar and writing, and departing eastward across the sea with a promise to return. Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror, represented the night sky, sorcery, and unpredictable change, often depicted with an obsidian mirror replacing one foot. As divine opposites and sometimes rivals, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca embody creative tension between order and chaos, light and darkness. Shipatoduk, the flayed one, governed agricultural renewal through his association with the shedding of skin, like seeds shedding their husks in spring. His priests wore the flayed skins of sacrificial victims, embodying the concept of death and rebirth essential to the agricultural cycle. Coatlicue, the serpent skirt, represented Earth's creative and destructive aspects, depicted in a famous sculpture with a skirt of writhing snakes and a necklace of human hearts and hands. Feminine creative power appeared in Tonantzin, our mother, whose worship site on Tepeyac later transformed into the Shrine of the Virgin of Guadalupe. Xauquiaflicue, she of the jade skirt, governed freshwater lakes and streams, associated with purification and childbirth. Mictlantecuhtli and his female counterpart Mictlantecuhtli ruled Mictlan, the underworld realm where most ordinary people went after death. Depicted with skeletal features and exposed organs, these deities presided over the 9-year journey souls undertook through the 9 levels of the underworld. The Pulque gods, led by Mayawel, governed the fermented drink made from maguey, while Pawtucket and his wife Mayawel watched over medicinal plants. The 4 Tezcatlipacas, each associated with a cardinal direction and color, represented fundamental cosmic forces in different manifestations. Animal aspects featured prominently in many deities, with jaguars, eagles, hummingbirds, and serpents carrying particular symbolic significance. Local patron gods of Kaumpale and conquered regions were incorporated into the imperial pantheon, creating a complex religious system that reflected the empire's political structure. The gods were not viewed as distant observers, but as active participants in human affairs, requiring proper veneration and nourishment through ritual activity. Religious practice stood at the center of Aztec life, with elaborate ceremonies integrating political power, social cohesion, and cosmic maintenance. The imperial calendar included numerous festivals honoring different deities, with 18 major celebrations corresponding to the 18 months of the solar year. These ceremonies involved carefully choreographed rituals that might include processions, dances, music, fasting, bloodletting, and in some cases, human sacrifice. Ojpanazole, the sweeping of the roads festival, honored earth goddesses through ritual cleaning of temples and public spaces, symbolizing the preparation for new creation. cradle, a young man who had lived for a year as the embodiment of Tezcatlipoca was sacrificed, only to be immediately replaced by another impersonator, symbolizing the god's eternal renewal. The Talak-Axapewali festival honored Shiba Todek through gladiatorial sacrifice, with captive warriors tethered to a stone and given mock weapons to defend themselves against fully armed Aztec knights. Religious specialists included high priests who directed major ceremonies, diviners who interpreted omens, healers who used herbal medicine and spiritual techniques, and temple attendants who maintained sacred fires. The Tlamakeski, or priests, lived ascetic lives of ritual purification, fasting, and bloodletting, identifiable by their black painted bodies and uncut, blood-matted hair. They underwent rigorous training in religious knowledge, memorizing sacred hymns, prayers, and ritual sequences that had to be performed with absolute precision. Priestesses served alongside male counterparts in many ceremonies, particularly those related to female deities, fertility, and healing. Personal religious practice included household shrines where families made offerings of food, flowers, and incense to their patron deities and ancestors. Self-sacrifice through bloodletting was a common devotional practice across all social classes, with blood drawn from ears, tongue, or genitals using maguey spines or obsidian blades. This auto-sacrifice reflected the belief that humans must participate in cosmic nourishment, reciprocating the god's sacrifices that had created and sustained the world. Incense made from copal resin created sacred smoke that carried prayers upward to the gods, while also serving practical purposes of purification and masking odors during ceremonies. The controversial practice of human sacrifice must be understood within the Aztec cosmological framework, where it formed part of a reciprocal relationship with divine forces. The Aztecs believed that the gods had sacrificed themselves to create the world and humanity, establishing a sacred debt that required human participation in ongoing cosmic renewal. The heart and blood of sacrificial victims were considered the most precious offerings, representing the vital force needed to nourish the gods, particularly the sun in its daily struggle. While Spanish accounts likely exaggerated the numbers for political purposes, archaeological evidence confirms that human sacrifice was practiced, particularly during periods of environmental stress or political need. Different deities required different forms of sacrifice, from heart extraction for solar deities to decapitation for the earth goddess, or drowning for water deities. Victims included war captives, slaves purchased specifically for sacrifice, and individuals who volunteered for the honor, believing they would receive privileged afterlife status. Pilgrimage to sacred sites formed another important religious practice, with the ancient city of Teotihuacan and the shrine of Chalma among the destinations drawing devotees from throughout the empire. The Aztecs inherited and refined sophisticated calendar systems that reflected their deep understanding of astronomical cycles and their significance. Two primary calendars operated simultaneously, interlocking to create larger cycles that structured both practical activities and religious observances. The Tonopoli, or day count, was a 260-day divinatory calendar consisting of 20-day signs combined with 13 numbers. Each day in this cycle carried specific auguries and associations, influencing decisions about suitable activities, from planting crops to naming children or launching military campaigns. The Shupohuli, or year count, was a 365-day solar calendar comprising 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 extra nameless days considered particularly unlucky. Each month in this calendar was associated with specific festivals honoring different deities, creating a regular cycle of religious observances tied to seasonal changes. The intersection of these two calendars created the 52-year calendar round, after which the same combination of day signs and numbers would recur. This 52-year cycle held profound significance, with its completion marked by the new fire ceremony, a dramatic ritual of cosmic renewal. For longer time periods, the Aztecs used the long count system inherited from earlier Mesoamerican cultures, capable of tracking thousands of years. The position of celestial bodies held great importance, with the movements of Venus particularly significant for timing warfare and other state activities. Venus was associated with Quetzalcoatl in his manifestation as Tlahuascalpanicufli, the Lord of the Dawn, and its appearances were carefully recorded by priest astronomers. The Aztecs maintained detailed observations of solstices, equinoxes, and zenith passages of the sun, aligning major architectural structures to mark these events. The Templo Mayor in Tenochtitlan was precisely oriented so that on equinoxes, the sun would rise directly between the twin shrines of Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc. Solar observation devices called zenith tubes allowed precise tracking of the sun's yearly path, critical for agricultural planning and ritual timing. Lunar cycles were integrated into religious practice through ceremonies tied to full moons and new moons, particularly for deities associated with fertility and water. The appearance of comets and other celestial phenomena was interpreted as powerful omens, often presaging significant changes or disasters. Star groups recognized by the Aztecs included the Pleiades, known as Tianguisli or Marketplace, and Mamalhuasli, the fire drill constellation corresponding to parts of Orion. The Milky Way, called Sidlalaku or Starskirt, was conceived as a great celestial river with mythological significance. Astronomical knowledge was preserved and transmitted through both written records in codices and oral tradition maintained by specialized priests. Calendar specialists called Tonopuf interpreted the significance of birth dates, helping parents understand their children's potential destinies and challenges. The practical application of this astronomical knowledge in agriculture helped the Aztecs optimize planting and harvesting times in their various ecological zones. The precision of Mesoamerican calendrical systems remains impressive even by modern standards, with calculations of the solar year accurate to within minutes. Aztec artistic expression reflected their complex worldview through various media, creating works that blended aesthetic beauty with religious and political significance. Sculpture represented perhaps their most enduring artistic legacy, with monumental stone carvings adorning temples and public spaces throughout Tenochtitlan. The colossal stone of the sun, often mistakenly called the Aztec calendar stone, measures almost 12 feet in diameter and depicts cosmic cycles and creation myths. At its center appears the face of Tonatu, the sun deity, surrounded by the 4 previous world ages that have been destroyed by different cataclysms. The massive stone of Koyoshaki, discovered at the base of the Templo Mayor, depicts the dismembered goddess with serpents for joints, commemorating Huitzilopochtli's victory over his sister. Small-scale sculpture in various materials displayed remarkable technical skill, from jade figurines to objects crafted from rock crystal, obsidian, and precious metals. Particularly stunning were mosaic objects created by attaching thousands of turquoise pieces to wooden bases, forming masks, shields, and ceremonial knives of extraordinary beauty. Featherwork represented one of the most prestigious art forms, with specialized artisans creating vivid imagery from iridescent plumes of tropical birds. These delicate creations included shields, headdresses, fans, and tapestries depicting both natural and supernatural subjects. The most skilled feather workers, called amanka, enjoyed elite status and formed distinct neighborhoods dedicated to this craft. Painting flourished in multiple forms, from temple murals depicting cosmic landscapes to the vibrant illuminations of codices documenting history, ritual, and tribute. Aztec painters used brilliant pigments derived from minerals, plants, and insects, most famously the intense red of cochineal extracted from scale insects. These colorful images employed a distinctive pictographic system that combined realistic depiction with standardized symbolic elements. Ceramic arts produced both utilitarian vessels and elaborate sculptures, often depicting deities or natural forms with symbolic significance. Particularly distinctive were vessels called tlaloc jars, featuring the goggle-eyed rain deity, used in ceremonies to petition for rainfall. Metalworking, though adopted relatively late in central Mexico, produced sophisticated gold and silver objects using techniques including lost wax casting and hammering. While valued for their beauty, these precious metal creations held primarily religious and political significance rather than monetary value. Textiles represented another significant art form, with cotton and maguey fibers woven into clothing and tapestries that indicated social status through their designs. Elite garments featured complex patterns and symbols that communicated the wearer's rank, achievements, and affiliations. Music and dance functioned as ephemeral but essential art forms, with performances accompanying major ceremonies and state occasions. Instruments included various drums, flutes, whistles, and rattles, creating sonic landscapes that enhanced ritual experiences. Poetry and song flourished under royal patronage, with ruler Nezahualcoyotl of Texcoco renowned for his philosophical verses contemplating life's impermanence. Aztec architecture expressed their cosmological vision through monumental structures that harmonized practical functions with symbolic meanings. The most iconic architectural form was the stepped pyramid temple, with a broad staircase leading to a shrine at the summit where important ceremonies took place. The Templo Mayor in Tenochtitlan exemplified this form, rising approximately 90 feet above the city, with twin temples at its summit dedicated to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc. Archaeological excavations have revealed that this structure was rebuilt multiple times, each new version encasing the previous one like nested layers, creating a physical record of the empire's growth. The temple's orientation aligned precisely with celestial events, while its dual shrines represented the balanced cosmic forces of water and sunlight essential for agricultural prosperity. Surrounding the Templo Mayor, the sacred precinct contained approximately 78 structures, including specialized temples, priests' quarters, schools, and ritual ball courts. The tsumpali or skull rack displayed the cleaned crania of sacrificial victims, serving as a powerful visual reminder of the empire's religious practices and military might. Royal palaces combined residential quarters with spaces for administrative functions, council meetings, and the display of tribute items. Moctezuma II's palace reportedly contained 100 rooms arranged around multiple courtyards, with areas designated for the royal family, government officials, visiting dignitaries, and servants. Palace gardens showcased botanical knowledge through collections of medicinal plants, aromatic herbs, and flowering species gathered from throughout the empire. Urban planning in Tenochtitlan reflected both practical considerations and cosmological principles, with the city divided into 4 main quarters radiating from the ceremonial center. The city's grid pattern followed cardinal directions, with major causeways extending north, south, east, and west from the central precinct, physically embodying the cosmic model. Causeways connecting the island city to the mainland served as both transportation arteries and flood control mechanisms, with openings that could be bridged or closed as needed. The aqueduct system bringing fresh water from Chapultepec Springs represented a major engineering achievement, consisting of parallel channels allowing one to be cleaned while the other remained in service. Chinampas, or floating gardens, represented an architectural innovation blending agriculture with land reclamation, creating productive farmland from lake shallows. These artificial islands were anchored by willows planted along their perimeters, whose roots stabilized the structure while providing shade and windbreaks. Residential architecture varied by social class, with elite homes constructed of stone and stucco around private courtyards, while commoner dwellings typically used adobe brick with reed roofing. The Kamikak, or schools for noble youth, featured dormitories, instructional spaces, and ritual areas where students learned religious knowledge and leadership skills. Market architecture included designated areas for different product categories, administrative buildings for market officials, and spaces for merchants from distant regions. Defensive architecture became increasingly important as the empire expanded, with fortifications protecting border settlements and strategic locations. Building materials varied by region and structure type, but commonly included Tezental, a lightweight volcanic stone, limestone, and various forms of concrete and stucco. Education held central importance in Aztec society, with a structured system that trained young people according to their social status and future roles. At around age 15, all children entered formal schooling in one of 2 main types of institutions, determined primarily by social class. Noble children typically attended the Kamikak, schools attached to major temples where they received instruction in religion, history, rhetoric, astronomy, poetry, and leadership. These elite institutions prepared students for roles as priests, government officials, judges, military commanders, or tribute collectors. system emphasized memorization of oral traditions, interpretation of codices, proper speech forms, and the complex ritual calendar. Students in the Comic lived under strict discipline, performing dawn to dusk duties that included temple maintenance, ritual obligations, and rigorous academic study. They practiced regular fasting, bloodletting, and sleep deprivation as forms of spiritual training and self-discipline. Children of commoners generally attended the Taupochkale, or House of Youth, neighborhood schools that emphasized military training, civic duty, and practical skills. These institutions prepared most young men for roles as warriors, with additional training in agriculture, crafts, and public works maintenance. Physical conditioning was emphasized, with students carrying heavy loads, running long distances, and practicing with weapons under the guidance of veteran warriors. While the systems were generally separated by class, exceptional commoner children might be selected for the Comic based on aptitude, providing a mechanism for limited social mobility. Girls received education primarily at home, learning domestic skills, religious practices, textile production, and appropriate behavior for their future roles as wives and mothers. Some noble girls received more formal education, particularly those destined for religious service in temples dedicated to female deities. Before formal schooling began, children learned through observation and participation in household and community activities appropriate to their age and gender. From age 3, children were assigned simple tasks that gradually increased in complexity, with boys accompanying their fathers and girls working alongside their mothers. Moral instruction was considered paramount, with parents and elders delivering formal speeches called uetlatole, or sayings of the elders that conveyed ethical principles and proper behavior. These oral teachings emphasized virtues like moderation, honesty, diligence, respect for elders, and proper speech. Discipline could be severe by modern standards, with punishments including exposure to smoke from burning chili peppers, being pricked with maguey thorns, or being forced to sleep on the cold ground. Specialized training existed for particular professions, such as scribes who learned the pictographic writing system, merchants who studied trade routes and foreign languages, or healers who memorized medicinal properties of hundreds of plants. The Kiwakakali, or House of Song, provided instruction in music, dance, and poetry for selected youth, preserving cultural traditions and preparing performers for religious ceremonies. Throughout all educational settings, memorization was emphasized due to the primarily oral nature of knowledge transmission, with written codices serving as memory aids rather than comprehensive texts. Warfare held profound importance in Aztec society, functioning not only as a means of territorial expansion but also as a religious obligation and source of social prestige. The cosmic worldview positioned combat as participation in the eternal struggle between light and darkness, with warriors helping to nourish the sun god Huitzilopochtli through the capture of sacrificial victims. Military service was virtually universal for men, with boys beginning training in early adolescence and continuing to serve in campaigns throughout adulthood. The Aztec military was organized into units based on experience and achievement, with elite warriors distinguished by special insignia and privileges. most prestigious military orders were the Eagle and Jaguar warriors, elite fighters who wore elaborate costumes emulating their namesake animals. These elite units received specialized training, occupied dedicated quarters within the sacred precinct, and enjoyed significant social privileges. The highest military rank, attainable only by princes and the highest nobility, was the autumn idol, who led major campaigns and advised the ruler on military strategy. Standard military units were organized by kaupuli, with each neighborhood providing a company of around 400 men led by a local war leader. These units trained together, fostering strong bonds that enhanced battlefield coordination and morale. Aztec weapons included the maquawitl, a wooden sword edged with razor-sharp obsidian blades capable of inflicting devastating wounds. Ranged weapons featured prominently, including atlatmals or spear throwers that could launch darts with tremendous force, and bows and arrows for longer distance engagement. Defensive equipment included quilted cotton armor called ichkaruipili, which was soaked in brine to increase its protective qualities, and shields made of wood covered with leather or decorated with feathers. Elite warriors might have access to helmets carved from wood and animal forms, while the highest-ranking fighters wore more elaborate armor decorated with precious materials. Aztec military strategy emphasized encirclement tactics, ambush, and psychological warfare, with battle beginning with intimidating displays of regalia and war cries. Unlike European warfare aimed at killing enemies, Aztec combat prioritized capturing opponents alive for later sacrifice, though lethal force was certainly used when necessary. This preference for capture over killing influenced both weapons design and fighting techniques, with certain units specialized in subduing and binding enemy warriors. A warrior's status was measured primarily by the number and rank of captives taken, with the first capture earning the title Tlamani or Captor and subsequent achievements bringing greater honors. The Xochioyot or Flower War was a specialized form of combat arranged between the Aztec Empire and certain neighbors, particularly Tlaxcala and Huaxotzinco. These ritualized conflicts provided training opportunities for younger warriors, maintained military readiness, and generated a steady supply of sacrificial captives without full-scale warfare. Military campaigns typically began with diplomatic exchanges, giving the target community an opportunity to submit peacefully and agree to tribute demands. If resistance was chosen, full mobilization followed, with warriors gathering under their unit banners and marching along established routes toward the target region. Daily life for the Aztec people varied considerably depending on social status, occupation, and whether one lived in urban Tenochtitlan or smaller provincial communities. For most commoners, the day began before dawn with prayers and offerings to the rising sun, followed by a simple breakfast of tortillas, beans, and chili. Men typically departed for their daily work in the fields, markets, or workshops, while women managed household activities including food preparation, child rearing, and textile production. Housing for commoners generally consisted of single-story adobe or reed structures built around small courtyards where many domestic activities took place. These modest homes typically contained minimal furniture, with reed mats used for sleeping and eating, and household items stored in ceramic vessels or baskets. personal hygiene was highly valued, with daily bathing common practice in rivers, lakes, or the Temescali, a sweat bath similar to a sauna used for both cleansing and ritual purification. The main meal of the day was eaten in the afternoon when family members returned home, featuring more substantial fare including meat for those who could afford it. Maize formed the foundation of the diet, prepared in numerous ways including tortillas, tamales, and atole, a warm gruel often flavored with chili, honey, or fruit. Other dietary staples included beans, squash, amaranth, chia, tomatoes, and various fruits like avocado and mamey. Protein sources included turkeys, ducks, fish, rabbits, deer, and a special breed of hairless dog raised for consumption, as well as insects like grasshoppers and ant larvae. Chocolate, prepared as a frothy drink flavored with chili and other spices, was primarily consumed by the elite and used in religious ceremonies. Polka, a mildly alcoholic beverage made from fermented maguey sap, was consumed at ceremonies and celebrations, though public drunkenness was severely punished. Clothing reflected social status, with commoner men wearing loincloths and simple cloaks called telmotle, while women dressed in wraparound skirts and sleeveless tunics called huipil. Nobles wore elaborate cotton garments dyed in brilliant colors and adorned with embroidery, while also displaying jewelry and ornaments that indicated their precise rank and accomplishments. Marriage typically occurred in the late teens or early 20s, arranged by parents with the assistance of professional matchmakers who negotiated between families. The ceremony involved tying together the couple's garments to symbolize their union, followed by a feast where the bride and groom fed each other their first bites of food as married partners. Family life centered around the cow pulley, with extended families living in close proximity and sharing responsibilities for child rearing, agricultural labor, and participation in community festivals. Entertainment included various board games like Patoli, a gambling game played with beans on a cross-shaped board, and sports such as Ulamali Zili, the sacred ball game played on special courts. Music and dance formed important recreational activities, with drums, flutes, rattles, and other instruments accompanying performances at both religious ceremonies and secular gatherings. Markets served as centers of social interaction as well as commerce, with people gathering to exchange news, arrange marriages, and witness public announcements and punishments. Religious observances punctuated daily life, with household rituals performed at small shrines and participation in larger community ceremonies according to the ritual calendar. The fateful encounter between the Aztec Empire and Spanish expeditionary forces in 1519 initiated one of history's most consequential cultural collisions. Hernan Cortés, leading approximately 550 soldiers, 16 horses, and several cannons, landed on the Gulf Coast near present-day Veracruz in April of that year. Initial encounters with coastal peoples provided the Spanish with valuable intelligence about the Aztec Empire and its ruler, Moctezuma II, as well as insights into regional political tensions they would later exploit. Critically important to the Spanish campaign was Malintzin, also known as La Malinche or Doña Marina, a woman gifted to Cortez who served as translator and cultural interpreter. Her linguistic abilities, bridging Nahuatl, Maya, and eventually Spanish, facilitated communication that would have been impossible without her mediation. As news of strange bearded men reached Tenochtitlan, Moctezuma II faced a profound dilemma in interpreting their arrival within the Aztec cosmological framework. Some evidence suggests he considered whether Cortez might be the returning god Quetzalcoatl, whose arrival was prophesied to coincide with the calendar year 1 read, which happened to be 1519. The emperor sent emissaries bearing magnificent gifts of gold, featherwork, and other treasures, perhaps hoping to determine the visitors' intentions or to impress them with Aztec wealth and power. These lavish presents had the unintended effect of intensifying Spanish desire for the riches of Tenochtitlan, confirming rumors of vast wealth in the Aztec capital. Cortez demonstrated remarkable political acumen, forging alliances with groups resentful of Aztec rule, particularly the Tlaxcalans who had maintained independence despite being surrounded by imperial territory. After defeating the Tlaxcalans in initial battles, Cortez negotiated an alliance that provided him with thousands of indigenous warriors eager to overthrow Aztec dominance. The Spanish-led coalition entered Tenochtitlan peacefully in November 1519, received as guests but soon taking Moctezuma II as a captive within his own palace. Spanish accounts describe their awe at the city's grandeur, with Bernal Diaz del Castillo writing that it appeared like an enchanted vision rising from the lake. The situation deteriorated during Cortez's temporary absence, when his lieutenant Pedro de Alvarado ordered a massacre of Aztec nobles during a religious festival, triggering a massive uprising. Moctezuma II died under disputed circumstances during this conflict, with Spanish claims that he was killed by his own people contradicted by indigenous accounts stating the Spanish had murdered him. The Spanish and their allies fled the city in a desperate nighttime escape later called La Noche Triste, or the Sad Night, suffering heavy casualties as they retreated across the causeways. Regrouping in Tlaxcalan territory, Cortez rebuilt his forces and planned a methodical siege of Tenochtitlan, constructing brigantines to control Lake Texcoco and cutting off the city's supplies. The decisive factor in the eventual Spanish victory was not superior weaponry or tactics alone, but a devastating smallpox epidemic that swept through Tenochtitlan in 1520. This disease, previously unknown in the Americas, killed vast numbers including the new Emperor Calawats, creating leadership chaos and weakening resistance. Under the leadership of Cuauhtémoc, the last Aztec emperor, the defenders fought street by street as the Spanish-led coalition gradually took control of the city. After months of fierce fighting, Tenochtitlan fell on August 13, 1521, with much of the magnificent city destroyed in the process. The legacy of Aztec civilization continues to resonate powerfully in modern Mexico and beyond, influencing contemporary culture, identity, and national symbolism. Perhaps the most visible symbol of this enduring presence is the Mexican national flag, which depicts the Aztec founding legend of an eagle devouring a serpent while perched on a cactus. Modern Mexico City stands directly atop Tenochtitlan, with archaeological excavations continually revealing new insights about the ancient metropolis beneath its streets. practices and urban planning, with ongoing excavations continuing to yield new finds. Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs, remains alive today with approximately 1.5 million speakers, primarily in central Mexico. This linguistic continuity has preserved concepts and worldviews that might otherwise have been lost, with modern Nahuatl speakers maintaining connections to ancestral knowledge systems. Culinary traditions represent one of the most widespread and accessible aspects of Aztec cultural heritage, with ingredients like maize, beans, chilies, chocolate, and tomatoes forming the backbone of Mexican cuisine. Traditional preparation methods, such as nixtamalization of corn with limestone to increase nutritional value, continue to be practiced throughout Mexico. Medicinal knowledge developed by Aztec healers persists in contemporary herbal medicine, with many plant remedies validated by modern pharmacological research. Agricultural innovations like chinampas continue to be used in parts of Xochimilco, demonstrating the sustainable farming practices developed centuries ago. Religious syncretism has preserved aspects of Aztec spiritual beliefs within ostensibly Catholic practices, most famously in the figure of the Virgin of Guadalupe, whose shrine stands where the goddess Tenantzin was once worshipped. Day of the Dead celebrations show clear connections to Aztec concepts about the afterlife and the cyclical nature of existence, blending pre-Hispanic and Catholic elements. In the arts, the Aztec aesthetic has inspired generations of Mexican painters, sculptors, and architects, with muralists like Diego Rivera explicitly incorporating indigenous imagery and themes. The Mexican movement and other indigenous revival efforts seek to reclaim and celebrate Aztec cultural practices, from dance and music to spiritual ceremonies. Academic research continues to yield new insights through interdisciplinary approaches combining archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, and the study of surviving codices. Digital reconstructions of Tenochtitlan allow contemporary people to visualize the splendor of the Aztec capital, while museums throughout Mexico and internationally preserve and display artifacts. The Aztec calendar stone, housed in Mexico's National Anthropology Museum, has become an iconic symbol of Mexican cultural identity recognized worldwide. Contemporary scholarship increasingly incorporates indigenous perspectives, moving beyond colonial narratives to develop more nuanced understanding of Aztec history and culture. Environmental knowledge embedded in Aztec agricultural practices and botanical understanding offers valuable insights for modern sustainability challenges. The complex legacy of the empire includes recognition of both remarkable achievements and controversial practices, prompting ongoing dialogue about how to interpret this multifaceted civilization. As our journey through the world of the Aztecs comes to a close, we are left with the image of a civilization of remarkable contradictions and achievements. From humble beginnings as nomadic outsiders, they created an empire that transformed the cultural landscape of Mesoamerica. Their engineering prowess produced floating gardens that fed hundreds of thousands, and a capital city whose grandeur astonished European conquistadors. Their artistic vision crafted objects of breathtaking beauty, from delicate feather mosaics to monumental stone sculptures that continue to inspire wonder. Their intellectual achievements included sophisticated calendrical systems, botanical knowledge, and educational practices practices that preserved and transmitted cultural wisdom. Yet this was also a society built on military conquest, with religious practices that included human sacrifice, creating a complex historical legacy that defies simple judgment. When we examine the Aztec civilization, we confront fundamental questions about power, religion, social organization, and the human capacity for both creation and destruction. Their sudden fall to Spanish conquest and disease represents one of history's most dramatic cultural ruptures. Yet their influence persists in countless aspects of modern Mexican identity. Perhaps the most profound legacy of the Aztecs lies in this continuity, the living threads that connect contemporary Mexico to its indigenous foundations. In the language spoken by millions, in the foods that grace dinner tables, in the symbols of national identity, and in the rhythms of cultural life, the spirit of the Aztecs endures. As we continue to uncover and interpret their remarkable civilization, we gain not only historical knowledge but insights into the full spectrum of human possibility. The story of the Aztecs, in all its complexity, reminds us that civilizations are never simple narratives but intricate tapestries woven from countless individual lives, beliefs, and achievements. In studying their world, we ultimately learn something profound about our own. Welcome to this immersive exploration of deep ocean trenches and the extraordinary marine life that inhabits these mysterious realms, far beneath the waves. The deep ocean has long captivated human imagination, yet remains one of the least explored regions on our planet. More people have walked on the surface of the moon than have ventured to the deepest parts of our oceans. Today, we'll journey together into the abyss, exploring the geological wonders of deep ocean trenches and discovering the remarkable creatures that have adapted to survive in these extreme environments. Let us begin by understanding what deep ocean trenches actually are and how these extraordinary features came to exist on our ocean floor. Deep ocean trenches are long, narrow depressions on the seabed. They represent the deepest parts of the world's oceans and some of the deepest places on Earth. These trenches form at convergent boundaries where tectonic plates collide. When an oceanic plate meets another plate, the denser oceanic plate subducts or dives beneath the less dense plate. This subduction process creates these enormous chasms, which can extend for hundreds or even thousands of kilometers in length. The deepest trenches plunge to depths exceeding 10,000 meters below sea level, creating environments of extreme pressure, cold temperatures, and perpetual darkness. The most famous of these formations is the Mariana Trench, located in the western Pacific Ocean. Its deepest point, known as Challenger Deep, reaches approximately 10,935 meters below sea level. To put this incredible depth into perspective, if you were to place Mount Everest, the tallest mountain on Earth, at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, its peak would still be more than 2,000 meters below the ocean's surface. Other notable deep ocean trenches include the Puerto Rico Trench in the Atlantic Ocean, the Java Trench in the Indian Ocean, the Japan Trench in the Northwest Pacific, and the Peru-Chile Trench along the western coast of South America. These immense geological features were formed over millions of years through the slow but powerful forces of plate tectonics. They continue to evolve today as the Earth's crust remains in constant, albeit imperceptibly slow, motion. The environment within deep ocean trenches is characterized by several extreme conditions. First and foremost is the crushing pressure, which can exceed 1,000 times the atmospheric pressure at sea level. To illustrate this pressure, imagine the weight of approximately 50 jumbo jets pressing down on every square inch of your body. This gives you some sense of the extraordinary pressure that trench-dwelling organisms must withstand. Temperatures in these depths typically hover just above freezing, around 1 to 4 degrees Celsius. The combination of extreme pressure and cold creates a challenging environment for life. Additionally, no sunlight penetrates to these depths. This absence of light means that photosynthesis, the process that powers most of Earth's ecosystems, is impossible in the trenches. Without sunlight, the deep ocean trenches might seem inhospitable to life. Yet remarkably, these extreme environments harbor diverse and highly specialized organisms, adapted in fascinating ways to their unique habitat. Let's explore the extraordinary adaptations that allow life to thrive in these seemingly impossible conditions. One of the most remarkable aspects of trench-dwelling creatures is their ability to withstand enormous pressure. Unlike submarines or other human-made vessels, which require thick, reinforced hulls to resist crushing, deep-sea organisms have evolved different solutions. Most deep-sea creatures have cells with special pressure-resistant proteins and membranes. Their bodies contain few gas-filled spaces, as gas compresses under pressure. Instead, their tissues and fluids have similar densities to the surrounding water, allowing pressure to be transmitted through their bodies without causing damage. Many trench organisms have also developed specialized biochemical adaptations. Their proteins and enzymes function optimally under high pressure, a property known as pytophilic adaptation. In the absence of sunlight, the deep ocean food web relies primarily on marine snow, a constant shower of organic debris that falls from the productive surface waters. This marine snow consists of dead organisms, fecal matter, and other organic particles that slowly sink from above. By the time it reaches the deepest trenches, this material has been significantly depleted, as organisms at various depths consume it during its descent. Despite the scarcity of food, trench ecosystems have evolved to be remarkably efficient. Many deep-sea creatures have slow metabolisms, allowing them to survive on minimal nutrition. Some trench organisms have developed extraordinary feeding adaptations. Certain fish have enormous mouths and expandable stomachs, enabling them to consume prey larger than themselves when rare feeding opportunities arise. Let's meet some of the fascinating inhabitants of these deep ocean trenches, beginning with perhaps the most iconic of all hadal creatures, the mysterious deep-sea fish. The hadal zone, named after Hades, the ancient Greek god of the underworld, refers specifically to the deepest ocean trenches below 6,000 meters. The fish that inhabit these extreme depths show remarkable adaptations. The Mariana snailfish, also known as Pseudolipari suare, holds the record as the deepest living fish ever discovered. Found at depths of nearly 200 meters in the Mariana Trench, this small, translucent fish has a ghost-like appearance. Despite living under crushing pressure, the Mariana snailfish has a relatively soft body. It lacks scales and has thin, flexible bones that help it withstand the extreme conditions. Another remarkable trench-dwelling fish is the cusky eel. These elongated fish have adapted to the darkness with enlarged eyes, allowing them to detect even the faintest bioluminescent light. Perhaps among the most otherworldly deep-sea creatures are the anglerfish. While most species live at baffle rather than hadal depths, they perfectly illustrate the extraordinary adaptations of deep-sea fish. Female anglerfish possess a bioluminescent lure that dangles from their head, attracting prey in the darkness. This light comes from symbiotic bacteria that live within the lure, a remarkable example of biological cooperation in the deep. The reproductive strategy of anglerfish is equally bizarre. The tiny male permanently attaches to the female, eventually fusing with her body and becoming little more than a source of sperm. This ensures reproductive success in an environment where finding a mate is extremely difficult. Beyond fish, the deep trenches host a variety of invertebrate life, with some of the most abundant being amphipods. Amphipods are small crustaceans that resemble shrimp or tiny lobsters. In the hadal zone, they grow much larger than their shallow water relatives, a phenomenon known as deep-sea gigantism. Some trench amphipods can reach lengths of over 30 centimeters, compared to surface species that typically measure just a few millimeters. These supergiant amphipods are scavengers, quickly detecting and consuming any food that falls into the trenches. Another important group of trench-dwelling organisms are the holothurians, commonly known as sea cucumbers. These soft-bodied echinoderms play a vital role in deep-sea ecosystems as they process sediment on the ocean floor, extracting organic matter. Hadal sea cucumbers had evolved specialized feeding appendages that help them efficiently collect the sparse organic material present in trench sediments. Their flexible bodies allow them to withstand pressure, and some species can even emit bioluminescent light. One cannot discuss deep trench ecosystems without mentioning foraminifera, or forams for short. These single-celled organisms construct intricate shells and are surprisingly abundant in the deepest parts of the ocean. Foraminifera are incredibly resilient, having been found in every deep-sea environment explored. Their fossilized remains provide valuable information about ancient deep-sea conditions, helping scientists understand how these environments have changed over time. Among the most enigmatic creatures of the deep are xenophyophores, the largest single-celled organisms on Earth. These remarkable protists can grow to over 20 centimeters in diameter, creating intricate mineral structures that resemble delicate sponges or fans. Xenophyophores construct their tests, or shells, by cementing together sediment particles. They play important roles in deep-sea ecosystems by creating habitat structure and cycling nutrients. Now, let's turn our attention to one of the most fascinating ecological phenomena in deep trenches: hydrothermal vents and cold seeps. While most of the deep ocean relies on marine snow from above, some trench ecosystems are powered by energy from below. Hydrothermal vents occur where superheated water, rich in minerals, erupts from the seafloor. These vents form when seawater seeps into the ocean crust near volcanic activity. The water becomes heated and enriched with minerals, then rises back to the seafloor, creating chimney-like structures called black smokers. The discovery of hydrothermal vents in the late 1970s revolutionized our understanding of life on Earth. Scientists found thriving communities of organisms that didn't depend on sunlight at all. Instead, these ecosystems are powered by chemosynthesis, a process where bacteria convert chemicals from the vent fluid, such as hydrogen sulfide, into energy. The bacteria form the base of a unique food web, supporting specialized animals like giant tubeworms, unique clams, and blind shrimp. Some of these organisms form symbiotic relationships with the chemosynthetic bacteria, housing them within their tissues in exchange for nutrients. Similar to hydrothermal vents, cold seeps are areas where hydrogen sulfide, methane, and other hydrocarbon-rich fluid seeps up from beneath the seafloor. These two support chemosynthetic communities, though they tend to evolve more slowly than the dynamic vent ecosystems. The discovery of these chemosynthetic ecosystems expanded our understanding of where life can exist, both on Earth and potentially on other worlds. They suggest that life might thrive in places we once thought impossible, including the subsurface oceans of moons like Jupiter's Europa or Saturn's Enceladus. Let's now explore some specific deep ocean trenches and their unique characteristics, starting with the most famous, the Mariana Trench. The Mariana Trench stretches for approximately 550 kilometers in a crescent shape east of the Mariana Islands in the western Pacific Ocean. It forms the boundary between the Pacific Plate and the smaller Mariana Plate. The deepest section, Challenger Deep, was named after the HMS Challenger expedition of 1872 to 1876. Which first sounded the extraordinary depths in this region. However, it wasn't until 1960 that humans first reached the bottom. On January 23rd, 1960, oceanographer Jacques Piccard and Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh descended to the bottom of Challenger Deep in the Bathyscaphe Trieste. Their historic dive reached a depth of 10,911 21 meters and remained the only human visit to the deepest point on Earth for over 50 years. It wasn't until 2012 that another human would visit these depths. Film director and explorer James Cameron made a solo descent in the submersible deep-sea Challenger, gathering valuable scientific data and images. More recently, the Five Deeps expedition led by investor Victor Vescovo has conducted multiple dives to Challenger Deep, revealing new information about this extreme environment. The Puerto Rico Trench, located in the western Atlantic Ocean, is the deepest point in the Atlantic, with a maximum depth of about 376 meters. It's not as deep as the Mariana Trench, but it represents a different type of tectonic boundary. Unlike many trenches that form at ocean-to-ocean plate boundaries, the Puerto Rico Trench exists where the North American plate slides past and under the Caribbean plate. This creates a complex geological structure with high earthquake risk. The Java Trench, also called the Sunda Trench, extends approximately 500 kilometers from the northern tip of Sumatra to the island of Sumba, with depths exceeding 700 meters. It's the deepest point in the Indian Ocean. This trench is formed by the subduction of the Australian plate beneath the Sunda plate. The tectonic activity along this boundary has been responsible for many major earthquakes, including the catastrophic 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami. The Japan Trench, extending from the Coral Islands to the Bonin Islands in the Western Pacific, reaches depths of over 9,000 meters. It marks the boundary where the Pacific Plate subducts beneath the Okhotsk Plate. This trench gained particular attention following the 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami. This catastrophic event, which caused the Fukushima nuclear disaster, originated in the Japan Trench, highlighting the connection between deep ocean geology and human society. The Peru-Chile Trench, also known as the Atacama Trench, runs parallel to the west coast of South America for approximately 900 kilometers, with maximum depths of about 8,065 meters. It forms as the Nazca Plate subducts beneath the South American Plate. This subduction zone has created not only the trench but also the Andes Mountains, the longest continental mountain range in the world. The relationship between the trench and the mountains demonstrates how ocean trenches influence continental geology. Beyond these major trenches, there are many others that contribute to our understanding of deep-sea environments. The Chromatic Trench north of New Zealand, the Philippine Trench in the Western Pacific, and the South Sandwich Trench in the Southern Ocean each host unique ecosystems and geological features. Now, let's explore the remarkable diversity of life forms that have been discovered in these extreme environments, examining their adaptations in greater detail. One of the most fascinating aspects of trench fauna is how they've evolved to cope with the enormous pressure. At the bottom of the Mariana Trench, the pressure exceeds 100 atmospheres, or over 16,000 pounds per square inch. Under such extreme pressure, most air spaces would be compressed, and many biological molecules would cease to function properly. Deep-sea organisms have evolved special cellular adaptations to overcome these challenges. Their cell membranes contain unique lipids that remain fluid under high pressure. Their proteins have structural modifications that prevent pressure from disrupting their function. These adaptations are so specialized that many deep-sea organisms cannot survive if brought to the surface. The absence of light has driven equally remarkable adaptations. Without sunlight, many trench organisms have reduced or lost their eyes entirely. Instead, they've developed enhanced sensory systems to navigate and find food in the darkness. Many deep-sea fish have elongated fins that function as sensitive touch organs. Others have developed enlarged olfactory organs that can detect minute chemical signatures in the water. These heightened senses allow them to locate sparse food resources in the vast darkness. Bioluminescence, the biological protection of light, is another common adaptation in the deep sea. While less prevalent in the very deepest trenches, it's an important feature of life in the abyssal and baffle zones above. Organisms produce light through chemical reactions, often involving a compound called luciferin and an enzyme called luciferase. This self-generated illumination serves various purposes, from attracting prey to finding mates or deterring predators. Some deep-sea creatures use counter-illumination, producing light on their undersides that matches the faint light from above. This camouflage technique helps them avoid creating a silhouette that predators might detect. The scarcity of food in the trenches has led to fascinating feeding adaptations. Many trench organisms are opportunistic feeders, able to survive long periods without food and then capitalize when nourishment becomes available. Some deep-sea fish have enormous jaws and expandable stomachs, allowing them to consume prey much larger than themselves. This adaptation lets them make the most of rare feeding opportunities. The gulper eel, for example, has a mouth that can open wider than its body, with a pouch-like lower jaw that can expand to accommodate large prey. When food is scarce, this ability to consume relatively large items is a significant advantage. Other trench dwellers have evolved to be extremely efficient with their energy use. Many have slow metabolisms and move lethargically to conserve energy. Some fish have reduced muscle mass and watery bodies that require less energy to maintain. The gelatinous tissue found in many deep-sea fish serves multiple purposes. It provides structural support while being less dense than bone, and it requires less energy to maintain the more complex tissues. Reproduction in the deep sea presents unique challenges. With populations spread thinly across vast areas, finding a mate can be extremely difficult. Many trench species have evolved reproductive strategies to overcome this challenge. Some fish are hermaphroditic, possessing both male and female reproductive organs. Others, like the aforementioned anglerfish, have extreme sexual dimorphism with parasitic males. Some deep-sea creatures creatures produce bioluminescent signals specifically to attract mates. Others release pheromones that can be detected over long distances. These adaptations increase the chances of successful reproduction in the sparsely populated abyss. Now, let's examine some specific examples of remarkable trench-dwelling creatures in greater detail, starting with one of the most bizarre, the barrel-eye fish. The Pacific barrel-eye fish, Macropinna microstoma, has one of the most unusual adaptations in the animal kingdom. Its head is transparent, and its tubular eyes are encased within the see-through dome. These specialized eyes can rotate within the transparent head, allowing the fish to look upward to spot potential prey silhouetted against the faint light from above. When it spots food, it can change its body position to direct its mouth upward without moving its eyes. While barrel eyes typically inhabit the baffle zone rather than the deepest trenches, they illustrate the extraordinary adaptations that have evolved in deep-sea environments. The Hadal snailfish, mentioned earlier, represents one of the few fish species that can survive in the deepest trenches. Different species have been found in various trenches around the world, suggesting they've specialized to inhabit these extreme environments. Unlike many deep-sea fish that have fearsome appearances, snailfish look relatively ordinary. They have tadpole-like bodies with semi-transparent skin, no scales, and reduced bone structure. Their soft bodies allow them to withstand the enormous pressure, as there are fewer rigid structures that could be damaged. They produce antifreeze proteins that prevent their cells from freezing in the near-freezing temperatures. Researchers have found the Hadal snailfish have genetic adaptations that stabilize their enzymes under pressure. These modifications allow their cellular machinery to continue functioning at depths where most other fish would perish. Another fascinating trench inhabitant is the giant amphipod, Alicella gigantea. While most amphipods are small crustaceans, these trench-dwelling species can grow to over 30 centimeters in length. This extreme size is an example of deep-sea gigantism, where certain invertebrates grow much larger in the deep sea than their shallow water relatives. Scientists believe this gigantism might be related to higher oxygen efficiency in cold water, reduced predation, or food scarcity. Giant amphipods are primarily scavengers, quickly detecting and consuming any organic matter that falls to the trench floor. Their enhanced olfactory abilities allow them to detect food from considerable distances. Researchers have observed that when bait is placed on the seafloor in trenches, amphipods often arrive first, sometimes in surprising numbers. This suggests they play a crucial role in deep-sea nutrient cycling. The zombie worm, or bone-eating worm, represents another fascinating adaptation to deep-sea life. These unusual creatures, belonging to the genus Osedax, specialize in consuming the bones of dead marine mammals that sink to the ocean floor. Zombie worms lack mouths and digestive systems. Instead, they bore into bones using acid secretions and rely on symbiotic bacteria to digest the bone material. bacteria break down proteins and lipids in the bones, providing nutrients to the worms. The female worms can grow up to 7 centimeters long, while the males are microscopic and live inside the females' bodies. This extreme sexual dimorphism is another adaptation to the challenges of finding mates in the sparsely populated deep sea. Deep sea isopods represent another group of crustaceans that have achieved impressive sizes in the trenches. The giant isopod, Pathenomus giganteus, can grow to nearly 50 centimeters long, resembling a massive roly-poly or kelp bug. These creatures are distant relatives of the small wood lice found on land. Their large size helps them survive the cold temperatures of the deep sea, as larger bodies have lower surface area to volume ratios, conserving heat more efficiently. Giant isopods are opportunistic feeders, acting as both predators and scavengers. They can go for months without food, entering a torpor-like state to conserve energy between meals. Among the most alien-looking creatures in the deep trenches are the sea spiders, or pycnogonids. While related to surface-dwelling sea spiders, the deep-sea varieties can grow much larger, with leg spans exceeding 70 centimeters. These bizarre arthropods have tiny bodies with most of their organs extending into their legs. They move slowly across the sea floor, feeding on soft-bodied invertebrates. Their spindly appearance is perfectly adapted to life on the soft sediments of the trench floor. Now, let's explore the geological forces that create and maintain deep ocean trenches, and how these processes influence the ecosystems they contain. Ocean trenches form its subduction zones, where one tectonic plate slides beneath another. This process is part of the plate tectonic cycle that shapes Earth's surface. Earth's outermost layer, the lithosphere, is divided into several large and small plates that float on the semi-fluid asthenosphere below. These plates move at rates of a few centimeters per year, driven by convection currents in the mantle. When two plates converge, one typically subducts beneath the other. Oceanic lithosphere is generally denser than continental lithosphere, so when an oceanic plate meets either another oceanic plate or a continental plate, the oceanic plate usually subducts. As the subducting plate descends into the mantle, it bends downward, creating the deep trench. The descending plate continues to sink into the mantle, eventually reaching depths where increased pressure and temperature cause the release of water and the melting of rock. This melting generates magma that rises through the overriding plate, often forming a volcanic arc parallel to the trench. The Mariana Islands, for example, are volcanic islands formed by this process adjacent to the Mariana Trench. Subduction zones are also associated with powerful earthquakes. As the descending plate moves downward, it doesn't slide smoothly. Instead, friction causes stress to build up until it suddenly releases in the form of an earthquake. Some of the most powerful earthquakes in recorded history have occurred in subduction zones. The 2011 Tohoku earthquake in Japan, which reached magnitude 9.0, and the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake at magnitude 9.1 both occurred in oceanic trenches. These massive earthquakes can trigger tsunamis when they displace large volumes of water. The devastating tsunamis that followed both the Tohoku and Indian Ocean earthquakes demonstrated the profound impact that trench-related geological events can have on human communities. The deepest parts of ocean trenches, known as depot centers, accumulate sediments over time. These sediments come from various sources, including marine snow from above and materials scraped off the subducting plate. Over millions of years, these sediments can form thick deposits. The composition of these sediments provides valuable information about past oceanic conditions and events. Scientists study trench sediments by taking cores, long cylindrical samples of the seafloor. These cores preserve a chronological record of sedimentation, with the oldest material at the bottom and then the newest at the top. Analysis of these sediment cores reveals information about past climate conditions, biological activity, and geological events. They serve as important archives of Earth's history. The extreme pressure in deep trenches affects not just biological processes, but also chemical and physical ones. For example, under trench conditions, methane can form solid methane hydrates, ice-like structures where methane molecules are trapped within frameworks of water molecules. These methane hydrates are of interest both as potential energy sources and as factors in climate regulation. If destabilized, they could release significant amounts of methane, a potent greenhouse gas, into the ocean and eventually the atmosphere. Now, let's turn our attention to the exploration of deep ocean trenches, a challenging endeavor that has pushed the boundaries of human technology and ingenuity. The first systematic exploration of the deep ocean began with the voyage of HMS Challenger from 1872 to 1876. This pioneering expedition conducted the first soundings of what would later be recognized as the Mariana Trench, using weighted hemp ropes to measure depth. Technology for deep-sea exploration advanced slowly through the early 20th century. It wasn't until the development of echo sounding, which uses sound waves to measure depth, that accurate mapping of the ocean floor became possible. The first human descent to the deepest point on Earth came in 1960, when Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh reached the bottom of Challenger deep in the bathyscaphe Trieste. Their historic dive lasted about 20 minutes on the seafloor, but proved that humans could survive a visit to the most extreme depths. After the Trieste dive, most deep trench exploration was conducted using unmanned vehicles. The Japanese remotely operated vehicle Kaika made several successful dives to Challenger deep in the 1990s, collecting valuable samples and video footage. In 2012, filmmaker and explorer James Cameron made a solo descent to Challenger deep in the deep-sea Challenger submersible. His dive included several hours of exploration and sample collection at the bottom, significantly advancing our understanding of trench environments. More recently, the 5 Deeps expedition led by Victor Vescovo has visited the deepest points in each of the world's 5 oceans. Using the submersible limiting factor, Vescovo and his team have set new depth records and discovered several new species. Modern deep-sea exploration employs a variety of technologies. Manned submersibles provide direct observation capabilities but are limited in duration and range. Remotely operated vehicles, or ROVs, are tethered to surface ships and controlled by operators above. They can stay underwater longer than manned vehicles and carry sophisticated scientific equipment. Autonomous underwater vehicles, or OVs, operate independently once programmed and deployed. They can conduct survey missions over large areas, collecting data without constant human control. Free-falling landers are unmanned platforms that descend to the seafloor, conduct observations or experiments, and then release their ballast to return to the surface. These relatively simple systems have provided valuable ecological data from the trenches. Deep-sea exploration faces numerous technical challenges. The extreme pressure at trench depths requires specially designed equipment with pressure-resistant housings. Communication is another significant challenge. Radio waves don't penetrate seawater effectively, so acoustic methods must be used. However, sound travels differently through layers of water with different temperatures and salinities, complicating reliable communication. Power supply is a constant concern for deep-sea vehicles. Batteries must provide sufficient energy for descent, operation, and ascent, with adequate reserves for emergencies. Despite these challenges, our exploration of deep ocean trenches continues to advance. New technologies are making these remote environments more accessible to scientific study. One exciting development is the use of environmental DNA, or EDNA, sampling in trench research. This technique collects DNA from the environment, such as from water samples, rather than directly from organisms. Analysis of EDNA can reveal the presence of species that might be missed by traditional sampling methods. It's particularly valuable in deep-sea environments, where many organisms are fragile or elusive. Advanced imaging technologies are also transforming deep-sea exploration. High-definition cameras, combined with powerful lighting systems, allow scientists to observe trench organisms in their natural habitats. Some research vessels now deploy multiple complementary technologies simultaneously. For example, an ROV might work alongside several autonomous landers, creating a more comprehensive picture of trench ecosystems. The data collected during trench expeditions has scientific value beyond marine biology and geology. It also informs our understanding of potential life on other worlds. The extreme conditions in deep ocean trenches, with high pressure, low temperature, and no sunlight, bear some similarities to conditions that might exist on other celestial bodies. Jupiter's moon Europa and Saturn's moon Enceladus both have subsurface oceans beneath their icy crusts. Scientists speculate that if life exists in these alien oceans, it might resemble the chemosynthetic ecosystems found near Earth's hydrothermal vents and cold seeps. By studying how life adapts to extreme conditions in our ocean trenches, astrobiologists gain insights into the potential forms and metabolisms that extraterrestrial life might exhibit. Now, let's consider the conservation challenges facing deep ocean trenches and their fragile ecosystems. Although remote and inaccessible, deep ocean trenches are not immune to human impacts. Research has revealed the presence of pollutants, including persistent organic pollutants and plastic debris, even in the deepest parts of the ocean. In 2019, explorer Victor Vescovo reported finding a plastic bag and candy wrappers at the bottom of Challenger Deep. This discovery highlighted how even the most remote environments on Earth are affected by human activities. Studies of amphipods from deep trenches have found high levels of persistent organic pollutants, such as PCBs and PBDEs, in their tissues. These pollutants originate from industrial activities on land but can be transported to deep sea environments through various pathways. The long-lived nature of many deep-sea organisms makes them particularly vulnerable to pollutant accumulation. Some trench species may live for decades or even centuries, allowing toxins to build up in their tissues over extended periods. Another emerging concern is deep-sea mining. While current mining interests focus primarily on manganese nodules in abyssal plains rather than trenches themselves, increased activity on the seafloor could indirectly impact trench ecosystems. Mining operations could create sediment plumes that might eventually reach trenches, potentially smothering sensitive organisms. Changes to ocean chemistry from mining activities could also affect the delicate balance of trench ecosystems. Climate change poses another threat to deep-sea environments. While trenches themselves may seem isolated from surface conditions, they ultimately depend on organic material sinking from productive surface waters. Changes in surface productivity due to warming, acidification, or altered circulation patterns could affect the quantity and quality of food reaching the deep sea. Such changes could have cascading effects through trench food webs. Ocean acidification, caused by increased carbon dioxide absorption, may eventually reach deep waters. This could affect the many trench organisms that secrete calcium carbonate structures, such as foraminifera and certain mollusks. Conservation of deep-sea environments presents unique challenges. Traditional approaches like marine protected areas are difficult to enforce in remote, international waters. Additionally, our limited understanding of trench ecosystems makes it challenging to develop effective conservation strategies. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea provides some framework for governing activities in international waters. However, specific protections for deep trenches remain limited. Several international scientific initiatives are working to address this knowledge gap. projects like DOSI, the Deep Ocean Stewardship Initiative, bring together experts from various fields to develop recommendations for sustainable management of deep-sea resources. The most effective protection for deep ocean trenches may come from increased public awareness and appreciation of these unique environments. As more people learn about the extraordinary adaptations and biodiversity of trench ecosystems, support for their conservation may grow. Let's now examine the scientific significance of deep ocean trenches beyond their remarkable biology, exploring how they contribute to our understanding of Earth's systems and processes. Deep trenches serve as natural laboratories for studying the extreme limits of life. The adaptations of trench organisms provide insights into fundamental biological questions about how life can function under high pressure, limited food, and other environmental stresses. Research on pizophiles, organisms adapted to high pressure, has applications in various fields. The pressure-stable enzymes from these organisms could be useful in industrial processes that operate under high-pressure conditions. Deep ocean trenches also play important roles in global geochemical cycles. As subducting plates descend into the mantle, they carry water, carbon, and other elements with them. This subduction is a key mechanism for recycling material between Earth's surface and interior. The carbon carried into the mantle via subduction influences long-term carbon cycling on Earth. Some of this carbon returns to the surface through volcanic emissions, while some remains sequestered in the deep Earth for millions of years. Trenches also provide windows into Earth's deep interior. Seismic waves generated by earthquakes in subduction zones travel through different layers of the Earth, providing information about the structure and composition of the mantle and core. The study of trench earthquakes helps scientists understand the mechanics of plate boundaries and the processes that generate destructive seismic events. This research is crucial for improving earthquake prediction and mitigation strategies in vulnerable coastal regions. Sediments accumulating in trenches preserve records of past geological and oceanographic conditions. Analysis of these sediments can reveal information about ancient climate patterns, magnetic field reversals, and other Earth system changes. The extreme environments of trenches may also harbor unique microbial communities with novel biochemical capabilities. These microorganisms could produce compounds with potential applications in medicine, biotechnology, and other fields. Bioprospecting, the search for valuable natural products and organisms, is one area of growing interest in deep-sea research. Several compounds derived from deep-sea organisms have shown promise as anti-cancer, antibiotic, or anti-inflammatory agents. Let's now explore some of the most fascinating recent discoveries from deep ocean trenches, highlighting how our understanding of these environments continues to evolve. In 2014, scientists discovered what may be the deepest fish ever recorded, a new species of snailfish living at a depth of 178 meters in the Mariana Trench. This finding extended the known depth range for fish by almost 500 meters. Later expeditions have identified additional snailfish species in various trenches, suggesting that these fish have specialized to occupy the deepest habitable zones in different ocean basins. Genetic studies of these populations provide insights into how species adapt and diversify in isolated deep-sea environments. Recent research has revealed that trenches may function as carbon sinks. A 2019 study found that trenches accumulate higher concentrations of organic carbon than surrounding deep-sea areas. This suggests they may play an important role in global carbon sequestration. The phenomenon, dubbed the trench effect, occurs because organic material tends to be funneled into these deep depressions and becomes trapped. This concentration of food resources may help explain why trenches support relatively abundant life despite their extreme conditions. Another recent discovery concerns adaptations to pressure at the molecular level. Researchers have identified specific genetic modifications in trench organisms that allow their proteins to function under extreme pressure. These include changes that increase protein flexibility and prevent pressure-induced denaturation. Studies of the microbiome, the community of microorganisms, in deep trenches have revealed unexpected diversity. Even at the greatest depths, numerous bacterial and archaeal species thrive, many of them new to science. Some of these microorganisms have metabolic capabilities not found in surface-dwelling relatives. They can utilize unusual energy sources and carbon compounds, demonstrating the innovative adaptations that have evolved in these extreme environments. Recent explorations have also provided new insights into the geological activity of trenches. High-resolution mapping has revealed complex fault systems, landslide scars, and other features that help explain the frequency and intensity of trench-associated earthquakes. Let's now consider the future of deep trench exploration and research, examining emerging technologies and questions that may shape our understanding of these remarkable environments. Advances in material science are enabling the development of new deep-sea vehicles capable of withstanding trench pressures. Future submersibles may use synthetic ceramic materials or metallic glass to create lighter, stronger pressure housings. Improvements in battery technology and energy efficiency will allow longer duration missions, enabling more comprehensive surveys and experiments in trench environments. Some researchers envision autonomous vehicles that could remain in the deep sea for months, periodically returning to the surface to transmit data. Advances in sampling technologies will improve our ability to collect and preserve trench organisms for study. Pressure-retaining samplers maintain specimens at their native pressure, preventing the damage that often occurs when deep-sea organisms are brought to the surface. Genomic and transcriptomic techniques are becoming increasingly important in deep-sea research. By analyzing the DNA and RNA of trench organisms, scientists can understand the genetic basis for their unusual adaptations. Machine learning and artificial intelligence may accelerate the analysis of deep-sea data. These These technologies could help identify patterns in seafloor imagery, detect subtle ecological relationships, and predict areas of particular biological or geological interest. Long-term observatories on the seafloor may provide continuous monitoring of trench conditions. Similar to weather stations on land, these installations could track environmental parameters, seismic activity, and biological changes over time. One emerging research focus is understanding how trench ecosystems might respond to climate change. While deep ocean environments change more slowly than surface waters, they are not immune to global shifts in temperature, chemistry, and circulation patterns. Another important research direction involves mapping the full extent of biodiversity in trenches. Despite numerous expeditions, scientists estimate that many trench-dwelling species remain undiscovered. Comprehensive surveys could substantially increase our understanding of deep-sea biodiversity. The relationship between trenches and the overlying water column also warrants further investigation. Recent studies suggest that oceanographic processes above trenches may influence the delivery of nutrients and organic material to trench floors. This connection between surface and deep environments remains poorly understood. As we reflect on the remarkable nature of deep ocean trenches, it's worth considering their place in human culture and imagination. Throughout history, the deep ocean has inspired both fascination and fear. Ancient mariners imagined sea monsters lurking in the depths, while writers like Jules Verne speculated about what might exist in the unexplored abyss. The real creatures of the deep, with their bioluminescent displays, bizarre adaptations, and alien appearances, have proven every bit as remarkable as these fictional creations. Deep ocean trenches represent one of the last true frontiers on our planet. We have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than much of our own seafloor. The mysteries that remain hidden in the depths continue to inspire scientific curiosity and exploration. The journey to the bottom of the Mariana Trench can be seen as a human achievement comparable to reaching the summit of Mount Everest or walking on the moon. Each represents our species' drive to explore extreme environments and expand the boundaries of our knowledge. As technology advances, more people may have opportunities to virtually experience deep trench environments. High-definition cameras and virtual reality systems could bring the wonders of the deep sea to a broader audience, fostering greater appreciation for these remote ecosystems. The deep sea reminds us of how much remains to be discovered on our own planet. Each expedition to the trenches has the potential to find new species, observe unknown behaviors, or discover unexpected geological features. These discoveries not only satisfy scientific curiosity but may also have practical applications. From new medicines derived from deep-sea organisms to insights into earthquake processes that could improve tsunami warnings, trench research has tangible benefits for humanity. The extreme adaptations of trench organisms demonstrate the remarkable resilience and versatility of life. Understanding how life thrives under such challenging conditions may help us address challenges on Earth and possibly identify habitable environments beyond our planet. As we've explored throughout this journey, deep ocean trenches represent some of the most extreme environments on Earth. Yet life has found ways to adapt and thrive even in these seemingly inhospitable realms. From the crushing pressures at the bottom of the Mariana Trench to the perpetual darkness that envelops the Hadal Zone, every aspect of the trench environment has shaped the evolution of its inhabitants. The result is a collection of organisms unlike any found elsewhere on our planet. The bizarre fish with transparent heads, the giant amphipods scavenging on the seafloor, the bacteria thriving in superheated vent fluids, each represents a unique solution to the challenges of deep-sea survival. The geological processes that create and maintain trenches connect these environments to the broader Earth system. The subduction that forms trenches drives plate tectonics, influences volcanic activity, and contributes to the recycling of elements between Earth's surface and interior. As we face global environmental challenges, the study of trenches offers valuable perspectives. These ecosystems demonstrate nature's capacity for adaptation and resilience, while their vulnerability to human impacts reminds us of our responsibility as stewards of the natural world. Our exploration of the deep ocean is still in its early stages. Only a small fraction of the seafloor has been mapped in detail, and an even smaller portion has been directly observed. Each expedition reveals new wonders and raises new questions. The technology that allows us to study trenches continues to improve. Newer submersibles can dive deeper and remain longer. Advanced sensors can detect subtler environmental signals, and improved sampling methods can better preserve the delicate organisms of the deep. Perhaps most importantly, our conceptual understanding of trench ecosystems is evolving. We now recognize these environments not as lifeless deserts, but as specialized habitats with their own ecological dynamics, food webs, and evolutionary history. As we continue to explore and study deep ocean trenches, we can expect to uncover new species, witness previously unknown behaviors, and gain deeper insights into how life adapts to extreme conditions. Each discovery adds to our appreciation of Earth's remarkable biodiversity and the processes that have shaped it. Let's now delve deeper into the fascinating details of the geological formation of deep ocean trenches, examining the specific mechanisms that create these extraordinary features. The process begins with seafloor spreading at mid-ocean ridges. These underwater mountain ranges are sites where tectonic plates move apart, allowing magma from the Earth's mantle to rise and form new oceanic crust. As the plates continue to move away from the ridge, the oceanic crust ages and cools. This cooling causes the crust to become denser and sink lower into the mantle, a process known as thermal subsidence. When this aging oceanic plate eventually meets another plate at a convergent boundary, its increased density causes it to bend and sink beneath a less dense plate. This bending creates the characteristic V-shaped depression we know as an ocean trench, of subduction varies between different trenches. Some plates descend at relatively shallow angles, while others plunge more steeply into the mantle. These variations affect the width and depth of the resulting trench. As the subducting plate descends, it experiences increasing pressure and temperature. At depths of about 80 to 120 kilometers, these conditions cause water trapped in the plate's minerals to be released. This released water lowers the melting point of the surrounding mantle rock, causing it to partially melt and form magma. The magma, being less dense than the surrounding rock, rises through the overriding plate. If the overriding plate is oceanic crust, the rising magma may form a chain of volcanic islands known as an island arc. The Mariana Islands, adjacent to the Mariana Trench, are an example of such a formation. If the overriding plate is continental crust, the rising magma contributes to continental volcanic arcs. The Andes Mountains, paralleling the Peru-Chile Trench, formed through this process. The subduction process doesn't occur smoothly. Friction between the descending and overriding plates causes stress to accumulate. When this stress exceeds the strength of the rocks, it releases suddenly as an earthquake. Trench earthquakes are among the most powerful on Earth because they involve the movement of enormous volumes of rock. The 2011 Tohoku earthquake, which originated in the Japan Trench, released approximately 600 million times the energy of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. When these massive earthquakes occur underwater, they can displace huge volumes of water, generating tsunamis. These powerful waves can travel across entire ocean basins, causing devastation when they reach shallow coastal areas. The sediments that accumulate in trenches come from multiple sources. Some are scraped off the descending plate, while others come from the adjacent continental margin or from biological activity in the overlying waters. In some trenches, these sediments can reach thicknesses of several kilometers. They often form wedge-shaped deposits called accretionary prisms along the inner wall of the trench. These structures provide valuable information about the history of subduction in the region. The rate of subduction varies between different trenches. The fastest rates, approaching 10 centimeters per year, occur in the Western Pacific. Slower rates, around 2 to 3 centimeters per year, are typical in the Atlantic. These differences in subduction rate influence the frequency and magnitude of earthquakes, the intensity of volcanic activity, and even the depth of the trench itself. Faster subduction generally correlates with deeper trenches and more frequent seismic events. Now, let's explore in greater detail how life has adapted to the unique challenges of deep trench environments, focusing on the remarkable physiological and biochemical mechanisms that allow organisms to survive under extreme pressure. At the cellular level, high pressure poses several challenges for life. It can disrupt the structure of proteins, interfere with membrane fluidity, and affect biochemical reaction rates. Deep sea organisms membranes have evolved specialized proteins that maintain their structure and function under pressure. These proteins often feature modifications that make them more flexible, allowing them to continue working despite the compressive forces. Some deep-sea proteins contain fewer rigid structures, such as alpha helices, and more flexible regions. Others have altered amino acid compositions that promote stability under pressure. The cell membranes of trench organisms also show adaptations to high pressure. These membranes must remain fluid to function properly, but pressure tends to increase membrane rigidity. To counteract this effect, many deep-sea organisms incorporate unsaturated fatty acids into their cell membranes. The kink structure of these molecules prevents tight packing, maintaining appropriate membrane fluidity even under enormous pressure. Some trench-dwelling microorganisms produce special lipid compounds not found in their shallow water relatives. These compounds help maintain membrane function at high pressure and low temperature, conditions that would solidify conventional cellular membranes. The enzymes of deep-sea organisms often show pressure-optimized activity. This means they actually work better under high pressure than at atmospheric pressure. If brought to the surface, these enzymes may function poorly or not at all. This pressure adaptation extends to entire metabolic pathways. The biochemical reactions that extract energy from food and build cellular components are calibrated to function optimally in the high-pressure environment. Another fascinating adaptation concerns osmoregulation, the control of water and solute balance within cells. Pressure can affect the movement of water and ions across cell membranes, potentially disrupting this delicate balance. Trench organisms maintain special transport proteins in their cell membranes that continue to function under pressure. These proteins help maintain appropriate concentrations of ions and other solutes despite the challenging conditions. Many deep-sea creatures produce compounds called osmolytes that help stabilize proteins under pressure. These molecules, which include certain amino acids and sugars, prevent pressure from disrupting protein structure and function. Some trench organisms synthesize special protective compounds called pisolites. These molecules specifically counteract the effects of high pressure on biological systems, allowing cellular processes to continue normally. Beyond these cellular adaptations, trench organisms show numerous anatomical and physiological specializations. Many deep-sea fish have reduced bone structure or gelatinous tissues that better withstand pressure. The loss of gas-filled spaces is common among trench organisms. Most deep-sea fish lack swim bladders, the gas-filled organs that shallow water fish use for buoyancy. Gas compresses under pressure, making these structures impractical at great depths. Instead, many deep-sea fish achieve neutral buoyancy through low-density tissues and special compounds like DMAO, trimethylamine N-oxide. This compound not only helps with buoyancy but also stabilizes proteins under pressure. The sensory systems of trench organisms show remarkable adaptations to their dark environment. Many species have extremely sensitive eyes that can detect the faintest bioluminescent emissions. Others have lost their visual capacity entirely, relying instead on other senses. Enhanced olfactory capabilities are common among trench dwellers. The ability to detect chemical signatures allows these organisms to locate sparse food resources in the vast darkness. Some deep-sea fish have developed specialized lateral lines, sensory systems that detect water movement. These enhanced systems allow them to detect prey, predators, or potential mates from greater distances than their shallow water relatives. Many trench organisms exhibit bioluminescence, the biological production of light. This remarkable ability serves various functions, including attracting prey, confusing predators, and communicating with potential mates. The chemistry of bioluminescence involves a light-emitting compound called luciferin and an enzyme called luciferase. When these components react with oxygen, they produce light with minimal heat, a process known as cold light. Different species produce different colors of bioluminescent light, ranging from violet to blue, green, and even red. The specific color often relates to the function of the light and the visual sensitivity of the intended recipient. Some deep-sea organisms use counter-illumination, producing light on their undersides that matches the faint sunlight filtering from above. This camouflage technique prevents them from creating a visible silhouette for upward-looking predators. Others use bioluminescent lures to attract prey. The anglerfish's famous headlight is actually a modified dorsal fin ray that houses bioluminescent bacteria. This symbiotic relationship benefits both the fish and the bacteria. Some deep-sea organisms can eject bioluminescent fluid when threatened. This creates a distracting cloud of light that can confuse predators, allowing the organism to escape in the darkness. The reproductive strategies of trench organisms reflect the challenges of finding mates in sparsely populated environments. Many species are hermaphroditic, possessing both male and female reproductive organs. This doubles their chances of successful reproduction when they encounter another member of their species. Other species show extreme sexual dimorphism, where males and females look dramatically different. In some deep-sea anglerfish, the tiny male permanently attaches to the much larger female, eventually fusing his circulatory system with hers and becoming little more than a sperm-producing appendage. Some trench organisms release eggs or sperm into the water column, relying on currents to bring these gametes together. Others produce bioluminescent signals or pheromones to attract mates from greater distances. Many deep-sea species produce fewer, but larger eggs than their shallow water relatives. These eggs contain more yolk, providing developing embryos with sufficient nutrition in food-scarce environments. Now, let's explore the fascinating food webs that exist in deep ocean trenches, examining how energy flows through these unique ecosystems. Unlike most ecosystems on Earth, which are powered by sunlight through photosynthesis, trench ecosystems rely primarily on food that sinks from above. This process creates what ecologists call an allothenous ecosystem, one dependent on external energy inputs. Marine snow, the continuous shower of organic debris from surface waters, provides the primary energy source for most trench ecosystems. This material includes dead plankton, fecal pellets, molded exoskeletons, and other organic matter. As marine snow sinks through the water column, it is continuously processed by organisms at various depths. By the time it reaches the trenches, much of the easily digestible material has been consumed. The remaining organic matter tends to be more refractory or resistant to degradation. Trench organisms have evolved specialized digestive enzymes capable of breaking down these tough materials. Large food falls, such as dead whales, fish, or squid, represent important pulse resources in trench ecosystems. When these large carcasses sink to the trench floor, they create temporary hotspots of biological activity. A single whale fall can provide sustenance for deep-sea organisms for decades. Different species colonize the carcass at different stages of decomposition, creating a succession of communities. Initially, mobile scavengers like amphipods and certain fish consume the soft tissues. Later, specialists like zombie worms extract nutrients from the bones. Finally, sulfur-reducing bacteria break down remaining organic compounds, supporting a chemosynthetic community similar to those found at hydrothermal vents. Woodfalls, sunken trees, or large pieces of wood also create important habitat and food sources in the deep sea. Specialized organisms like wood-boring bivalves convert the cellulose and lignin into forms that other trench organisms can utilize. In some trenches, particularly those associated with volcanic activity, hydrothermal vents of cold seeps provide alternative energy sources. These sites support chemosynthetic communities that derive energy from chemical compounds rather than sunlight. At hydrothermal vents, bacteria oxidize hydrogen sulfide and other reduced compounds in the vent fluid. This chemical energy allows them to fix carbon dioxide into organic carbon, essentially creating food from inorganic chemicals. These bacteria form the base of a food web that includes specialized animals like giant tubeworms, unique bivalves, and blind shrimp. Many of these animals host symbiotic chemosynthetic bacteria within their tissues, gaining direct access to the nutrients they produce. Cold seeps function similarly, but the energy source is typically methane or hydrogen sulfide seeping from beneath the seafloor. Different bacterial communities oxidize these compounds, supporting distinctive assemblages of animals. The discovery of these chemosynthetic ecosystems revolutionized our understanding of life's energy requirements. Before these findings, scientists believed all ecosystems ultimately depended on sunlight. Now we know that life can thrive on chemical energy alone. trench food webs tend to have fewer trophic levels than surface ecosystems. The scarcity of food cannot support long chains of predators. Most trench organisms are either detritivores, consuming dead organic matter directly, or predators that feed on these detritivores. Scavenging is a common feeding strategy in the trenches. Many organisms have evolved to detect and quickly respond to food falls. Some can detect potential food from distances of 1 kilometer or more, using their enhanced olfactory capabilities. Trench organisms typically show lower metabolic rates than their shallow water counterparts. This adaptation allows them to survive the long intervals between feeding opportunities. Some deep-sea fish may go months between meals. Energy conservation is evident in the behavior of many trench species. They often move slowly and deliberately, conserving precious energy. Some spend much of their time stationary, waiting for food or prey to come within range. Now, let's examine the distribution of life across different trenches, exploring how geography influences deep-sea biodiversity. Each major ocean trench hosts its own unique assemblage of species. While some organisms are found across multiple trenches, many are endemic to particular regions. This pattern reflects both the isolation of trenches and their different environmental conditions. The Mariana Trench, the deepest and one of the most studied, hosts distinctive communities at different depths. The uppermost hadal zone, around 6,000 to 7,000 meters, has the highest biodiversity, with diversity declining as depth increases. Notable Mariana Trench species include the Mariana snailfish, supergiant amphipods reaching 30 centimeters in length, and unique species of sea cucumbers. Recent explorations have also discovered new species of xenophyophores, the giant single-celled organisms that create intricate mineral structures on the trench floor. The Japan Trench has been extensively studied following the 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami. Researchers have documented how these catastrophic events affected trench ecosystems, including changes in species composition and abundance. The Japan Trench hosts several species of hadal snailfish distinct from those in the Mariana Trench. It also features unique communities of amphipods, isopods, and other crustaceans. Some species show adaptations to the region's frequent disturbances from earthquakes and turbidity flows. The Peru-Chile Trench has been the focus of several recent expeditions. These studies have revealed high levels of endemism, with many species found nowhere else. The trench's proximity to the productive waters of the Humboldt Current system influences the quantity and quality of food reaching its depths. The Puerto Rico Trench, the deepest point in the Atlantic Ocean, hosts communities that differ significantly from those in Pacific trenches. The different geological history and oceanographic conditions of the Atlantic have led to the evolution of distinctive deep-sea fauna. Research in the Puerto Rico Trench has revealed several new species of hadal snailfish, amphipods, and other organisms. These These findings highlight how each trench system represents a unique evolutionary laboratory. The Chromatic Trench, northeast of New Zealand, has been the focus of several recent expeditions. Studies have found that its fauna shows similarities to that of other Western Pacific trenches, but includes many endemic species. The distinct communities in different trenches raise interesting questions about how species disperse between these isolated habitats. For mobile organisms like fish, movement between trenches would require crossing vast abyssal plains at depths much shallower than their preferred hadal environments. For less mobile or sessile organisms, dispersal likely occurs during larval stages. Many deep-sea invertebrates produce larvae that can rise into the water column, potentially traveling considerable distances before settling. Recent genetic studies have begun to shed light on connectivity between trench populations. Some species show distinct genetic differences between trenches, suggesting limited gene flow and potential speciation. Others appear more homogeneous, indicating more recent or ongoing connectivity. These patterns of endemism and connectivity have important implications for conservation. If many trench species are restricted to particular trenches, then each of these environments represents an irreplaceable reservoir of unique biodiversity. Let's now explore how deep ocean trenches interact with the broader Earth system, examining their roles in global cycles and processes. Ocean trenches play crucial roles in the global carbon cycle. Recent research suggests they may function as significant carbon sinks, sequestering organic carbon that might otherwise return to the atmosphere. The V-shaped morphology of trenches helps funnel organic material to their depths. Once this carbon reaches the trench floor, much of it becomes buried in sediments. This burial effectively removes carbon from the short-term carbon cycle, potentially for millions of years. Some of this carbon eventually enters the mantle through subduction. There, it may remain for geological timescales or return to the surface through volcanic emissions. This deep carbon cycle operates over millions of years, influencing Earth's long-term climate. Trenches also influence ocean circulation patterns. As dense, cold water masses encounter these deep depressions, they can become channeled or diverted. This affects the distribution of heat, nutrients, and dissolved gases in the deep ocean. The subduction process is associated with trenches dry the recycling of water between Earth's surface and interior. Hydrated minerals in the descending plate carry water deep into the mantle. Some of this water later returns to the surface through volcanic activity. This water cycle has operated throughout Earth's history, potentially influencing the volume of the oceans over geological time. It represents another way that trenches connect surface processes with deep Earth dynamics. Trenches and their associated subduction zones influence global heat flow. As cold oceanic crust descends into the warm mantle, it absorbs heat. This process helps cool Earth's interior and drives convection currents in the mantle. The Earthquakes generated at subduction zones release enormous amounts of energy. Some of this energy dissipates as heat, while some transfers to the ocean as tsunami waves. These events represent significant transfers of energy within the Earth's system. Trenches also influence the distribution of elements in Earth's crust and mantle. Different elements behave differently during subduction. Some remain with the descending plate, entering the deep mantle. Others become mobilized by fluids and rise with magma, eventually returning to the crust. This elemental sorting through subduction has influenced the chemical composition of Earth's crust throughout geological history. It helps explain why certain elements are concentrated in particular geological settings. Now, let's consider how deep ocean trenches might change in the future, both through natural processes and human influences. On geological timescales, trenches are transient features. They form when subduction begins, persist for millions of years, and eventually disappear if subduction ceases. The Wilson cycle, which describes the opening and closing of ocean basins, includes the formation and destruction of trenches. Evidence of ancient trenches can be found in certain rock formations on land. These phyllite complexes represent pieces of oceanic crust and upper mantle that were once part of subduction zones but became accreted to continents. They provide valuable information about past trench environments. Current trenches will continue to evolve as plate motions continue. Some may deepen or extend, while others might become shallower or shorter. These changes occur very slowly by human standards, typically at rates of centimeters per year. Human activities are influencing trench environments in several ways. Climate change affects surface productivity, potentially altering the quantity and quality of organic material that reaches the trenches. This could affect food availability for trench organisms. Ocean acidification, caused by increased carbon dioxide absorption, gradually affects deeper waters. While trenches may experience these changes more slowly than surface environments, the long-lived nature of many deep-sea organisms makes them vulnerable to even slow changes. Pollution represents another human impact on trench ecosystems. Persistent organic pollutants, microplastics, and heavy metals have all been detected in organisms and sediments from the deepest ocean trenches. These pollutants can accumulate in trench organisms and potentially disrupt ecological processes. The long-lived nature of many trench species may make them particularly susceptible to bioaccumulation of toxins. Resource extraction activities, while not currently focused on trenches themselves, could affect these environments indirectly. Deep-sea mining operations on abyssal plains could create sediment plumes that might eventually reach trenches, potentially smothering sensitive organisms. Fishing activities increasingly extend into deeper waters. While most commercial fishing operations don't reach hadal depths, they can affect the food webs that supply organic matter to the trenches. Removal of large predators from shallower waters may have cascading effects that eventually influence trench ecosystems. As our understanding of trench ecosystems improves, conservation efforts are beginning to consider these remote environments. Several international initiatives aim to develop guidelines for human activities that might affect the deep sea, including trenches. The International Seabed Authority, established under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, regulates mining activities in international waters. Its environmental guidelines may help protect trench ecosystems from mining-related impacts. Scientific organizations like the Deep Ocean Stewardship Initiative advocate for research-informed management of deep-sea ecosystems. These efforts aim to ensure that human activities don't irreparably damage these unique environments before we fully understand them. Let's now reflect on what deep ocean trenches can teach us about life, both on Earth and potentially beyond. The discovery of thriving ecosystems in these extreme environments has expanded our understanding of life's potential habitats. Before the exploration of deep trenches, scientists might have considered such environments too hostile for complex life. The adaptations of trench organisms demonstrate life's remarkable versatility and resilience. From pressure-stable proteins to novel metabolic pathways, these adaptations showcase the innovative solutions that evolution can produce when faced with environmental challenges. These insights have implications for the search for extraterrestrial life. If life can thrive in Earth's trenches, it might also exist in seemingly inhospitable environments on other worlds. The subsurface oceans of icy moons like Europa and Enceladus represent particularly intriguing possibilities. The chemosynthetic ecosystems found at hydrothermal vents and cold seeps demonstrate that life doesn't necessarily require sunlight. This expands the range of potentially habitable environments in our solar system and beyond. Worlds without sufficient sunlight for photosynthesis might still support life based on chemical energy. Trench ecosystems also illustrate the importance of interconnections in natural systems. Though seemingly isolated, these deep environments remain linked to surface processes through the constant rain of organic matter. This reminds us that even the most remote habitats exist within larger ecological and geological contexts. The slow pace of life in the trenches offers a different perspective on biological timescales. Many trench organisms live long lives and develop slowly, adapting to an environment where energy is scarce but conditions remain relatively stable over long periods. This contrasts with the rapid pace of many surface ecosystems. It suggests that in some environments, evolutionary advantages may come from patience and efficiency rather than speed and competition. The unique adaptations of trench organisms may also have practical applications. Pressure-stable enzymes from deep-sea microorganisms could prove useful in industrial processes that operate under high pressure. These biocatalysts might improve the efficiency of certain chemical reactions. Compounds produced by trench organisms to protect their cellular components from pressure damage might have applications in preserving biological materials. These natural preservatives could potentially improve storage methods for cells, tissues, or biomolecules. Some deep-sea organisms produce unique bioactive compounds with potential pharmaceutical applications. These include antimicrobial, antifungal, and anti-cancer agents. The extreme conditions of trenches may have driven the evolution of biochemical pathways not found in other environments. As we conclude our exploration of deep ocean trenches and their remarkable inhabitants, we're left with a profound appreciation for the diversity of life on our planet. From the sunlit surface to the darkest depths, life has found ways to thrive in almost every environment. The creatures of the deep trenches, with their bizarre appearances and extraordinary adaptations, remind us of how much remains to be discovered in the ocean's depths. Each expedition reveals new species, behaviors, and adaptations, expanding our understanding of life's potential. The geological processes that create and maintain trenches connect these environments to the broader Earth system. Through subduction, trenches influence volcanic activity, earthquake generation, and the cycling of elements between Earth's surface and interior. As technology improves, our ability to study these remote environments will continue to advance. Newer vehicles, sensors, and sampling methods will allow more detailed and comprehensive investigations of trench ecosystems. These advances come at a crucial time, as human activities increasingly affect even the most remote parts of our planet. Understanding trench ecosystems becomes essential for their protection. Conservation efforts must be informed by scientific knowledge to be effective. The journey to understand deep ocean trenches is far from complete. Many questions remain about how these environments function, how their inhabitants have evolved, and how they connect to other Earth systems. As we continue to explore these extraordinary environments, we gain not only scientific knowledge but also a deeper appreciation for the wonders of our ocean planet. The abyssal depths, once thought lifeless, have proven to be realms of remarkable adaptation and biodiversity. In the words of the oceanographer Sylvia Earle, with every drop of water you drink, every breath you take, you're connected to the sea. No matter where on Earth you live, the ocean still affects our everyday lives. We have much more to discover about this final frontier here on Earth. As we drift now into peaceful reflection on these magnificent deep ocean trenches, let the gentle rhythm of the narrative carry you into a state of calm contemplation. The mysteries of the deep, the pressure of the abyss, the strange creatures that have made their home in darkness, all exist in perfect harmony. Imagine the silent depths, where water presses with immense weight. Yet in this extreme environment, life persists, adapts, and even thrives. The persistence of these remarkable creatures can inspire us in our own lives. The deep ocean trenches remind us that there are still places on our own planet as alien as distant worlds. Places where the rules of survival have driven evolution down unexpected paths, creating solutions we're only beginning to understand. As your mind drifts with these thoughts, feel the tension in your body beginning to release. Like the pressure-adapted organisms of the deep, you too can find balance and calm even under life's pressures. The rhythmic flow of water, the gentle drift of marine snow, the slow metabolism of trench creatures, all operate on a timescale vastly different from our hurried lives. There is wisdom in this slower pace, this patient persistence. As we conclude our journey through the mysterious world of deep ocean trenches, carry with you the wonder of these unexplored frontiers. Let your curiosity about our remarkable planet remain, even as you drift toward peaceful rest. Thank you for joining this exploration of one of Earth's most extreme and fascinating environments. The deep ocean trenches, with all their mysteries, will continue their slow geological dance, nurturing their extraordinary inhabitants, as they have for millions of years. Welcome to this journey through ancient Egypt, where we'll explore the fascinating world of pharaohs and pyramids, those enduring symbols of one of humanity's greatest civilizations. As we begin our exploration, let's transport ourselves to the banks of the life-giving Nile River over 5,000 years ago, when the first pharaohs began to unite Upper and Lower Egypt. The story of Egyptian pharaohs and their monumental tombs is one of the most captivating chapters in human history. The word pharaoh comes from the Egyptian term for Aa, meaning great house, originally referring to the royal palace rather than the ruler himself. Over time, it evolved to become the title for the supreme ruler of ancient Egypt, the god-king who wielded absolute power. These pharaohs ruled not just as political leaders, but as divine intermediaries between the Egyptian people and their gods. The pharaoh was considered a living deity, a direct descendant of the sun god Ra, and later associated with the god Horus. Upon death, the pharaoh would become one with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. This divine status was central to the Egyptian concept of Ma'at, or cosmic order and balance. The pharaoh's primary duty was to maintain Ma'at, ensuring harmony between the people, the gods, and the natural world. Should this balance be disrupted, it was believed chaos would ensue. The history of pharaonic Egypt spans over 3,000 years, traditionally divided into periods known as kingdoms and intermediate periods. Egyptologists recognize the early dynastic period, the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom, interspersed with intermediate periods of political fragmentation. Let us begin with the unification of Egypt, traditionally attributed to King Narmer, also known as Menes, around 3100 BC. The famous Narmer palette, discovered in Hierakonpolis, depicts this king wearing the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt, symbolizing the unification of the two lands. The early dynastic period that followed, encompassing the first and second dynasties, saw the establishment of Memphis as the capital and the development of hieroglyphic writing. During this formative time, many of the conventions of pharaonic rule were established, royal iconography and burial practices. It was during the Old Kingdom, from approximately 2686 to 2181 BCE, that the first true pyramids were constructed. This era, often called the Age of the Pyramids, represented the height of pharaonic power and achievement in the early Egyptian state. The Third Dynasty Pharaoh Djoser, with his brilliant architect Imhotep, revolutionized royal burials for the step pyramid at Saqqara. This innovative structure, rising in 6 distinct tiers to a height of 204 feet, was the world's first major stone building. Imhotep's genius lay in transitioning from traditional mud brick construction to durable limestone blocks, effectively translating earlier wooden architectural elements into stone. The step pyramid complex included numerous buildings, courtyards, and chapels, spanning nearly 40 acres. This monumental achievement set the stage for the Fourth Dynasty, when pyramid building reached its zenith. Pharaoh Sneferu, father of Khufu, experimented with true pyramid forms, constructing the bent pyramid and red pyramid at Dahchur. The bent pyramid gets its name from its unusual appearance, with its angle changing about halfway up, from 54 degrees to a shallower 43 degrees. This adjustment was likely made when structural problems became apparent during construction, a learning process that ultimately led to more stable designs. Sneferu's red pyramid, named for the rusty hue of its limestone blocks, represents the first successful true pyramid. Its consistent 43-degree angle created a structurally sound monument that still stands impressively intact today. But it was Sneferu's son, Pharaoh Khufu, who would commission the most legendary pyramid of all, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Completed around 2560 BCE, this extraordinary structure originally stood 481 feet tall, making it the tallest human-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. The Great Pyramid's precision is astonishing even by modern standards. Its base is leveled to within just over half an inch, and its sides are aligned to the cardinal directions with remarkable accuracy. The average error in the length of the four sides is just 0.08%, truly remarkable for ancient builders without modern surveying equipment. Approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, weighing between 2.5 and 15 tons each, were used in its construction. The logistics of quarrying, transporting, and precisely placing these massive stones represents one of the greatest organizational feats in human history. Khufu's son Khafra and his grandson Menkaure would add their own pyramids to the Giza Plateau, creating the iconic skyline we recognize today. Khafra's pyramid appears taller than his father's, despite being slightly smaller, because it sits on higher ground and maintains a steeper angle. It is also Khafra who is believed to be commemorated by the Great Sphinx, the enormous limestone statue with a lion's body and human head that guards the pyramid complex. Carved from a single ridge of stone, The Sphinx measures 240 feet long and 66 feet high, making it the largest monolithic statue in the world. Many wonder how these immense monuments were constructed, given the technological limitations of the time. While popular imagination often conjures images of thousands of slaves toiling under the desert sun, archaeological evidence tells a different story. The pyramid builders were actually skilled workers and craftsmen who were well fed and cared for. Worker villages discovered near the pyramids show evidence of organized labor, with bakeries capable of producing thousands of loaves daily, and remains indicating a diet rich in meat and fish. Many of these workers were likely farmers who worked on pyramid construction during the annual Nile flooding, when their agricultural fields were underwater. This seasonal labor force, supplemented by full-time skilled craftsmen, could explain how these massive projects were accomplished. As for the actual construction methods, several theories exist. The most widely accepted involves the use of ramps, which would have been built up alongside the pyramid, allowing workers to drag stone blocks into place. These ramps would have been extended and raised as a pyramid grew taller. Other theories suggest spiral ramps wrapping around the pyramid, or internal ramps within the structure itself. Recent discoveries, including evidence of an internal ramp system in the Great Pyramid, continue to refine our understanding of these ancient construction techniques. The stones were likely moved using wooden sledges, with teams of workers pulling the massive blocks. To reduce friction, the path would have been lubricated with water, making the desert sand firm and slick. Experiments have shown that using this method, even enormous stones can be moved with surprising efficiency. The precision with which the blocks were cut and fitted together, often with joints so tight that a knife blade cannot be inserted between them, speaks to the extraordinary skill of ancient Egyptian stonemasons. Many of the casing stones, which once created a smooth outer surface on the pyramids, were cut with accuracy measuring to fractions of an inch. These massive structures were not built in isolation, but were part of larger mortuary complexes. A typical pyramid complex included the main pyramid, a mortuary temple adjacent to the pyramid, a causeway connecting to a valley temple, and sometimes smaller pyramids for queens and satellite burials. While the pyramid itself housed the pharaoh's body, the mortuary temple was where ongoing offerings and rituals were performed to sustain the king in the afterlife. Valley temples, situated near the Nile, served as reception areas for the pharaoh's body and where initial purification rituals took place. Pyramid interiors typically featured a complex system of passages and chambers. The king's burial chamber might be located deep below ground, as in Djoser's step pyramid, or high within the structure, as in the Great Pyramid. Various architectural elements, such as portcullis blocks and dead-end passages, were incorporated to deter tomb robbers. Despite these precautions, most pyramids were plundered in antiquity, immense wealth placed within these tombs, including gold, jewels, and precious artifacts, proved too tempting for thieves. As a result, few examples of royal burial goods from the Pyramid Age have survived. After the Old Kingdom's peak of pyramid building, Egypt entered the first intermediate period, a time of political fragmentation. When strong central rule was restored during the Middle Kingdom, pyramid construction resumed, though on a more modest scale. Middle Kingdom pyramids, such as those built by Amenemhat I and Senusret I at Lisht, were smaller than their Old Kingdom predecessors. They featured mud brick cores with limestone casing, rather than solid stone construction, reflecting changing resources and priorities. By the time of the New Kingdom, beginning around 1550 BC, pharaohs had abandoned pyramids entirely, opting instead for hidden tombs in the Valley of the Kings. This shift represented a practical response to the persistent problem of tomb robbery, as concealed rock-cut tombs offered better security than prominent pyramids. But the symbolic connection between pharaohs and pyramids remained strong. Even as they chose different burial structures, New Kingdom pharaohs continued to associate themselves with these potent symbols of divine kingship. Pyramids appeared in royal iconography and religious text, maintaining their sacred significance. Now that we've explored pyramid construction, let's turn our attention more fully to the pharaohs themselves, those god-kings who ruled over ancient Egypt. While hundreds of pharaohs reigned over Egypt's long history, certain rulers stand out for their achievements, innovations, or historical significance. Narmer, whom we've already mentioned, holds the distinction of being Egypt's first pharaoh, at least according to tradition. His unification of Upper and Lower Egypt around 3100 BCE established the foundation for one of the world's longest-lasting civilizations. Djoser, of the Third Dynasty, revolutionized Egyptian architecture and religious practice with his step pyramid. His reign, lasting approximately from 2667 to 2648 BCE, marked the beginning of the Old Kingdom and the start of Egypt's Great Pyramid Age. Sneferu, founder of the Fourth Dynasty, was an extraordinarily prolific builder. Besides the bent and red pyramids at Dashur, he also constructed the Maiden Pyramid, making him responsible for more pyramids than any other pharaoh. His innovations paved the way for the perfect pyramid form. Khufu, Sneferu's son, reigned from approximately 2589 to 2566 BCE. While his Great Pyramid stands as one of humanity's most impressive achievements, surprisingly little is known about the man himself. The Greek historian Herodotus portrayed him as a cruel tyrant, but this characterization is now considered unreliable. Khafra and Menkaure, who completed the Giza Pyramid complex, continue the Fourth Dynasty's tradition of monumental construction. Together with Khufu's pyramid, their tombs created what is perhaps the most recognizable ancient skyline in the world, and sixth dynasties saw a gradual decline in pyramid size and quality, possibly reflecting diminished royal resources or shifting priorities. Nevertheless, important innovations occurred during this period, including the appearance of the pyramid text, the oldest known religious writings in the world. These sacred hieroglyphic inscriptions, carved on the walls of royal pyramid chambers, provided magical spells and instructions to guide the deceased king through the dangerous netherworld to eternal life among the stars. First appearing in the Pyramid of Unas, the last 5th dynasty king, they represent humanity's earliest substantial religious literature. After the Old Kingdom collapsed, around 2181 BCE, Egypt entered the first intermediate period, a time of political fragmentation and reduced central authority. When Mentuhotep II reunified the country, around 2055 BCE, he established the Middle Kingdom, a Renaissance period for Egyptian culture and power. The Middle Kingdom pharaohs, particularly the 12th dynasty rulers, were effective administrators who expanded Egypt's borders, developed trade networks, and undertook major building projects. Pharaohs such as Senusret III became renowned for their military prowess, pushing Egypt's southern frontier deep into Nubia. A second period of disunity, the Second Intermediate Period, saw northern Egypt fall under the control of foreign rulers known as the Hyksos. It was Ahmose who finally expelled these foreign kings, around 1550 BCE, founding the 18th dynasty and inaugurating the new kingdom, Egypt's imperial age. The new kingdom represents ancient Egypt at the height of its power and influence. During this era, Egypt expanded into an empire, controlling territory from modern Sudan to Syria. The wealth that flowed into Egypt from conquered territories and international trade funded an unprecedented era of monumental construction. Hatshepsut, one of ancient Egypt's few female pharaohs, ruled during the early New Kingdom. Rising from queen regent to full pharaoh, she presented herself in official iconography with the traditional male regalia of kingship, including the false beard worn by male pharaohs. Her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari remains one of Egypt's most elegant monuments. Thutmose III, Hatshepsut's stepson, emerged from her shadow to become one of Egypt's greatest warrior pharaohs. Leading at least 17 military campaigns, he established Egyptian dominance over Syria-Palestine and is sometimes called Egypt's Napoleon. Amenhotep III, known as the Magnificent, presided over Egypt at the peak of its wealth and international influence. His reign saw unprecedented prosperity, diplomatic exchanges with distant kingdoms, and massive building projects, including the Temple of Luxor. His son, Amenhotep IV, would become one of Egypt's most controversial rulers by initiating a religious revolution. Changing his name to Akhenaten, he elevated the minor sun deity Aten to supreme god, establishing what some scholars consider the world's first monotheistic religion. He moved the capital from Thebes to a new city taught in modern Tel El Amarna. Akhenaten's religious reforms, which included closing temples to traditional gods, proved deeply unpopular. After his death, the traditional religion was swiftly restored, and his monuments were dismantled, his name struck from king lists. His memory was effectively erased until modern archaeologists rediscovered his story. Akhenaten's successor, after the brief reign of Smenkhare, was the boy king Tutankhamun, perhaps now the most famous pharaoh, though he was relatively minor in his lifetime. Ascending to the throne at around age 9, Tutankhamun reigned for only about 10 years before his untimely death. Tutankhamun's historical significance lies not in his accomplishments during life, but in the discovery of his nearly intact tomb in 1922. When British archaeologist Howard Carter peered into the sealed chamber, he glimpsed wonderful things, a dazzling array of treasures that had escaped the notice of tomb robbers. The splendor of Tutankhamun's burial goods, including his famous gold mask, offers a tantalizing glimpse of the extraordinary wealth that must have accompanied more powerful pharaohs to their graves. If a minor king received such riches, one can only imagine the treasures that once filled the tombs of rulers like Khufu or Ramses II. After the tumultuous Amarna period, stability was restored under military leaders who became pharaohs, establishing the 19th dynasty. The greatest of these was Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, who ruled for an astonishing 66 years, from approximately 1279 to 1213 BCE. Ramses II was a master of propaganda, covering Egypt with monuments proclaiming his divine power and military prowess. His most famous military engagement was the Battle of Kadesh, fought against the Hittite Empire, which he portrayed as a great victory, though it was more likely a tactical draw. His building works were equally impressive, including the completion of the great hypostyle hall at Karnak, additions to the Temple of Luxor, and his magnificent mortuary temple, the Ramesseum. Most spectacular of all are the temples he carved into the living rock at Abu Simbel, with 4 colossal seated figures of himself guarding the entrance. Ramses II fathered over 100 children and lived to such an advanced age that he outlived many of his heirs. When he died, at approximately 90 years old, he was buried in the Valley of the Kings, though his mummy would later be moved by priests to protect it from tomb robbers. After Ramses II, Egypt began a slow decline, while the 20th dynasty began strongly under Ramses III, who successfully repelled invasions by the mysterious Sea Peoples. Subsequent rulers faced mounting problems. Economic difficulties, corruption, and declining international influence all contributed to Egypt's gradual weakening. The Third Intermediate Period saw Egypt divided again, with Libyan dynasties ruling in the north and priest kings controlling Thebes in the south. Later, Egypt would fall under the control of various foreign powers, including Nubians, Assyrians, Persians, and eventually Alexander the Great. Alexander's conquest in 332 BCE led to the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, a line of Greek rulers who governed Egypt for nearly 300 years. The Ptolemies adopted many aspects of pharaonic tradition, presenting themselves as pharaohs in Egyptian context, while remaining thoroughly Greek in culture. The last pharaoh of independent Egypt was Cleopatra VII, whose romantic and political alliances with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony represented desperate attempts to preserve Egyptian autonomy against Roman expansion. With her suicide in 30 BCE, following defeat by Octavian's forces, Egypt became a province of the Roman Empire. The age of the pharaohs had come to an end. Now that we've explored the historical progression of the pharaohs, let's examine in more detail the regalia, symbols, and daily life of these god-kings. The visual presentation of pharaonic power was carefully crafted through specific royal insignia, each laden with symbolic meaning. The most recognizable symbol of pharaonic authority was the double crown, or skent, combining the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt. This visual representation of the unified kingdom remained a potent symbol throughout Egyptian history. Other important regalia included the crook and flail, crossed over the chest, representing the pharaoh's role as shepherd of his people and his power to punish wrongdoers. The uraeus, or rearing cobra, adorned the royal brow, symbolizing the goddess Watchet's protection and the pharaoh's ability to strike down enemies. In official artwork, pharaohs were depicted according to strict artistic conventions. The standardized portrayal included a muscular body, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and an expressionless face gazing into eternity. These idealized images represented not the individual ruler's actual appearance, but the perfect embodiment of divine kingship. Royal names reflected the pharaoh's divine status and cosmic role. Each king had 5 official names, collectively known as the titulary, including the Horus name, the Nebti name, the Golden Horus name, the throne name, and the birth name. The throne and birth names were written inside oval cartouches, setting them apart as royal designations. The daily life of a pharaoh was governed by elaborate protocol and ritual. Upon waking, the king would be bathed, anointed with oils, and dressed by attendants. Every aspect of royal appearance was carefully managed, from the application of makeup, including the distinctive Egyptian eye paint, to the fitting of elaborate wigs and ceremonial beards. Morning rituals often included prayers and offerings to the gods, performed either in the palace chapel or by priests acting on the pharaoh's behalf in temples throughout the kingdom. As the living embodiment of divine order, the pharaoh's primary religious duty was maintaining Maat through proper observance of sacred rituals. Government business occupied much of the royal day. The pharaoh would meet with high officials, including the vizier or chief minister, to discuss affairs of state. elections, tax collection, public works projects, or military matters. As supreme judge, the pharaoh might hear appeals of important legal cases. While most day-to-day justice was administered by local officials, the pharaoh represented the ultimate judicial authority, with the power of life and death over his subjects. The pharaoh's public appearances were carefully stage-managed events. Processions through the capital or journeys to important religious sites allowed ordinary Egyptians to glimpse their divine ruler. These occasions were marked by elaborate ceremony, with the pharaoh carried on a portable throne, shaded by feather fans, and accompanied by musicians and guards. Despite their divine status, pharaohs were very much human in their personal lives. They married, often to multiple wives, with the great royal wife holding special status. Many pharaohs, particularly during the New Kingdom, maintained large harems, which served both personal and diplomatic functions. Royal marriages frequently included sisters or half-sisters, particularly for the primary wife. This practice, shocking by modern standards, reflected Egyptian mythological precedent, specifically the divine couple Osiris and Isis, who were brother and sister. It also served to keep royal blood pure and prevent claims to the throne through marriage. Children born to the pharaoh, particularly sons, received careful education preparing them for potential leadership. The crown prince might serve as a military commander or be assigned significant administrative responsibilities to prepare him for eventual kingship. Not all pharaohs died peacefully after long reigns. Assassination was an occupational hazard, with several rulers meeting violent ends. Amenemhati was murdered in his sleep, according to a literary text known as the Instructions of Amenemhat. Ramses III appears to have been the victim of a harem conspiracy, with modern CT scans of his mummy revealing a slit throat. When a pharaoh died, elaborate funeral preparations began immediately. The body underwent the complex mummification process, taking approximately 70 days. First, the internal organs were removed, with the brain extracted through the nostrils using special hooks. The organs, except for the heart, were preserved separately in canopic jars, each under the protection of one of the four sons of Horus. The heart, believed to be the seat of intelligence and emotion, remained in the body, as it would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at in the afterlife judgment. After removal of the organs, the body was covered with natron, a naturally occurring salt, to dry it completely. Once desiccated, the corpse was anointed with oils, wrapped in linen bandages, and placed in a series of nested coffins. The funeral procession to the tomb was an elaborate affair, with the mummy transported across the Nile to the West Bank, symbolic realm of the dead. Professional mourners wailed and threw dust on their heads, while priests performed the critical opening of the mouth ceremony, magically reanimating the deceased senses for the afterlife. In the tomb, the pharaoh's body was surrounded by everything needed for eternal life. Food, furniture, clothing, jewelry, weapons, and religious texts ensured comfort and protection in the next world. Statues called Shakti figures were included to perform any labor required in the afterlife. With the pharaoh safely entombed, attention turned to the mortuary cult that would sustain him eternally. Priests assigned to the royal mortuary temple performed daily rituals, offering food, drink, and prayers to the deceased king's spirit. These practices were funded by estates specifically dedicated to supporting the royal cult. Now, let us return to pyramids and explore their religious and cosmological significance. Far more than mere tombs, pyramids embody profound theological concepts, connecting the deceased king to the celestial realm. The pyramid shape itself was highly symbolic. Its triangular sides were thought to represent the rays of the sun, creating a stairway on which the pharaoh's soul could ascend to join Ra, the sun god, in his daily journey across the sky. The pyramid peak, originally covered in gold or electrum, would have gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, reinforcing this solar connection. Pyramids were also associated with the primeval mound, the first land to emerge from the waters of chaos, according to Egyptian creation myths. By being buried within a pyramid, the pharaoh symbolically connected himself with the moment of creation and the potential for rebirth. The pyramid's four sides, precisely aligned with the cardinal directions, reflected the Egyptian view of the cosmos. This perfect orientation anchored the structure in the universal order, making it a microcosm of creation and a fixed point connecting earth and sky. Some scholars suggest that pyramids served as celestial markers, deliberately aligned with significant stars or constellations. The air shafts in the Great Pyramid, for example, point toward important stars in the northern and southern skies, possibly creating pathways for the pharaoh spirit to travel to the celestial realm. The placement of pyramids on the west bank of the Nile, where the sun set each day, reinforced their association with death and rebirth. Just as the sun died each evening in the west, only to be reborn in the east, so too would the entombed pharaoh experience resurrection. Beyond their religious significance, pyramids serve as powerful political statements. These massive monuments, visible for miles across the flat Egyptian landscape, proclaim the absolute power of the pharaoh and the strength of the centralized state. The ability to organize thousands of workers, mobilize vast resources, and complete such enormous projects demonstrated the pharaoh's divine authority. Pyramid building thus reinforced royal legitimacy, impressing subjects and foreign visitors alike with tangible proof of Egyptian superiority. Pyramids also unified the nation through shared effort. Workers came from throughout Egypt to participate in construction, creating a sense of common purpose and identity. The massive logistics operation, involving quarrying, transportation, food production, and housing touched virtually every aspect of Egyptian society. The practical knowledge developed through pyramid construction, including advances in mathematics, surveying, architecture, and organizational management, benefited Egyptian civilization broadly. These skills could be applied to other projects, such as irrigation systems, temples, and defensive structures. Over time, the form and function of pyramids evolved. While Old Kingdom pyramids stood in isolation, later examples became integrated into larger temple complexes. The smooth-sided true pyramid gave way to different architectural expressions, such as the mud brick pyramids of the Middle Kingdom, or the small steep pyramids of Nubian kings. By the New Kingdom, pyramids had largely been replaced by rock-cut tombs, but their symbolic power remained. Small pyramidions, or pyramid-shaped capstones, crowned many private tombs, and the pyramid shape appeared frequently in religious iconography. Even after Egypt's independence ended, the cultural memory of pyramids persisted. The Nubian kingdom of Kush, which conquered Egypt in the 8th century BCE, adopted pyramid burial for its kings, building more than 200 relatively steep pyramids at sites like Nuri and Meroe. Throughout history, Egypt's pyramids have captivated the human imagination. Greek and Roman tourists visited these ancient wonders, leaving graffiti that can still be seen today. Medieval Arab scholars speculated about their purpose and construction, sometimes attributing them to supernatural forces. European travelers of the 17th and 18th centuries brought back tales and drawings of these colossal structures, fueling Egyptomania in Western culture. Napoleon's Egyptian campaign, which included scientific documentation of monuments, further heightened interest in ancient Egypt's architectural achievements. By the 19th century, pyramids had become powerful symbols in Western art, architecture, and literature, often associated with concepts of eternity, mystery, and esoteric knowledge. The image of the pyramid appeared on everything from cemetery monuments to dollar bills, divorced from its original Egyptian context, but retaining its sense of permanence and power. The scientific study of pyramids began in earnest during the 19th century, with pioneers like John Shea Purring, Richard Lepsius, and Flinders Petrie applying rigorous methodology to understand these structures. Their careful measurements and observations lay the groundwork for modern Egyptology. Throughout the 20th century, archaeological techniques became increasingly sophisticated, revealing new details about pyramid construction and purpose. Excavations around pyramid complexes uncovered workers' villages, satellite structures, and evidence of the social organization that made these projects possible. In recent decades, non-invasive technologies have revolutionized pyramid research. Ground-penetrating radar, infrared thermography, and cosmic ray muon detection allow archaeologists to see inside pyramids without disturbing their structure. These methods have revealed previously unknown chambers and passages, reigniting scientific and public interest. One of the most exciting recent discoveries came in 2017, when the Scan Pyramids project identified a large void above the Grand Gallery in the Great Pyramid, using muon detection technology. This previously unknown space, at least 100 feet long, has sparked new questions about the pyramid's internal structure and purpose. Despite these scientific advances, pyramids continue to attract pseudoscientific theories and speculation. Claims about alien construction, lost civilizations, or mystical powers persist in popular culture, despite overwhelming archaeological evidence for their human origin and purpose. The true story of Egypt's pyramids, revealed through painstaking archaeological work, is actually more impressive than any fantastical theory. These monuments represent the combination of human ingenuity, organizational capacity, and spiritual aspiration, achieved with Stone Age tools and Bronze Age technology. Let us now examine some of the most significant pyramid sites beyond Giza to appreciate the diversity and evolution of these structures throughout ancient Egyptian history. While the Giza pyramids are the most famous, dozens of others dot the landscape along the Nile Valley. Saqqara, the vast necropolis serving the ancient capital of Memphis, contains not only Djoser's Step Pyramid, but numerous other royal and elite tombs spanning 3,000 years of Egyptian history. The Step Pyramid complex, with its magnificent limestone enclosure wall, remains one of the most impressive architectural achievements of the ancient world. Also at Saqqara is the Pyramid of Unas, last king of the 5th dynasty. Though relatively small, this pyramid is historically significant for containing the earliest known pyramid text, hieroglyphic spells carved on the walls of the burial chamber to assist the king's journey to the afterlife. The Pyramid of Teti, first king of the 6th dynasty, continues this tradition of inscribed spells. Though its exterior has deteriorated to little more than a mound, its burial chamber remains well preserved, with beautiful star pattern decoration on the ceiling, representing the night sky. At Dashur, about 25 miles south of Cairo, stand the Bent Pyramid and Red Pyramid of Sneferu. The Bent Pyramid, with its distinctive change in angle, represents a transitional form between step pyramids and true pyramids. It also retains more of its original limestone casing than almost any other pyramid. Sneferu's Red Pyramid, named for the rusty hue of its limestone blocks, was ancient Egypt's first successful true pyramid. Its perfected 43-degree angle established the stable design that would influence all subsequent pyramids. Visitors today can enter its impressive internal chambers, experiencing the cool silence of spaces designed for eternity. At Nadim, further south, stands what may have been Sneferu's first pyramid attempt. Originally built as a step pyramid, was later converted to a true pyramid, but has collapsed into what locals call El Haram El Khatab, or the false pyramid. Its ruined state provides valuable insights into pyramid construction techniques. The Abusir Pyramid Field, containing pyramids of 5th Dynasty kings, shows the gradual reduction in pyramid size and quality after the 4th Dynasty. These structures, though less impressive than their Giza predecessors, were still major undertakings, requiring substantial resources and skilled labor. At Lisht, the necropolis of the early Middle Kingdom capital, stand the pyramids of Amenemhata I and Senusret I. These represent a revival of pyramid building after the first intermediate period, though with significant changes in construction technique, using mud brick cores with limestone casing. The last major royal pyramids were built during the 13th Dynasty, around 1700 BCE, at sites like Dashur and Hawara. King Amenemhat III's Hawara pyramid featured an extraordinarily complex series of passageways designed to deter tomb robbers, which the Greek historian Herodotus later described as the labyrinth. Though pyramid construction for pharaohs ended, the pyramid form maintained its sacred significance. During the New Kingdom, private individuals sometimes included small brick pyramids atop their tombs, particularly at Deir el-Medina, village of the workers who built the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. The most extensive revival of pyramid building occurred far to the south, in Nubia, modern Sudan. The Kingdom of Kush, which conquered Egypt as the 25th Dynasty, adopted the pyramid form for royal burials, but with a distinctive style, much steeper sides and smaller scale. At sites like El Karu, Nuri, and Merowe, over 200 Nubian pyramids were constructed between 800 BCE and 350 CE. These relatively small structures, typically reaching only 20 to 30 meters in height, demonstrate the enduring cultural power of the pyramid form, long after Egypt's Pyramid Age had ended. Now, let us consider the lives of ordinary Egyptians who built these extraordinary monuments. Contrary to the popular misconception that slaves constructed the pyramids, archaeological evidence reveals a workforce of free Egyptian laborers, many of whom were skilled craftsmen. Excavations at pyramid workers' villages, particularly at Giza, have revolutionized our understanding of the social organization behind pyramid construction. These settlements house thousands of workers, with specialized areas for food production, tool making, and administration. The workforce appears to have included both permanent staff, including skilled stone cutters, architects, and managers, and a rotating labor force of farmers who worked during the annual Nile flood, when agricultural fields were submerged. This seasonal availability of labor, coinciding with easier water transportation of stone blocks, made the inundation period ideal for construction. Evidence from workers' cemeteries indicates that pyramid builders received good medical care. Skeletal remains show healed fractures and injuries, suggesting that injured workers were treated rather than simply replaced. Some individuals lived for years after serious injuries, indicating they continue to be supported by the community. The diet of pyramid workers was remarkably rich in protein-heavy. Animal bone remains from workers' villages show consumption of beef, lamb, goat, and fish, along with bread, beer, and various fruits and vegetables. This high-quality diet was necessary to sustain the intense physical labor of pyramid construction. Inscriptions and graffiti left by workers reveal that they organized into teams, often with competitive names like the Drunkards of Menkore or Friends of Khufu. These crews took pride in their work, sometimes marking completed blocks with their team name, suggesting a sense of investment in these royal projects. The social structure of pyramid building campaigns included various specialized roles: stonecutters at quarries, transportation crews, masons, surveyors, ramp builders, food providers, and administrative scribes all contributed their specific skills. This division of labor increased efficiency and quality. Leadership for these massive projects came from the highest levels of government. Imhotep, architect of Djoser's Step Pyramid, held multiple titles including Treasurer of the King of Lower Egypt and High Priest of Heliopolis. His extraordinary achievement in designing the world's first monumental stone building earned him deification in later Egyptian history. Other pyramid project managers, like Hemianu, overseer of works for the Great Pyramid, were typically close relatives of the pharaoh. These royal connections ensured access to necessary resources and the authority to mobilize labor and materials on an unprecedented scale. The administrative complexity of pyramid projects should not be underestimated. Organizing thousands of workers, ensuring adequate supplies of food, water, and tools, and coordinating specialized teams required sophisticated management systems. Scribes kept careful records of materials, rations, and work assignments. Pyramid construction represented a massive investment of national resources. Some scholars estimate that building the Great Pyramid required approximately 20,000 workers over 20 years, consuming a significant portion of Egypt's surplus production. This level of investment was only possible in a highly centralized state, with efficient agricultural systems and strong royal authority. The religious motivation behind this investment cannot be overstated. For ancient Egyptians, ensuring the pharaoh's successful journey to the afterlife was a matter of cosmic importance. The king's continued existence among the gods guaranteed divine favor for Egypt, and the continuation of Ma'at, or universal order. Participating in pyramid construction, therefore, was not just labor, but a religious act, contributing to the spiritual welfare of the entire nation. Workers may have viewed their participation as a form of service to the gods, ensuring blessings for themselves and their families. Let us now turn our attention to the technological and mathematical knowledge that made pyramid construction possible. The precision achieved by ancient Egyptian builders, working without modern tools or instruments, continues to impress modern engineers and architects. Egyptian mathematics, though different from our own system, was sophisticated enough for complex architectural calculations. The Moscow and Rhine mathematical papyri demonstrate Egyptian facility with geometry, including methods for calculating the volume of truncated pyramids and determining the slope of pyramid faces. Surveying techniques allowed for remarkable accuracy in establishing level foundations and aligning structures to the cardinal directions. Egyptian surveyors used simple but effective tools, including plumb bobs, set squares, and measuring ropes with knots at regular intervals. The orientation of the Great Pyramid demonstrates this precision, with sides aligned to true north with an error of less than 1/15 of 1 degree. This accuracy was likely achieved using stellar observations, particularly of circumpolar stars that rotate around the North Celestial Pole. The leveling of pyramid bases across areas covering more than 13 acres was accomplished using water-filled trenches. This simple but ingenious method, exploiting water's natural tendency to find a level surface, achieved results that would impress modern surveyors. Stone cutting technology evolved significantly during the Pyramid Age. Early builders used copper chisels and stone hammers, tools that seem inadequate for cutting hard granite and basalt. Experimental archaeology suggests that abrasive sand, used with copper saws and drills, made working these materials possible, though still extraordinarily time-consuming. For softer limestone, which comprises most pyramid material, copper tools were more effective. Quarry marks on blocks show evidence of systematic extraction methods, with channels cut around blocks before they were levered out from the bedrock. Transportation of stone blocks from quarries to construction sites represented a major logistical challenge. Limestone came from quarries near the pyramids, but granite was transported over 500 miles from Aswan, requiring sophisticated river transport systems. Blocks were likely moved using wooden sleds, pulled by teams of men over lubricated tracks. While paintings from later periods show large statues being moved this way, with water poured before the sled to reduce friction. Modern experiments have confirmed the effectiveness of this method. The exact techniques used to raise blocks to the upper levels of pyramids remain debated. Various types of ramps have been proposed, including straight external ramps, spiral ramps wrapping around the pyramid, or zigzag ramps on one or more faces. Each system presents advantages and challenges for builders. Recent evidence suggests that at least some pyramids may have utilized internal ramp systems. Architect Jean-Pierre Houdin's theory, involving an internal spiral ramp for the Great Pyramid, has gained support from thermal imaging studies, which detected anomalies consistent with his proposed ramp location. The final stage of pyramid construction involved applying a smooth limestone casing, covering the step core. These casing stones were cut with extraordinary precision and polished to create a gleaming surface that would have reflected the sun brilliantly. Few of these casing stones remain in place today, as most were removed in later periods for use in other buildings. At the pyramid peak, a special capstone or pyramidion was placed, often covered in gold or electrum. This finishing touch would have caught the first and last rays of the sun each day, symbolically connecting the pharaoh's tomb with the solar deity. Interior passages and chambers presented their own engineering challenges. Supporting the immense weight above burial chambers required innovative solutions, such as the corbelled roof design in the Great Pyramid's Grand Gallery, or the massive granite beams used in the King's Chamber. The King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid demonstrates particularly impressive engineering. To prevent its ceiling from collapsing under the weight above, builders created 5 stress-relieving chambers, with massive granite beams redistributing the load away from the burial space. This solution has proven effective for over 4,500 years. Ventilation shafts in the Great Pyramid, once thought to be purely symbolic star-aligned passages, may have served practical purposes during construction, allowing communication between workers inside and outside the structure. They might also have facilitated the movement of smaller materials or provided ventilation for workers. The precision fitting of stone blocks, particularly in interior chambers and passages, remains one of the most impressive aspects of pyramid construction. Some joints are so perfect that a knife blade cannot be inserted between blocks, an achievement all the more remarkable given the massive size of these stones. Let's now explore the religious texts and artifacts associated with pyramids, which provide insight into ancient Egyptian beliefs about death and afterlife. These sources reveal the complex spiritual landscape that gave meaning to these monumental structures. The pyramid text, first appearing in the Pyramid of Unis, represent the oldest known religious writings in the world. Carved in vertical columns on the walls of burial chambers and passages, these hieroglyphic inscriptions contain over 700 distinct utterances or spells. These texts serve multiple purposes, including protecting the deceased king from harm, helping him navigate the dangers of the afterlife, and facilitating his transformation into an Acht, or effective spirit. Many spells identify the pharaoh with various deities, particularly Osiris and Ra, reinforcing his divine status. The content of the pyramid text reflects ancient Egyptian star religion, with many spells referring to the king joining the imperishable stars, the circumpolar stars that never set below the horizon. Other utterances describe the king ascending to heaven on solar boats, or as a bird, particularly a falcon, associated with the god Horus. One famous spell declares, "A stairway to heaven is laid for him so that he may ascend to heaven thereby." This concept of heavenly ascent, physically embodied by the pyramid form itself, was central to royal afterlife beliefs during the Old Kingdom. Later pyramid chambers contained coffin text, an evolved form of funerary literature that would eventually develop into the Book of the Dead. These texts democratize afterlife beliefs, extending to non-royal individuals the spiritual privileges once reserved for pharaohs. The artifacts placed within pyramid burial chambers reflected beliefs about the pharaoh's needs in the afterlife. These typically included food offerings, furniture, weapons, jewelry, and ritual objects. Regrettably, most pyramid burial chambers were looted in antiquity, leaving archaeologists with limited evidence of their original contents. Canopic jars, containing the pharaoh's preserved internal organs, were standard elements of royal burials. These 4 vessels, often made of alabaster, were each protected by one of the 4 sons of Horus: Imsidi, Hapi, Duamuth, and Kebe-Senoef. Funerary statues, particularly Ka statues representing the pharaoh's spiritual double, provided physical anchors for the deceased spirit. These statues, placed in sealed chambers called serdabs, had small openings allowing them to view offerings presented in adjacent chambers. Shakti figures, small servant statues, were included to perform labor on the pharaoh's behalf in the afterlife. When the deceased was called upon to work in the fields of Osiris, these magical substitutes would respond, "Here I am, ready to take his place." Model boats were another common burial item, reflecting the importance of water transport in Egyptian life and afterlife. Solar boats, in particular, allowed the pharaoh to join Ra on his daily journey across the sky and through the dangerous underworld at night. The most spectacular example of a solar boat is the full-sized vessel discovered in 1954, buried in a sealed pit beside the Great Pyramid. This 143-foot-long cedarwood ship, disassembled into 1,224 pieces, was reconstructed over 14 years and is now displayed in a special museum at Giza. While most pyramid treasures have been lost to ancient looters, some remarkable discoveries have occurred at pyramid sites. In 1938, excavators found a small intact tomb belonging to Queen Hetepheres, mother of Khufu, containing furniture, vessels, and jewelry. This rare find offers a glimpse of the luxury that once accompanied royal burials. More recently, in 2019, archaeologists discovered a cache of mummified animals, including lions, near the pyramid of Sahareh at Saqqara. Such findings continue to enhance our understanding of the ritual landscape surrounding these monuments and the ongoing religious activities they hosted. The temples associated with pyramids were sites of perpetual ritual activity, designed to sustain the deceased pharaoh's spirit. Daily offerings of food, drink, and incense were presented before the pharaoh's cult statue, while priests recited prayers and performed purification rituals. These mortuary cults could continue for generations, or even centuries, supported by endowments of agricultural land, specifically dedicated to producing offerings. The most successful royal cults, such as that of King Sneferu, remained active for over 800 years after the ruler's death. Now, let us explore the broader cultural and political landscape of ancient Egypt, examining how the age of the pyramids fits within the longer arc of Egyptian civilization. This context helps us understand both the conditions that made pyramid building possible and why this extraordinary tradition eventually ended. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, traditionally attributed to King Narmer around 3100 BCE, established the fundamental political framework of ancient Egypt. This unified kingdom, with its centralized authority, created the organizational capacity necessary for monumental construction. During the early dynastic period, royal burial practices evolved from simple pig graves to increasingly elaborate mud brick mastaba tombs. These rectangular structures, with sloping sides and flat tops, were the architectural predecessors of true pyramids. The Old Kingdom, beginning with the Third Dynasty around 2686 BCE, represented the first great flowering of Egyptian civilization. This period saw unprecedented centralization of power, with the pharaoh commanding absolute authority as both political leader and divine intermediary. This concentration of power, combined with agricultural prosperity from the reliable Nile floods, created ideal conditions for pyramid building. The surplus wealth and labor of the entire nation could be directed toward these massive royal projects without serious political opposition. The Old Kingdom system functioned through a complex bureaucracy, with a vizier, or chief minister, implementing the pharaoh's directives through various departments. Provincial governors, known as nomarchs, administered the 42 nomes, or districts, that made up ancient Egypt. This administrative structure initially reinforced central authority, as officials owed their positions directly to royal appointment. Over time, however, these offices became increasingly hereditary, creating powerful local dynasties with interests sometimes at odds with the crown. The height of pyramid building coincided with Egypt's most absolute monarchy during the Fourth Dynasty. As provincial power grew in the Fifth and Sixth Dynasties, pyramid size and quality gradually diminished, perhaps reflecting the diversion of resources to regional elites. The end of the Old Kingdom, around 2181 BCE, brought a collapse of central authority. This first intermediate period, lasting approximately 125 years, saw Egypt fragment into competing regions, with multiple claimants to the throne. Multiple factors likely contributed to this collapse, including unusually low Nile floods, causing agricultural failure, increasing power of provincial governors, and possibly the strain that generations of pyramid building placed on national resources. Some scholars suggest that massive investment in mortuary monuments, rather than productive infrastructure, may have weakened the state, When strong central rule was restored under the Middle Kingdom, around 2055 BC, pharaohs resumed pyramid construction, but never again on the colossal scale of the Old Kingdom. Middle Kingdom pyramids were smaller, with mud brick cores and limestone facades, requiring less labor and material than their solid stone predecessors. The political philosophy of the Middle Kingdom differed from the Old Kingdom's absolute divine kingship. Literature from this period, such as the instruction of King Amenemhat I, depicts a more pragmatic and less godlike pharaoh, concerned with practical governance and social justice. A second period of fragmentation, the Second Intermediate Period, saw foreign rulers called Hyksos control northern Egypt, while native Egyptian kings maintained power in the south. This division lasted until Ahmose expelled the Hyksos around 1550 BC, establishing the 18th dynasty and the New Kingdom. The New Kingdom era, Egypt's imperial age, witnessed a significant shift in royal burial practices. Pharaohs abandoned pyramids entirely, choosing instead hidden rock-cut tombs in the Valley of the Kings, near Thebes, modern Luxor. This change reflected practical security concerns, as the highly visible pyramids had proven vulnerable to tomb robbery, despite their sophisticated internal security features. Concealed tombs, carved deep into the Theban cliffs, offered better protection for the pharaoh's body and treasures. The religious focus also shifted during the New Kingdom, with increased emphasis on the pharaoh's identification with Osiris, god of the underworld, rather than Ra, the sun god. This theological evolution aligned with the move from soaring sun-symbolic pyramids to subterranean tombs mimicking Osiris's underworld realm. Despite abandoning pyramid tombs, New Kingdom pharaohs invested heavily in mortuary temples, separated from their actual burial places for security. Magnificent examples, such as Queen Hatshepsut's temple at Deir el-Bahari or Ramses II's Ramesseum, continue the tradition of monumental royal mortuary architecture. The New Kingdom eventually gave way to the Third Intermediate Period, beginning around 1070 BCE, when Egypt again fragmented. During subsequent centuries, Egypt would experience periods of unity and division, along with rule by various foreign powers, including Libyans, Nubians, Assyrians, Persians, and eventually Alexander the Great. Alexander's conquest in 332 BCE established the Ptolemaic dynasty, a line of Greek pharaohs who ruled until Cleopatra VII's defeat by Rome in 30 BC. These Greco-Egyptian rulers maintained many pharaonic traditions, but did not return to pyramid building, preferring Greek-influenced architectural forms. Throughout these later periods, Egypt's ancient pyramids remain powerful symbols, inspiring awe in visitors from Greece, Rome, and beyond. Greek historian Herodotus, visiting in the 5th century BCE, recorded some of the earliest foreign accounts of these monuments, mixing accurate observations with fanciful legends. Let us now consider the global context of pyramid building, as this architectural form appears in multiple ancient civilizations. While Egypt's pyramids are the most famous, similar structures were built independently in Mesopotamia, China, the Americas, and elsewhere. Mesopotamian ziggurats, step temple towers built from the 3rd millennium BC, share the pyramid's basic shape, but serve different functions. Unlike Egyptian pyramids, ziggurats were not tombs, but temples, with shrines at their summits where priests conducted rituals. The Great Ziggurat of yore, built around 2100 BC for the moon god Nana, rises in 3 tiers to a height of about 100 feet. While modest compared to Egypt's Great Pyramid, it represents an impressive feat of ancient Sumerian engineering, with a core of mud brick and an outer shell of baked brick. In ancient China, earth mounds covered imperial tombs, creating artificial hills rather than geometrically precise pyramids. The most famous example, Emperor Qin Shi Huang's massive mausoleum, contains the famous terracotta army, though its exterior appears as a natural hill rather than a defined pyramid. More pyramid-like structures appear in Southeast Asia, particularly in the form of Buddhist stupas and Hindu temples. Borobudur in Java, built around 800 CE, rises in 9 terraced levels, forming a massive step pyramid covered with Buddhist reliefs and statues. The most extensive pyramid building tradition outside Egypt developed in pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, where multiple civilizations constructed step pyramids as temple platforms. The Olmec, Maya, Zapotec, Toltec, and Aztec peoples all built impressive pyramid structures, spanning nearly 3,000 years of history. The Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, Mexico, built around 200 CE, stands as the 3rd largest pyramid in the world, rising to approximately 216 feet, with a base covering about 5 acres. This massive structure demonstrates the engineering prowess of ancient Mesoamerican builders. Maya pyramids, such as the Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, combine architectural precision with astronomical knowledge. This particular structure is designed so that during the spring and autumn equinoxes, triangular shadows create the appearance of a serpent descending the pyramid's staircase. Unlike Egyptian pyramids, Mesoamerican examples typically feature temples at their summits, where religious ceremonies, sometimes including human sacrifice, were conducted. These structures served as literal and symbolic connectors between earth and sky, allowing priests to approach the realm of the gods. In South America, the Moche and Chimú cultures of Peru built massive adobe brick platforms, called huacas, which function similarly to Mesoamerican pyramids. The Huaca del Sol, constructed around 450 CE, originally contained over 130 million adobe bricks, making it one of the largest pre-Columbian structures in the Americas. The fact that pyramid forms appeared independently in multiple ancient civilizations suggests certain universal aspects of human religious thought and architectural development. The desire to create artificial mountains, reaching toward the heavens, appears to be a common expression of sacred architecture across diverse cultures. These various pyramid traditions also reflect similar practical considerations. The pyramid shape, with its broad base narrowing toward the top, represents one of the most stable architectural forms, allowing for impressive height without sophisticated materials or techniques. This inherent stability explains why pyramids have survived when other ancient structures have collapsed. Let us return to Egypt's pyramids and consider their legacy in world culture. Few human creations have inspired such enduring fascination or generated so many theories, ranging from scholarly analysis to fantastic speculation. Greek and Roman writers, including Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, and Pliny the Elder, recorded some of the earliest foreign accounts of Egypt's pyramids. Their descriptions, mixing observation with legend, formed the basis of Western knowledge about these monuments for centuries. Medieval Arab scholars also studied the pyramids, developing their own theories about their purpose and construction. Some, like Ibn Battuta, correctly understood them as royal tombs, while others proposed they were pre-flood repositories of scientific knowledge, built by an ancient king who foresaw the coming deluge. European interest in the pyramids intensified during the Renaissance as part of a broader fascination with classical antiquity. By the 17th and 18th centuries, European travelers were making the difficult journey to Egypt, returning with drawings and accounts that fueled Egyptomania in Western culture. Napoleon's Egyptian campaign from 1798 to 1801 included a scientific commission that systematically documented Egypt's ancient monuments. The resulting publication, Description de l'Egypte, with its detailed engravings and measurements, laid the foundation for modern Egyptology. The decipherment of hieroglyphics, achieved by Jean-Francois Champollion in 1822, using the Rosetta Stone, revolutionized the study of ancient Egypt. For the first time, scholars could read the Egyptians' own accounts of their history and beliefs, rather than relying on Greek or Roman interpretations. Scientific exploration of the pyramids accelerated in the 19th century, with pioneering archaeologists like Howard Weiss, John Purring, and Flinders Petrie applying increasingly rigorous methods. Petrie's meticulous measurements of the Great Pyramid, published in 1883, established new standards for archaeological precision. Throughout this period, the pyramids also attracted mystical and esoteric interpretations. Various writers claimed to find hidden mathematical codes, prophetic timelines, or universal constants embedded in pyramid dimensions. Such pyramidology flourished in the 19th and early 20th centuries, though it has been thoroughly debunked by scientific research. popular fascination with pyramids surged again in the 1970s, with claims about pyramid power. The notion that the pyramid shape itself concentrates mysterious energies. Proponents suggested that small-scale pyramids could preserve food, sharpen razor blades, or enhance meditation, ideas without scientific foundation, but reflecting the pyramid's enduring mystique. More extreme theories, suggesting alien intervention or lost super civilizations, continue to appear in popular media, despite overwhelming archaeological evidence for the human origin and development of pyramid architecture. These persistent myths perhaps speak to our reluctance to accept that ancient humans, without advanced technology, could achieve such extraordinary feats. In modern Egypt, the pyramids serve as both national symbols and crucial economic assets. Tourism centered on these monuments provides vital income, supporting millions of Egyptians directly and indirectly. Balancing preservation with access presents ongoing challenges for Egyptian authorities as they manage these irreplaceable historical treasures. The Great Pyramid's status as the oldest of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and the only one still standing, underscores its exceptional historical importance. In 1979, UNESCO recognized the Giza Pyramid Complex as a World Heritage Site, acknowledging its universal value to human culture. Recent decades have seen significant advances in our understanding of the pyramids, thanks to new archaeological techniques. Ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR scanning, thermal imaging, and cosmic ray muon detection allow researchers to study these structures non-invasively, preserving their integrity while revealing new details. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids project announced the discovery of a large, previously unknown void in the Great Pyramid, detected using muon tomography. This finding demonstrates that even after centuries of study, these ancient monuments still hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. Excavations around the pyramids continue to yield important discoveries. Recent work at pyramid workers' villages, production facilities, and harbor installations has transformed our understanding of the social organization behind pyramid construction, revealing a sophisticated project management system rather than brute force slave labor. Environmental threats to the pyramids, including air pollution, groundwater rise, and urban encroachment, present preservation challenges. Climate change, with its potential for more extreme weather events, poses additional risks to these ancient structures, requiring ongoing conservation efforts. As we conclude our exploration of Egyptian pharaohs and pyramids, let us reflect on what these monuments reveal about human capability and aspiration. The pyramids stand as testament to what can be achieved through vision, organization, and shared purpose, even with limited technological resources. They remind us that our ancestors were not primitive or limited in their thinking, but capable of extraordinary achievements requiring sophisticated mathematics, astronomy, engineering, and project management. The precision and scale of these monuments should inspire humility about our assumptions regarding ancient capabilities. The religious motivation behind the pyramid speaks to universal human concerns about mortality and the desire for continuity beyond death. While their specific theological context was unique to ancient Egyptian culture, the impulse to create permanent markers of existence and pathways to eternity resonates across civilizations. The pharaonic system that produced these monuments, with its absolute concentration of power and resources, presents complex ethical questions for modern observers. We might question the justice of devoting such vast national resources to royal tombs, while acknowledging the cultural and religious framework that made such projects meaningful to ancient Egyptians. What cannot be questioned, however, is the aesthetic and technical achievement these structures represent. Their elegant simplicity of form, combined with astonishing precision of execution, creates monuments that continue to inspire awe after more than 4 millennia. As the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts declare, the king is not dead. The king has departed into life. In a sense, the pharaohs achieved their goal of immortality, though perhaps not as they intended. While their bodies have turned to dust or reside in museum cases, their names and achievements live on through the monuments they created. The Great Pyramid has stood watch over the Nile Valley for 4,500 years, through the rise and fall of countless empires, the birth of the world's great religions, and the entire span of recorded history. It will likely still stand, eroded but recognizable, millennia from now, when many of our modern structures have crumbled to dust. In their ambition, precision, and durability, the pyramids offer a powerful reminder of both human mortality and our capacity to create works of lasting significance. They stand as silent witnesses to humanity's eternal quest to transcend our brief individual lives and leave marks that outlast us. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the golden Egyptian sun setting behind the pyramids, casting long shadows across the desert sand. Picture the ancient Egyptians who built these monuments, stone by stone, their hands and minds creating wonders that would outlast their civilization. Let the timeless majesty of these structures carry you into peaceful dreams, connected to the grand sweep of human history. May your journey through the land of the pharaohs bring you restful sleep, and perhaps inspire dreams of golden sunlight, desert landscapes, and monuments reaching toward eternity. Good night, and may the ancient wisdom of Egypt guide your path to peaceful slumber. Welcome to this extensive exploration of Maori culture and New Zealand myths, where we will journey through the rich tapestry of traditions, stories, and cultural practices of New Zealand's indigenous people, the Maori, who have inhabited these beautiful islands for over 1,000 years. We'll begin by understanding the origins of the Maori people, explore their profound connection to the land, and discover the intricate mythology that has shaped their worldview, passing down wisdom through generations. As we explore this fascinating culture, we'll learn about important concepts like mana, tapu, and wakapapa, which form the foundation of Maori identity and social structure. We'll also discover the art of traditional storytelling, the significance of tattoos or tamoko, and the powerful ceremonial haka that many know from sporting events, but which has much deeper cultural significance. So settle in comfortably, take a deep breath, and join me on this fascinating journey into the heart of Maori culture and mythology, where ancient wisdom meets the modern world. Let's begin with the origins of the Maori people, who refer to themselves as Tangata Whenua, the people of the land. According to both Maori oral tradition and archaeological evidence, the Maori people arrived in New Zealand, or Aotearoa as they called it, sometime between 1250 and 1300 CE. Aotearoa translates beautifully as the land of the long white cloud, referring to the appearance of the islands from a distance, with clouds hovering over the mountainous landscape. The Maori are Polynesian people, part of the broader Pacific Islander cultural group, who navigated thousands of miles of open ocean in double-hulled canoes, called waka. Their journey to New Zealand represents one of humanity's greatest feats of navigation and exploration, accomplished without modern instruments, using instead the stars, ocean currents, and migratory patterns of birds and sea creatures as guides. Maori tradition speaks of a great navigator named Kupe, who discovered Aotearoa and then returned to his homeland, Hawaii, to tell others about this new land. Hawaii is not a specific physical place that can be identified today, but rather a spiritual homeland, the place from which the Maori believe their ancestors came, and to which their spirits return after death. The migration to Aotearoa wasn't a single event, but rather occurred in waves, with various waka or canoes arriving at different times, carrying people who would establish distinct tribal groups. These original waka and their captains are remembered in oral histories, with many Maori able to trace their wakapapa, or genealogy, back to specific canoes in the regions from which they came. The Great Fleet, or Ngawaka, refers to a collection of these migration canoes, which according to some traditions, arrived together in a planned migration. Though historians debate whether such a coordinated fleet actually existed, the oral traditions surrounding these waka remain culturally significant, forming the basis of tribal identities today. Upon arriving in Aotearoa, the Maori found a land unlike any they had known before, with temperate forests, snow-capped mountains, and unique wildlife. The land was home to the now extinct moa, massive flightless birds that could grow up to 12 feet tall, providing an abundant source of food for early settlers. Over generations, the Maori adapted their Polynesian cultural practices to this new environment, developing distinct traditions, social structures, and mythology that reflected their new homeland. This adaptation was remarkable, as the climate of New Zealand was significantly colder than the tropical Pacific islands from which they had come, requiring new approaches to agriculture, housing, and clothing. Now that we understand something of their origins, let's explore the fundamental worldview that shapes Maori culture, beginning with their creation mythology. Like many indigenous cultures around the world, Maori mythology begins with a creation story that explains how the universe came into being, providing a framework for understanding the natural world. In the beginning, there was Tekor, the void or nothingness, a state of unrealized potential from which all things would eventually emerge. From Tekor came Tepo, the night or darkness, a long period of cosmic night that contained the seeds of creation. Within this darkness existed Ranginui, the Sky Father, and Papatuanaku, the Earth Mother, who lay in a tight embrace, their children trapped between them and darkness. These children, the departmental gods or Adua, grew increasingly frustrated with their confined existence, longing for space and light. After much deliberation, one of their sons, Tain Mahuta, the god of forests and birds, decided to separate his parents. Placing his shoulders against his mother Papatuanaku and his feet against his father Ranginui, Tain pushed with all his might, forcing them apart and allowing light to enter the world. This separation brought about Te Ao Marama, the world of light, the realm in which humans would eventually dwell. The separation of Rani and Papa was a traumatic event, with Ranginui's tears falling as rain, and Papatuanaku's sighs rising as mist, a poetic explanation for natural weather phenomena. While some of their children were pleased with this new arrangement, one son in particular, Tahiramatio, the god of winds and storms, was angered by his parents' separation. In his rage, Tahiramatio followed his father to the sky, from where he continues to send storms and hurricanes to torment his brothers and the earth. With the world now bathed in light, Tain Mahuta set about creating living things to adorn his mother, Papatuanaku. He created trees, plants, and birds to inhabit the forests, bringing color and sound to the world. But something was missing, and Tain longed to create human life, beings who could walk upon the earth and appreciate its beauty. At the sacred place called Korowaka, Tain molded the first woman, Hinyuan, from the red clay of the earth. Breathing life into her nostrils, Tain gave her the breath of life, or Maori, creating the first human being. Tain and Hinyuan had a daughter named Hinataitama, the Dawn Maiden, who would later become Tain's wife, unaware that he was her father. When Hinataitama discovered the truth of her parentage, she was ashamed and fled to the underworld, becoming Hainui Tepo, the great lady of night and goddess of death. It is to her realm that the spirits of the deceased travel, completing the cycle of life and death, a journey from light back into darkness. This creation story establishes several important themes in Maori culture, including the interconnectedness of all living things, the personification of natural forces, and the concept that humans are descendants of the gods. From these divine origins, the Maori people trace their lineage, connecting themselves to the land, the sky, and all natural phenomena through their wakapapa or genealogy. This brings us to one of the most important concepts in Maori culture, wakapapa, which literally means to place in layers. Wakapapa is much more than simply a family tree. Although genealogy is certainly part of it, it is a systematic framework that connects all things in the universe. Through wakapapa, the Maori traced their descent from the gods, establishing their place in the cosmos and their relationship to the natural world. A person's wakapapa determines their tribal affiliations, their status within the community, and their rights to land and resources. When Maori meet each other for the first time, they often recite their papeha, a formal introduction that identifies their mountain, river, tribe, sub-tribe, and ancestors. This practice immediately establishes connections between individuals, highlighting shared ancestors or territorial relationships, and situating each person within the broader social and geographical landscape. A typical pepeha might begin with Ko Taranaki Te Mauna, identifying Mount Taranaki as one's mountain, followed by the name of one's river, canoe, tribe, sub-tribe, and finally one's own name. This way of introducing oneself emphasizes that individual identity is inseparable from collective identity, and that people are deeply connected to the land and waters of their ancestors. The emphasis on wakapapa reflects the Maori view that identity is relational rather than individual, defined by one's connections to others and a place, rather than by personal achievements or characteristics. Now let's explore another foundational concept in Maori culture, the idea of mana, which can be roughly translated as prestige, authority, or spiritual power. Mana is a supernatural force that exists in people, objects, and even the land itself, bestowing dignity and respect. A person can inherit mana through their wakapapa, especially if they descend from high-ranking ancestors, but they can also earn mana through their actions and achievements. Chiefs and leaders possess significant mana, which must be respected and acknowledged through proper protocols, but they can also lose mana if they fail to uphold their responsibilities. Objects of cultural importance, such as carved meeting houses or ancestral treasures called tanga, also possess mana, requiring respectful treatment. The concept of mana is closely related to tapu, another central idea in Maori spirituality. Tapu is often translated as sacred or prohibited, but it encompasses a broader set of meanings related to restriction, protection, and spiritual power. People, places, and objects can all be taboo, meaning they are set apart and subject to certain restrictions. A sacred burial ground, for example, would be highly taboo, with strict protocols governing who could enter and what activities could take place there. Similarly, a person of high rank might be taboo, meaning that certain actions, like touching their head or handling their personal belongings, would be restricted. Breaking taboo was considered extremely dangerous, potentially resulting in illness, misfortune, or even death, unless appropriate cleansing rituals were performed. The opposite of taboo is Noah, meaning ordinary or free from restriction, creating a balance between the sacred and the everyday in Maori life. These concepts of mana, taboo, and Noah continue to influence Maori cultural practices today, especially in formal settings like the marae, the traditional meeting grounds. A marae is a complex of buildings that includes the Waranui or meeting house, the Warakai or dining hall, and the marae tea, the open space in front of the meeting house where formal welcomes take place. The Waranui is not just a building but a physical representation of the tribe's ancestors, with a ridge pole representing the main ancestor's backbone, the rafters his ribs, and carvings throughout depicting important tribal figures. Entering a marae involves specific protocols called pauhiri, which acknowledge the taboo nature of the space and ensure that visitors are properly welcomed. These protocols typically include karanga, a ceremonial call exchanged between women of the host group and the visitors, waikorero, formal speeches, and hongi, the pressing of noses and foreheads through which visitors become tangata whenua, people of the land. The marae remains the heart of Maori cultural life, where important meetings are held, celebrations take place, and the deceased are mourned during tanghanga or funeral ceremonies. Having explored some foundational aspects of Maori culture, let's now delve deeper into the rich mythology, beginning with the tales of the demigod Maui, one of the most beloved and mischievous characters in Polynesian legends. Maui is a culture hero, a trickster figure whose exploits explain natural phenomena, teach moral lessons, and entertain audiences with his cleverness and daring. According to legend, Maui was born prematurely and cast into the sea by his mother, wrapped in a topknot of hair. The ocean currents carry the infant Maui, who was rescued by his ancestor Tamanui Te Ra, the sun, who raised him and taught him magic. As Maui grew, he became known for his extraordinary feats, which often involved tricking gods and other powerful beings. One of his most famous accomplishments was fishing up the North Island of New Zealand, known in Maori as Te Ika Maui, or the Fish of Maui. According to the legend, Maui's brothers refused to take him fishing, fearing his troublemaking tendencies. Undeterred, Maui hid in the bottom of their canoe, revealing himself only when they were far out at sea. When his brothers refused to share their bait, Maui punched his own nose, using his blood as bait on a magical fish hook made from his grandmother's jawbone. With this hook, Maui caught an enormous fish, which he pulled to the surface with great effort. This fish became the North Island of New Zealand, with its head to the south and tail to the north, while the South Island was said to be Maui's canoe. Geographic features of the North Island are explained as parts of this great fish, with Lake Taupo being the heart, and the mountains and valleys formed when Maui's greedy brothers began hacking at the fish, against his instructions to wait until he had made offerings to the gods. In another famous tale, Maui slowed down the sun to create longer days. The people had been complaining that the sun moved too quickly across the sky, not allowing enough daylight hours for hunting, fishing, and other necessary activities. Determined to solve this problem, Maui enlisted his brother's help to weave strong ropes from flax. Together, they journeyed to the edge of the world, where they hid and waited for the sun to rise. As Tamanui Te Ra, the sun, began to ascend, Maui and his brothers cast their ropes like lassos, catching the sun and holding it fast. With the sun snared, Maui beat it severely with his grandmother's jawbone, weakening it and forcing it to agree to move more slowly across the sky. From that day forward, the sun traveled at a more leisurely pace, giving people enough daylight to complete their daily tasks. Maui is also credited with bringing fire to humanity, stealing it from the fire goddess Mahoika, his grandmother. In this tale, Maui extinguished all the fires in the village one night, then offered a journey to the underworld to obtain new fire from Mahoika. Upon meeting the fire goddess, Maui asked for one of her flaming fingernails, which she gave him. But on his way back, mischievous as always, he deliberately extinguished the flame in a stream, then returned to ask for another. He repeated this process until Mahoika, realizing she was being tricked, grew angry at her last remaining fingernail at Maui, setting the forest ablaze. Maui escaped by transforming into various birds, but the flames pursued him relentlessly. In desperation, he called upon his ancestors, who sent rain to extinguish the fire. Though most of the flames were doused, some of the fire escaped into certain trees, like the keik hamako and maho. This explains why Maori can create fire by rubbing together sticks from these particular trees, as they contain Mahuika's fire within them. Perhaps the most poignant story about Maui concerns his attempt to conquer death itself. Maui believed that if he could overcome Hainui Te Po, the goddess of death, humans would become immortal. His plan was bold but dangerous. He would enter the goddess's body while she slept, travel through her, and emerge from her mouth, thus reversing the path of death. Accompanied by his bird friends, Maui found Hypnotic sleeping, her obsidian and greenstone eyes partially closed, her mouth open. As Maui began to enter the goddess's body, he warned his bird companions not to laugh, lest they wake her. But the sight of Maui wriggling into the enormous goddess was too comical, and the Piwekawaka, or fantail, burst into laughter. Awakened, Hypnotic crushed Maui between her thighs, killing him instantly. And so, because of this failure, death remained a permanent part of human existence. This tale serves as a reminder that even the cleverest and most powerful heroes cannot overcome certain natural laws, and that death comes to everyone, even demigods. The stories of Maui exemplify the Maori tradition of using mythology to explain natural phenomena, teach moral lessons, and entertain while preserving cultural knowledge. These myths were traditionally passed down orally, often through elaborate recitations called Wakapapa Karero, genealogical narratives that connected contemporary Maori to their mythical ancestors. Beyond Maui, Maori mythology includes countless other stories about gods, heroes, and supernatural beings. Let's explore some of these other important figures, beginning with Tauhaki, a hero whose exploits include journeys to the heavens. Tauhaki was a handsome chief whose adventures often involved his quest to avenge his father's death and his journey to the sky world. After his father was killed by his jealous brothers-in-law, Tauhaki and his brother Karihi sought revenge, successfully defeating their enemies through cleverness and supernatural power. Later, Tauhaki fell in love with Hapai, a celestial maiden who descended to Earth. They married and had a daughter, but eventually Hapai returned to the heavens after Tauhaki insulted her. Determined to find his wife and daughter, Tauhaki journeyed to the sky world, climbing a Vainor, in some versions, a spider's thread. In the sky realm, he disguised himself as an old man, eventually revealing his true identity, reuniting with his family, and gaining sacred knowledge. Tauhaki's ascent to the heavens is sometimes associated with lightning, thunder, and rain, natural phenomena that bear his influence. Another important figure in Maori mythology is Tuna, the god of eels, whose story explains the origin of eels in New Zealand's rivers. According to legend, Tuna fell in love with a beautiful woman named Hina, who did not return his affections. Each night, Tuna would emerge from the water and visit Hina while she slept, leaving a slimy trail that revealed his unwelcome presence. Distressed, Hina sought help from Maui, who set a trap for Tuna. When Tuna next came ashore, Maui killed him, cutting his body into pieces. The head of Tuna became the conger eel, while other parts of his body transformed into various fish and plants. Some pieces, thrown into the river became freshwater eels, explaining why these creatures are found in New Zealand's waterways. This story, like many Maori myths, connects the origin of natural species to the actions of gods and heroes, embedding ecological knowledge within narrative. Another fascinating category of beings in Maori mythology are the Patuperia, fairy-like forest dwellers who inhabit misty mountaintops and deep forests. The Patuperia are described as having pale skin, red hair, and being of human appearance but possessing supernatural powers. They were said to be nocturnal, avoiding sunlight, and were known for their beautiful music, which could enchant humans who heard it. These fairy folk were both feared and respected, as they could lead humans astray in the forest, or in some stories, abduct beautiful women to become their wives. The Patuperia were said to possess considerable knowledge of magic and healing, teaching some humans the arts of carving, tattooing, and weaving. When European settlers arrived in New Zealand, some Maori initially thought they might be Patuperia due to their pale skin and strange customs. Similar to the Patuperia are the Turho, another type of fairy folk who inhabit specific locations, particularly around Lake Rotorua. These supernatural beings are associated with particular landmarks, reflecting the Maori belief that the landscape itself is alive with spiritual presence. This brings us to the concept of Taniwha, supernatural creatures that inhabit waterways, caves, and other specific locations in the natural environment. Taniwha are complex beings in Maori tradition, sometimes described as giant reptile-like monsters, and other times as more spiritual guardians of places. While they can be dangerous to those who disrespect their domains, Taniwha can also be protective of the local people, guiding lost travelers, warning of danger, or ensuring abundant fish in their waterways. Many specific Taniwha are named in oral tradition, with stories detailing their origins, characteristics, and the geographic features associated with them. For example, the Wellington Harbor is said to have been created by two Taniwha, Nake and Watetai. Originally, the harbor was a lake, but the restless mate grew tired of confinement and smashed through the rock barrier to the sea, creating what is now the harbor entrance. Watetai attempted to follow but became stranded as the lake drained, eventually dying and becoming the hill known as Mount Victoria or Tangi Te Keo. These stories connect the Maori people to their environment, explaining geological features while also establishing a spiritual relationship with the land. Taniwha continue to hold cultural significance today, with their presence sometimes cited in debates about development projects that might affect waterways or other natural features. Now that we've explored some key figures and beings in Maori mythology, let's turn our attention to the cultural practices and arts that express these spiritual beliefs, beginning with the art of carving, or wakairo. Maori carving is one of the most distinctive and sophisticated indigenous art forms in the world, with techniques and styles that have evolved over centuries. Traditional carving was done primarily in wood, bone, and stone, using tools made from harder stones like obsidian and greenstone. Each carved piece, whether a meeting house, canoe, weapon, or ornament, tells a story through symbolic patterns and figures. The most elaborate examples of Maori carving can be found in the Warinyui or meeting houses, where every element has symbolic significance. The central ridge pole, or tahuhu, represents the main ancestor's backbone, while the rafters, or heke, symbolize ribs reaching down to the wall posts, or pupu, which depict important tribal ancestors. The front of the meeting house represents the ancestor's face, with the gable apex, or kororo, as the head, and the meihi, or barge boards, as arms extended in welcome. Inside the Warinyui, intricate carvings tell the stories of tribal history, mythology, and genealogy, creating a three-dimensional record of cultural knowledge. Common motifs in Maori carving include the spiral, or koru, which symbolizes new life, growth, and regeneration, often inspired by the unfurling frond of a silver fern. Another important motif is the manaya, a spiritual guardian with a bird-like head, human body, and fish-like tail, representing the balance between sky, earth, and sea. The tiki figure, a stylized human form, is also prominent in Maori carving, often representing specific ancestors or mythological beings. The art of carving was traditionally taught in schools called Whare Wananda, where selected young men would learn not only the technical skills, but also the spiritual knowledge and protocols associated with this sacred art. Carvers were highly respected members of society, possessing both artistic skill and deep cultural knowledge, as each carving needed to accurately represent tribal histories and relationships. The process of carving was surrounded by tapu, with specific rituals performed before, during, and after the work, ensuring spiritual protection and proper respect for the materials and ancestors being depicted. Equally important in Maori visual arts is the tradition of weaving, or reiranga, primarily practiced by women. Using fibers from the native flax plant, or herrick, Maori weavers created practical items like clothing, baskets, and mats, as well as more ceremonial pieces like cloaks for chiefs and other high-ranking individuals. The most prestigious garments were feather cloaks, or kahuhuru, which incorporated the feathers of native birds into intricate weaving, creating warm, waterproof garments of exceptional beauty. These cloaks were treasured possessions, often passed down through generations, gaining mana and historical significance with each wearer. Like carving, weaving was surrounded by spiritual protocols, with prayers and rituals accompanying the harvesting of flax and the weaving process itself. The cultivation and preparation of flax embody the connection between the natural world and human creativity, with specific practices ensuring sustainable harvest and respect for Hainteiwaiwa, the goddess of weaving. Patterns in Maori weaving, like those in carving, often tell stories or represent tribal affiliations, creating textiles that are both functional and narrative. Another distinctive Maori art form is tamoko, the traditional tattoo, which holds deep cultural significance beyond mere decoration. Unlike tattoos in many other cultures, tamoko traditionally involved carving the skin rather than just inserting ink, creating grooved patterns that catch the light and give the design a three-dimensional quality. For men, the full-face moko was a mark of high status, with each element of the design relating to the wearer's wakapapa, tribal affiliations, and personal accomplishments. The left side of the face represented the paternal lineage, while the right side showed maternal descent, making each moko a unique biographical document. Women typically wore moko kai, shin tattoos, which similarly reflected their lineage and status, marking important life transitions like marriage or motherhood. The process of receiving tamoko was painful and surrounded by taboo, with the recipient expected to endure without complaint as a demonstration of courage and worthiness. Traditional tools for tamoko included chisels made from albatross bone, sharp teeth, or sharp stone, with pigment derived from burnt wood mixed with oil or fat. The practice of tamoko declined during the colonial period, partly due to Christian missionary influence, but has experienced a significant revival since the Maori cultural renaissance of the 1970s. Today, many Maori choose to wear moko as expressions of cultural identity and pride, connecting them to their ancestors and traditions. Contemporary tamoko artists combine traditional knowledge with modern techniques, creating designs that honor the past while reflecting the wearer's place in the modern world. Now let's turn our attention to perhaps the most famous aspect of Maori culture known internationally, the haka, a posture dance accompanied by chant. While many people associate the haka solely with the pre-game ritual performed by New Zealand's rugby team, the All Blacks, there are actually many different types of haka for various occasions. Traditionally, haka were performed for multiple purposes, including welcoming distinguished guests, celebrating achievements, preparing for battle, or expressing defiance. The powerful movements of the haka, including foot stamping, body slapping, facial expressions with tongues protruding and eyes bulging, and synchronized gestures, are designed to display unity, strength, and intimidation. The accompanying chants, delivered with precise rhythm and intense energy, convey messages appropriate to the specific occasion. One of the most well-known haka is ka mate, composed by the Ngati Toa chief Te Raubarha in the early 19th century to celebrate his escape from enemies. The words describe his hiding in a food storage pit, his fear of discovery, and his elation upon emerging safely into the sunlight, proclaiming, "I live, I live, I live." This particular haka is now famous worldwide as the one performed by the All Blacks, though it is important to recognize that it belongs to the Ngati Toa tribe and its use in other contexts should acknowledge this ownership. Another type of haka is the purpuru, a war dance performed before battle to intimidate opponents and unify warriors. The Tudungarahu or haka of welcome is performed to honor guests, while the haka pauhiri forms part of the formal welcome ceremony on the marae. Women also perform their own distinctive style of haka, with different movements that emphasize grace alongside strength, particularly evident in the movement of the hands. The contemporary practice of haka in schools, sports teams, and cultural events represents both a preservation of tradition and its adaptation to modern context, maintaining its role as an expression of identity and collective strength. Learning to perform haka correctly involves not just memorizing movements and words, but understanding their meaning and significance, ensuring that this powerful cultural expression is treated with appropriate respect. Closely related to haka is the broader Maori performing art of kapa haka, which combines song, dance, and chanting in group performances. Kapa haka competitions are held throughout New Zealand, culminating in the biennial Te Matatini Festival, where the country's best groups compete in various categories, showcasing the vitality of contemporary Maori performing arts. These performances preserve traditional songs and stories while also addressing contemporary issues, demonstrating how Maori culture continues to evolve while maintaining its core values and practices. Music has always been central to Maori culture, with traditional instruments including the pudorino, a bugle-like wind instrument, the kowao, a small flute often made from human bone, and the pururiwa, a wind instrument swung on a cord to produce a haunting sound. Traditional waiata or songs serve many purposes, from laments for the dead to love songs, historical records, and ceremonial chants. These songs were not just entertainment but vessels for preserving knowledge, with complex lyrics that recorded genealogies, tribal boundaries, and historical events. The melody and rhythm of waiata were carefully crafted to aid memorization, ensuring that important information could be accurately transmitted across generations in a culture without written language. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as Maori communities faced the challenges of colonization, new forms of waiata emerged that address contemporary issues, often incorporating European musical elements while maintaining distinctly Maori themes and expression. This adaptation reflects the resilience of Maori culture, which has continually evolved in response to changing circumstances while preserving its core values and identity. Today, Maori music encompasses encompasses everything from traditional waiata to contemporary genres like reggae, hip-hop, and rock, often blending Te Reo Maori lyrics with modern musical styles. Artists like Maisie Rika, Stan Walker, and Rob Ruha create music that speaks to contemporary Maori experiences while honoring cultural traditions, contributing to the ongoing revitalization of Te Reo Maori, the Maori language. This brings us to another crucial aspect of Maori culture, Te Reo Maori, one of New Zealand's official languages and the vehicle through which much cultural knowledge is transmitted. Te Reo Maori is a Polynesian language related to Hawaiian, Tahitian, and other Eastern Polynesian languages. It was an entirely oral language until European contact, with Christian missionaries developing a written form in the early 19th century to translate the Bible. The language has a relatively small inventory of consonants and vowels, with 5 vowel sounds that can be either short or long, indicated in modern writing by a macron above the vowel. Like other Polynesian languages, Te Reo Maori features reduplication, where words are repeated to modify their meaning, and makes extensive use of metaphor and allusion, particularly in formal or poetic contexts. The language experienced a severe decline during the 20th century, with government policies actively discouraging its use in schools, where children were sometimes punished for speaking their native tongue. By the 1970s, there was serious concern that Te Reo Maori might become extinct, with few young speakers learning the language. This sparked the Maori language revitalization movement, which included initiatives like Te Kahanga Rio, language nests where preschool children are immersed in Te Reo Maori, and later Korakaupapa Maori, schools operating entirely in the Maori language. In 1987, after a landmark legal case brought by Maori activists, Te Reo Maori was declared an official language of New Zealand, leading to increased government support for language revitalization efforts. Today, while the language is still considered vulnerable, there are encouraging signs of revival, with increasing numbers of both Maori and non-Maori New Zealanders learning and using Te Reo Maori. The language can be heard in formal welcomes, on national radio and television, and increasingly in everyday contexts, reflecting its growing status as a valued part of New Zealand's national identity. Te Reo Maori contains concepts that are difficult to translate directly into English, offering unique perspectives on relationships, spirituality, and the natural world. For example, the concept of Kadiakatanga, often translated as guardianship or stewardship, encompasses a much broader responsibility for environmental care based on the interconnectedness of all living things. Similarly, the term Wanangatanga refers to relationships and connections between people, but implies a deeper sense of belonging and mutual responsibility than English terms like kinship or relationship might suggest. Understanding these concepts provides insight into the values that underpin Maori culture, which emphasizes collective well-being, intergenerational responsibility, and connection to place. Let's now explore more about the traditional Maori relationship with the natural environment, which is fundamental to their cultural identity. In Maori worldview, humans are not separate from nature but are related to all living things through whakapapa, or genealogy. This kinship with the natural world establishes responsibilities of care and respect, embodied in the concept of kadiakatanga, the obligation to nurture and protect the environment for future generations. Mountains, rivers, and other natural features are not merely geographical elements but ancestors or embodiments of spiritual beings with their own Maori, or life force. For example, the Wanganui River, one of New Zealand's longest rivers, is expressed in the Wanganui tribal saying Ko'o te awa, Ko te awa ko'o, meaning I am the river, and the river is me. This deep identification with the natural environment influenced traditional resource management practices, which included rawi, temporary prohibitions on harvesting from certain areas to allow regeneration. Seasonal cycles govern fishing, hunting, and agriculture, with rituals acknowledging the spiritual dimensions of these activities and ensuring sustainable use of resources. Before fishing expeditions, for instance, offerings might be made to Tangaroa, god of the sea, and the first fish caught would be returned to the water as a sign of respect and gratitude. Similarly, before harvesting plants or trees, karakia or prayers would be offered to Tain Maihuda, god of the forest, acknowledging his domain and seeking permission to take what was needed. This spiritual relationship with the environment is reflected in traditional place names, which often describe geographical features, commemorate historical events, or reference ancestral connections. For example, Aoraki or Mount Cook, New Zealand's highest mountain, is named after an ancestor who was turned to stone, according to South Island tribal traditions. Understanding these names and the stories behind them provides a map of cultural and historical significance, embedding tribal histories in the landscape itself. In recent decades, this traditional environmental knowledge has gained increasing recognition in New Zealand's conservation and resource management practices. The concept of kadiakatanga now appears in environmental legislation, acknowledging the role of Maori as guardians of natural resources and their right to be involved in decision-making about environmental management. Some significant natural features have been granted legal personhood, including the Wanganui River and Tiawara Forest, recognizing their status in Maori culture as living entities with their own rights and interests. These developments represent innovative approaches to environmental protection that draw on indigenous wisdom while addressing contemporary challenges like climate change and biodiversity loss. This integration of traditional knowledge with modern practices exemplifies how Maori culture continues to evolve and adapt, maintaining its core values while engaging with the changing world. Now let's explore some aspects of traditional Maori social structure and governance, which was organized around kinship groups of varying sizes. The most basic unit was the whānau or extended family, consisting of 3 or 4 generations living together. Several related whānau formed a hapu or sub-tribe, which was the main political unit in traditional Maori society, controlling specific territories and resources. Multiple hapu that recognized descent from a common ancestor constituted an iwi or tribe, the largest kinship group, which shared broader territorial boundaries, dialect, and customs. Leadership within these groups was based on a combination of hereditary rank and demonstrated ability, with chiefs, or rangatira, expected to possess both aristocratic lineage and personal qualities like generosity, oratory skill, and strategic thinking. The highest ranking chiefs were those with the most direct lineage to founding ancestors, possessing what was called aristocratic mana, but this inherited status had to be maintained through actions that benefited the community. A chief who failed to provide for his people or make wise decisions could lose influence, regardless of his genealogical status, as leadership was ultimately validated by the community's welfare. Alongside hereditary chiefs, other important leadership roles included tauhanga, specialists in various fields like carving, navigation, healing, or spiritual matters. Tauhanga underwent extensive training in whare wenanga, houses of learning, where they memorized vast amounts of traditional knowledge and learned the rituals and practices associated with their specialty. Decision-making typically occurred through Hawaii, meetings where issues were debated openly, with skilled orators presenting arguments and building consensus. While chiefs and elders held significant influence, the process was relatively democratic, with all adult members of the community able to contribute to discussions. Women also played important roles in traditional Maori society, with highborn women exercising considerable influence, particularly in matters relating to land and genealogy. Female ancestors appear prominently in tribal histories, and women could be landowners, political advisors, and even war leaders in some circumstances. The complementary roles of men and women were symbolized in the pupu or carved figures in meeting houses, where male and female ancestors appear side by side, representing the balance necessary for community well-being. Traditional Maori society was not rigidly stratified into classes, but rather organized along the continuum of rank based on genealogical distance from founding ancestors. At one end were rangatira or chiefs, followed by tutua or commoners, who were more distantly related to prestigious ancestors but still full members of the kinship group. At the bottom of the social hierarchy were torikarika or slaves, usually prisoners captured in warfare, though their children could be integrated into the capturing group over time. This social structure was disrupted by European colonization, which brought new forms of governance, land ownership, and social organization. However, traditional concepts of leadership and kinship continue to influence modern Maori organizational structures, with iwi, hapu, and whānau remaining important units of identity and belonging. In recent decades, as part of the broader Maori cultural renaissance, many iwi have established modern governance structures that combine traditional principles with contemporary organizational models. These tribal authorities manage collectively owned assets, deliver social services, and represent their members' interests in dealings with the government and other entities. This evolution demonstrates how Maori culture continues to adapt while maintaining its fundamental values and identity, creating new expressions of traditional principles in response to contemporary circumstances. Now let's explore traditional Maori concepts of time and spirituality, which differ in significant ways from Western perspectives. In the Maori worldview, time is not strictly linear but cyclical and relational, with the past, present, and future existing in a dynamic relationship. This is expressed in the concept of walking backwards into the future, where one faces the past, which is visible and known, while moving toward the future, which remains unseen. The Maori term for the past, the Ra'omua, literally means the days in front, while the future, Kemori, means behind. This perspective emphasizes the importance of ancestral knowledge in navigating present challenges and future possibilities, keeping the wisdom of the past always in view. Ancestors were not considered distant or irrelevant figures, but present and active participants in community life, able to influence events and provide guidance through dreams, omens, or spiritual intermediaries. This spiritual dimension permeated all aspects of traditional Maori life, with no sharp distinction between the sacred and the secular. Daily activities like fishing, weaving, or building were accompanied by appropriate karakia or prayers, acknowledging the spiritual forces involved and seeking their cooperation. The Maori spiritual world included numerous atua or gods, ranging from the major departmental deities like Tain, Tongaroa, and Tu, to more localized spiritual beings associated with specific places or phenomena. These atua were not remote or abstract figures but intimately involved with human affairs, requiring appropriate acknowledgement and respect. Tohunga, particularly those specialized in spiritual matters, served as intermediaries between the human and divine realms, interpreting omens, performing rituals, and maintaining the proper relationship between the community and the spiritual world. Dreams were considered significant channels of communication from ancestors or gods, with skilled interpreters able to discern important messages or warnings. Similarly, unusual natural events might be read as signs requiring interpretation, reflecting the belief that the spiritual and natural worlds were intimately connected. The concept of Maori, or life force, was central to this spiritual understanding, recognizing that all things, animated and inanimate, possessed a vital essence that contributed to the health and balance of the whole. Maintaining the maori of people, places, and resources was a primary concern, achieved through appropriate rituals, responsible resource management, and adherence to tapu restrictions. This holistic spiritual perspective informed Maori approaches to health and healing, which recognized the interconnection between physical, mental, social, and spiritual well-being. Illness might be attributed to spiritual causes like tapu violations or makutu, a form of spiritual harma, requiring intervention by tohunga with specialized knowledge of healing rituals and herbal remedies. Traditional healing practices included rongoa, the use of native plants for medicinal purposes, miramiri or massage, and various forms of spiritual healing aimed at restoring balance and wholeness. These traditional approaches to health have experienced a revival in recent years, with increasing recognition of their value alongside Western medical practices, particularly in addressing the holistic well-being of Maori patients. The spiritual dimension of Maori culture was profoundly challenged by European colonization, particularly the introduction of Christianity, which condemned many traditional practices as pagan or superstitious. However, rather than simply replacing traditional beliefs, many Maori communities integrated aspects of Christianity in their existing spiritual framework, creating unique syncretic traditions. Movements like Pai Marir, Ringachu, and Ratana combined Christian elements with traditional Maori spirituality and political resistance, offering pathways for cultural survival during periods of intense pressure. Today, Maori spiritual practices continue to evolve, with some individuals and communities maintaining traditional beliefs, others practicing various forms of Christianity, and many embracing elements of both traditions. What remains consistent is the emphasis on warutanga, or spirituality, as an essential dimension of well-being, and the recognition that physical, cultural, and spiritual health are inseparable. Let's now explore traditional Maori approaches to education, which emphasized practical knowledge, oral transmission, and learning through participation. In pre-European Maori society, education was integrated into daily life rather than separated into formal institutions. Children learned by observing and assisting their elders in gender-specific tasks, gradually taking on more responsibility as they demonstrated competence. Boys typically learned from their fathers and male relatives about fishing, hunting, agriculture, carving, and warfare, while girls learned from their mothers and female relatives about weaving, food preparation, childcare, and medicinal knowledge. Storytelling played a crucial role in education, with myths, legends, and tribal histories conveying important moral lessons, practical information, and cultural values. These stories were not merely entertainment but sophisticated educational tools, designed to be memorable while containing multiple layers of meaning that could be unpacked as the listener matured. Games and play also served educational purposes, developing physical skills, strategic thinking, and coordination that would be valuable in adult activities like warfare or food gathering. For specialized knowledge, particularly in areas like carving, navigation, or ritual expertise, more formal training took place at Whare Wenanda, houses of learning. Selected students, usually those showing particular aptitude or of appropriate lineage, would be apprenticed to established experts, learning through observation, practice, and memorization. The oral transmission of knowledge required remarkable feats of memory, with students learning vast genealogies, historical accounts, and complex ritual procedures without written aids. Various memory techniques were employed, including the use of wakapapa or genealogical recitation as a framework to which other knowledge could be attached, and waiata or songs whose rhythm and melody help preserve exact wording. Physical objects like carved staffs, woven patterns, or arrangements of stones could also serve as memory devices, their forms and placements triggering recall of associated information. The introduction of European education systems, which emphasized literacy, individualism, and Western knowledge at the expense of Maori language and culture, disrupted these traditional educational practices. However, in recent decades, there has been a significant revival of Maori educational approaches, particularly through Kohanga Rio and Kurika Papa Maori, which immerse students in Te Reo Maori and cultural practices. These contemporary Maori educational initiatives draw on traditional principles like ako, which recognizes that teaching and learning are reciprocal processes where educators and students learn from each other. They also emphasize wanangatanga, or relationship building, creating educational environments where students' cultural identity is affirmed and family connections are valued. This revival of Maori educational approaches has not only supported language revitalization but also improved educational outcomes for Maori students, demonstrating the contemporary relevance of traditional wisdom. Now let's explore traditional Maori concepts of land ownership and resource management, which differed significantly from European models and became a major source of conflict during colonization. In Maori tradition, land was not owned by individuals but held collectively by kinship groups, with rights to use and occupy specific areas established through ancestry, conquest, or gift. The concept of Turangawawi, literally a place to stand, expresses the deep connection between identity and ancestral land, recognizing that belonging to a place is fundamental to personal and collective well-being. Rights to resources were complex and overlapping, with different groups having access to specific areas for particular purposes, like fishing, bird snaring, or harvesting certain plants. These rights were maintained through regular use and defended vigorously when challenged, with tribal histories carefully recording the origins and boundaries of territorial claims. Land was not viewed as a commodity to be bought and sold, but as a living ancestor, the Earth Mother, with whom people had a reciprocal relationship of care and respect. This perspective informs sustainable resource management practices, including rawi, temporary prohibitions on harvesting from certain areas to allow regeneration. Rawi might be imposed after excessive use of a resource, following a death in an area, or in response to environmental indicators suggesting the need for conservation measures. These traditional conservation practices were backed by both practical ecological knowledge and spiritual beliefs, with tougher restrictions enforcing sustainable use through fear of supernatural consequences for violations. The arrival of European settlers, with their concept of individual land ownership and title deeds, created profound misunderstandings and conflicts. When Maori chiefs signed the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840, establishing British sovereignty over New Zealand, many understood that they were retaining authority over their lands while gaining the protection and benefits of British subjects. However, subsequent government actions led to massive land alienation through various means, including confiscations following the New Zealand Wars, dubious purchases, and the individualization of title through the native land court. By the early 20th century, Maori had lost possession of most of their lands, with devastating consequences for economic well-being, cultural continuity, and social cohesion. Since the 1970s, there has been a significant movement to address these historical injustices through the Waitangi Tribunal, established to investigate breaches of the treaty and recommend redress. This process has led to numerous settlements between the Crown and iwi, involving financial compensation, the return of culturally significant lands, and formal apologies for historical wrongs. These settlements have enabled many iwi to rebuild their economic base, revitalize cultural practices, and play a more active role in managing natural resources within their traditional territories. Contemporary resource management in New Zealand increasingly incorporates Maori perspectives and practices, recognizing the value of traditional ecological knowledge alongside scientific approaches. The concept of Kadiakatanga, or guardianship, has been incorporated into environmental legislation, acknowledging the special relationship between Maori and the natural environment. Some particularly significant natural features, like the Wanganui River and Tiawera Forest, have been granted legal personhood, reflecting their status in Maori culture as living ancestors with their own rights and interests. These innovative legal arrangements represent attempts to reconcile different cultural perspectives on land and resources, creating frameworks that respect both Maori tradition and contemporary environmental challenges. Let's now explore traditional Maori warfare and the warrior tradition, which played a significant role in pre-European Maori society and continues to influence cultural expressions today. Warfare was an established part of traditional Maori life, with conflicts arising over territory, resources, revenge for previous defeats or insults, or to gain mana through military prowess. The warrior ethic was highly developed, with young men trained from childhood in the use of weapons and martial arts, including the teia, a staff-like weapon, and the mir, a short club made of stone or whalebone. Warriors were expected to display not only physical courage and skill, but also discipline and adherence to certain codes of conduct, with warfare governed by complex protocols and rituals. Before battle, Tauhanga would perform divination to determine favorable omens, and warriors would undergo rituals to enhance their fighting spirit and protect them spiritually. The Hakapuruperu, a war dance performed before combat, served to intimidate opponents while unifying the warrior's energy and resolve. Traditional warfare typically involved relatively small-scale engagements, often resolved after limited casualties, though more sustained conflicts could occur between powerful tribal groupings. The construction of pa, fortified settlements, represented a sophisticated military architecture uniquely developed in New Zealand, with multiple palisades, trenches, and fighting platforms designed to defend against attack. Pa were strategically located on hilltops or headlands, providing natural defensive advantages and views of approaching enemies, with some larger examples featuring complex layouts of terraces, storage pits, and defensive structures. The introduction of European weapons, particularly muskets, in the early 19th century dramatically changed the nature of Maori warfare, leading to the musket wars between 1818 and 1833, a period of intense conflict as tribes sought to obtain firearms and use them against traditional enemies. This period saw significant population displacement and changes in tribal territories, as groups with earlier access to muskets gained temporary military advantages. Later, during the New Zealand Wars of the 1860s and 1870s, Maori military innovation continued, with the development of anti-artillery bunkers and trench systems that were studied by European military engineers. Though outnumbered and outgunned, Maori warriors frequently outmaneuvered British forces through superior knowledge of the terrain, innovative tactics, and determined resistance. The warrior tradition found new expression in the 20th century through Maori participation in New Zealand military forces, particularly the famous Maori battalion that distinguished itself in both World Wars. During World War II, the 28th Maori Battalion earned a reputation for exceptional bravery and fighting skill, while maintaining distinct cultural practices, including haka performances before battle. Today, the warrior tradition continues in cultural forms like kapa haka performances, the revival of traditional martial arts like maori, and the ceremonial roles of warriors in formal welcomes on the marae. These These contemporary expressions emphasize the positive aspects of the warrior ethic, such as discipline, courage, and group solidarity, while adapting historical traditions to peaceful modern contexts. Now let's explore traditional Maori food and culinary practices, which developed from Polynesian origins but adapted to New Zealand's temperate climate and unique resources. When the Maori arrived in New Zealand, they brought with them several Polynesian crops, including kumara, or sweet potato, taro, yam, and gourd. Of these, only the kumara thrived in New Zealand's cooler climate, becoming a staple crop that was cultivated with sophisticated techniques, including the creation of modified soils to improve drainage and heat retention. Kumara storage was a specialized art, with carefully constructed pits designed to maintain optimal temperature and humidity, allowing the harvest to be preserved for many months. To supplement cultivated crops, the Maori harvested numerous native plants, including the rhizomes of aroa or bracken fern, the hearts of various palm trees, and the berries of trees like henau and karaka. These plant foods required careful processing to remove toxins or improve digestibility, demonstrating sophisticated indigenous knowledge of food chemistry. Protein came from hunting native birds, including the now extinct moa, and harvesting seafood like fish, shellfish, and marine mammals. Fishing techniques included large seine nets, traps, spearing, and line fishing with hooks crafted from bone or shell, with different methods appropriate for various species and conditions. The traditional Maori cooking method was the hongi, an earth oven where food was cooked by steam. To prepare a hongi, a pit would be dug and filled with stones that were heated in a fire until extremely hot. The hot stones would then be covered with wet vegetation, followed by the food, wrapped in leaves. The entire pit would be covered with earth or wet mats, trapping the steam and allowing the food to cook slowly, producing tender meat and vegetables with a distinctive smoky flavor. Food was not merely sustenance but carried important cultural and spiritual significance, with various rituals and restrictions governing its production, preparation, and consumption. The concept of noa, or free from restriction, was important in food preparation, as cooked food removed the tapu or sacred restrictions from items that might otherwise be spiritually dangerous. Food also played a central role in hospitality, with a generous feeding of guests being an essential demonstration of mana or prestige. The phrase kia manaki ai te tangata, to care for the people, emphasizes the importance of food as an expression of respect and welcome. European contact brought new food plants and animals, which were rapidly incorporated into Maori cuisine, including potatoes, which were easier to grow than kumara, and pigs, which became an important source of protein. Today, traditional Maori food, or kai, continues to be an important aspect of cultural identity, particularly at gatherings on the marae where hanging meals often feature both traditional ingredients and introduced foods. Contemporary Maori chefs also creating innovative cuisine that combines traditional ingredients and techniques with modern culinary approaches, part of a broader revival of indigenous food sovereignty movements worldwide. Now let's explore how Maori culture has evolved and adapted since European contact, demonstrating remarkable resilience in the face of colonization, while also experiencing significant changes. The arrival of European explorers, traders, missionaries, and settlers from the late 18th century onward initiated profound transformations in Maori society. Initially, Maori engaged actively with newcomers, selectively adopting useful technologies, crops, and animals while maintaining control over their lands and political autonomy. The early 19th century saw the development of a vibrant trading economy, with Maori providing food, flax, and timber to European settlements and ships, receiving metal tools, textiles, and firearms in return. Christian missionaries arrived from 1814, introducing literacy along with their religious teachings, which some Maori embraced while others maintained traditional beliefs or developed syncretic spiritual practices combining elements of both traditions. By the 1830s, increasing European settlement created pressure for more formalized governance, leading to the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840, New Zealand's founding document. The treaty, signed between the British Crown and over 500 Maori chiefs, established British sovereignty while promising to protect Maori interests, particularly regarding land. However, differences between the English and Maori versions of the treaty, along with subsequent breaches by the colonial government, led to conflict and massive land alienation. The New Zealand Wars of the 1860s and 1870s resulted in the confiscation of large areas of Maori land, while the Native Land Court established in 1865 facilitated the conversion of communally held land to individual title, making it easier to sell. By the early 20th century, Maori population had declined dramatically due to introduced diseases, land loss, and warfare, leading some observers to predict the extinction of the Maori people and their culture. However, leaders like Sir Aparana Nada, Tepuea Harangi, and others worked tirelessly to revitalize Maori communities through agricultural development, cultural preservation, and political advocacy. The mid-20th century saw increasing urbanization as many Maori moved from rural tribal areas to cities seeking employment, creating new challenges for cultural transmission and community cohesion. By the 1970s, a new generation of activists emerged, demanding recognition of treaty rights, language revitalization, and cultural renaissance. Key developments included the establishment of the Waitangi Tribunal in 1975 to investigate treaty breaches, the growth of Maori language immersion schools, and increasing recognition of Maori cultural practices in national life. Today, Maori culture is recognized as integral to New Zealand's national identity, with ceremonies like the pauhiri or formal welcome incorporated into official events, and elements like the haka adopted by national sports teams. Te Reo Maori is now an official language, with increasing visibility in media, education, and public signage, though it remains a minority language with ongoing revitalization efforts. Iwi organizations have gained significant political and economic power through treaty settlements, managing collective assets and delivering services to their members. Maori creative expression flourishes in literature, film, visual arts, and music, with artists drawing on traditional forms while engaging with contemporary global influences. Throughout these changes, Maori culture has demonstrated remarkable adaptability, incorporating new elements while maintaining core values and practices. This dynamic process of cultural evolution continues today, with Maori communities actively shaping their future while drawing strength from ancestral wisdom, embodying the proverb ka mua, ka mori, walking backward into the future with eyes fixed on the past. Let's now explore some lesser-known Maori myths and legends that offer further insight into their rich cultural heritage, beginning with the story of Paikea, the whale rider. Paikea was a chief's son from Hawaii who survived an attempt on his life by his jealous brother Ruatapa. After Ruatapa deliberately capsized a canoe carrying many young chiefs, drowning most of them, Paikea escaped death by reciting powerful incantations that summoned a whale to carry him to safety. Riding on the whale's back, Paikea traveled to Aotearoa, eventually landing at Wangara on the east coast of the North Island, where he became the ancestor of the Ngati Porou tribe. This story, made famous internationally through the novel and film Whale Rider, emphasizes the spiritual connection between humans and marine creatures, as well as the importance of ancestral knowledge and chants. Another fascinating legend concerns Hinemoa and Tutanakai, one of Maori culture's greatest love stories. Hinemoa was a high-ranking young woman who fell in love with Tutanakai, who lived on Lakoia Island in Lake Rotorua. Though they loved each other, Hinemoa's family opposed the match, as Tutanakai was of lower rank, and they kept all canoes secured at night to prevent Hinemoa from visiting him. Guided by the sound of Tutanakai's flute carried across the water, Hinemoa made the brave decision to swim to Lakoia Island, using empty gourd containers as flotation devices. After a long and difficult swim, she reached the island and warmed herself in a hot spring, where she was eventually discovered by Tutanakai's servant. When Tutanakai found her, they were united at last, and their families ultimately accepted their union, which became celebrated in songs and carvings. This romantic tale demonstrates the value placed on determination and courage in pursuit of true love, even when faced with social obstacles. The story of Rona and the moon reveals how Maori explain certain natural phenomena through mythology. One night, Rona went to fetch water during a full moon, but when clouds suddenly obscured the light, she stumbled on the path and hurt her foot. In pain and anger, she cursed the moon for hiding its light. The moon, offended by this disrespect, reached down and seized Rona, pulling her up into the sky. Rona grabbed the nearby Nio tree in a desperate attempt to save herself, but the tree was uprooted and she was carried into the heavens, still clutching her water cord and the tree. To this day, Maori tradition says that Rona can be seen in the moon, a reminder of the consequences of showing disrespect to celestial beings. This story also explains the phases of the moon as Rona's continuing struggle with her captor, and serves as a warning about the importance of controlling one's temper and showing proper respect for natural forces. Another intriguing legend concerns the plakai, an enormous bird of prey that features in South Island traditions. According to these stories, the plakai was large enough to carry off humans, swooping down from Mountain Eries to seize unwary travelers. Some researchers have suggested this mythical bird might preserve memories of Haast's eagle, an actual extinct species that was the largest eagle ever known, with a wingspan of up to 3 meters. Haast's eagle hunted the large flightless moa birds and disappeared around the same time the moa became extinct, but its fearsome reputation may have survived in oral tradition as the plakai. This connection between mythology and paleontology demonstrates how indigenous oral traditions can sometimes preserve information about the distant past, including extinct species or geological events. The story of Tauhaki is another important myth that explains various natural phenomena while teaching moral lessons. Tauhaki was a semi-divine hero whose adventures included a quest to ascend to the heavens to acquire sacred knowledge. After his father was killed by his jealous brothers-in-law, Tauhaki and his brothers sought revenge, successfully defeating their enemies through cleverness and supernatural power. Later, Tauhaki fell in love with a celestial maiden named Tango Tango who descended to Earth. They married and had a child, but after Tauhaki violated a tapu, Tango Tango returned to the heavens with their daughter. Determined to find them, Tauhaki journeyed to the sky world, climbing a vine or, in some versions, a spider's thread. In the sky realm, he disguised himself as an old man, eventually revealing his true identity, reuniting with his family, and gaining sacred knowledge. Tauhaki's ascent to the heavens is associated with lightning, thunder, and rain, natural phenomena that bear his influence. This myth emphasizes the importance of respecting tapu restrictions while also demonstrating how determination and cleverness can overcome seemingly impossible obstacles. Let's also explore the legend of Tutanakai and Tiki, which explains the origin of the nose flute or kowal. Tutanakai, the same character from the Hinamo story, had a close friend named Tiki. The two young men were in inseparable companions, spending much time together playing music on their flutes on Maori Island. When Tiki fell in love with a beautiful woman, he was too shy to express his feelings directly. Sympathizing with his friend's plight, Tutanakai gave Tiki his treasured flute to get as a courting gift. However, before Tiki could present the gift, he tragically died. Grieving deeply for his friend, Tutanakai created a new flute from human bone, possibly Tiki's own, naming it the koau. The haunting sound of this instrument, played through the nose rather than the mouth, was said to express Tutanakai's sorrow and keep the memory of his friend alive. This story explains the origin of an important traditional instrument while celebrating the value of deep friendship and commemorating those who have passed away through creative expression. Another significant myth concerns the demigod Tauhiramatio, god of winds and storms, whose anger at the separation of his parents Ranganui and Papatuanaku continues to affect the world today. When his brother Tane pushed apart their parents, bringing light into the world, Tauhiramatio was the only one of their children who objected to the separation. In his rage, he tore out his eyes and threw them into the sky, where they became stars. He then followed his father Ranganui to the sky realm, from where he continues to send storms, hurricanes, and wild weather to torment his brothers and the earth. Tauhiramatio battled fiercely with his brothers, driving Tangaroa and his ocean children to seek refuge in the sea, forcing Tane's forest children to develop strong roots and branches to withstand his fury, and causing Rongo and Homia, the gods of cultivated and uncultivated foods, to hide within their mother Papatuanaku. Only Tumatalanga, the god of war and humans, stood firm against Tauhiramatio's onslaught, explaining why humans have the ability to resist and endure the forces of nature. This myth not only explains the origin of storms and winds, but also why plants must put down strong roots, why fish live in the sea, and why food plants grow underground, hidden from Tauhiramatio's wrath. The ongoing conflict between these divine brothers explains the constant struggle between different natural forces, creating a dynamic equilibrium that maintains the world's balance. Now let's explore some Maori traditions related to celestial bodies and navigation, which were crucial for their ancestors' epic voyages across the Pacific. The Maori had sophisticated knowledge of astronomy, recognizing various stars and constellations and using them for both practical purposes like navigation and timing of agricultural activities, as well as in mythology and spiritual practices. The Matariki star cluster, known in English as the Pleiades or Seven Sisters, was particularly significant, with its pre-dawn rising in late May or early June marking the beginning of the Maori New Year. This celestial event signaled the time for remembering the dead, celebrating new life, planning for the coming agricultural season, and gathering with family and community. Different tribes had slightly varying traditions regarding Matariki, with some focusing on the appearance of this star cluster, while others looked primarily to the rising of the star Puanga, or Rigel. The visibility of individual stars within the Matariki cluster was used to make predictions about the coming year's harvests and weather patterns, demonstrating the practical application of astronomical knowledge. In Maori astronomy, the Milky Way is known as Te Aikaroa, the long fish, or sometimes as Te Mangoroa, the long shark. Various constellations were recognized and named, including Te Waka o Tamari Redi, the canoe of Tamari Redi, formed by the tail of Scorpius, and Taitaru, the three stars of Orion's belt. This astronomical knowledge was critical for navigation, with voyagers using star paths to maintain direction during long ocean journeys. The traditional Polynesian navigational techniques that the Maori ancestors used involved memorizing the rising and setting positions of stars throughout the year, creating a mental map of star paths that could guide vessels across thousands of miles of open ocean. These techniques did not rely on instruments but rather on careful observation of natural phenomena, including wave patterns, cloud formations, animal behavior, and celestial bodies. Navigators could detect distant islands by observing changes in wave patterns, the presence of certain birds, or cloud formations that form over land masses. This knowledge was preserved and transmitted through oral tradition, often encoded in songs, chants, and genealogical recitations that could be memorized and passed down through generations. While much of this traditional navigational knowledge was lost during the colonial period, recent decades have seen significant efforts to revive these practices, with organizations like the Polynesian Voyaging Society demonstrating that traditional navigation methods can successfully guide vessels across vast ocean distances. These revival efforts connect contemporary Maori to their voyaging ancestors, honoring the remarkable maritime achievements that led to the settlement of New Zealand and other Pacific islands. Now let's explore some aspects of traditional Maori medicine, or Rongoa Maori, which incorporated both physical and spiritual dimensions of healing. Traditional Maori healing practices were based on a holistic understanding of health, recognizing the interconnection between physical, mental, social, and spiritual well-being. The concept of Maori, or life force, was central to this approach, with illness often understood as a disruption of Maori requiring restoration of balance and harmony. Healing was practiced by Tohunga, specialists who underwent extensive training in both the practical and spiritual aspects of medicine. Physical treatments included the use of Rongoa Reikau, plant-based medicines derived from native trees, shrubs, and herbs. For example, the kawa plant was used to treat cuts, wounds, and digestive problems, while the bark of the totara tree provided remedies for skin conditions and internal complaints. Preparations might involve infusions, poultices, or steam baths, with specific combinations of plants prescribed for different conditions. Physical therapies also included miramiri, a form of massage or bodywork that manipulated muscles and joints to relieve pain and promote healing. Practitioners of miramiri were skilled in anatomy and physiology, able to identify and treat specific injuries or imbalances through touch. Romaromi, a deeper form of bodywork, used pressure techniques to release tension and blocked energy, sometimes causing temporary pain but aiming at long-term healing. Spiritual aspects of healing were equally important, as many illnesses were attributed to breaches of taboo or spiritual transgressions that required specific rituals to address. Karakia, or prayers and incantations, were integral to the healing process, invoking spiritual assistance and focusing the healer's intention. Whey, or water, played a significant role in healing practices, with specific springs or water sources believed to have particular therapeutic properties. The practice of Rongo and Maori declined significantly during the colonial period, particularly after the Tohunga Suppression Act of 1907, which criminalized traditional healing practices as part of broader efforts to assimilate Maori into European culture. However, in recent decades, there has been a revival of interest in traditional Maori medicine, with practitioners working to preserve and transmit this knowledge while also engaging with contemporary health systems. Modern practitioners of Rongo and Maori emphasize that traditional healing approaches can complement rather than replace conventional medicine, offering holistic perspectives that address the cultural and spiritual dimensions of well-being alongside physical treatments. This revival reflects growing recognition of the value of indigenous knowledge systems and the importance of culturally appropriate healthcare for Maori communities. Let's now explore traditional Maori games and recreational activities, which serve not only as entertainment but also as ways to develop physical skills, strategic thinking, and cultural knowledge. Physical games were particularly important for developing the strength, agility, and coordination needed for warfare and food gathering. Reikau or stick games involve throwing and catching short sticks in rhythmic patterns, requiring quick reflexes and hand-eye coordination. These games were often accompanied by songs or chants that set the rhythm, with increasingly complex patterns challenging even the most skilled players. Toi, the art of swinging balls attached to strings, was traditionally practiced by both men and women, with men using longer, heavier poi to develop wrist strength for weapon use, while women performed more intricate movements often accompanied by songs. Today, poi has become internationally recognized as part of Kapahaka performances, with skilled practitioners creating complex visual patterns through synchronized movements. Various forms of wrestling and combat games helped young warriors develop the skills needed for battle, including tutawa, a standing wrestling form, and maoreikau, training with weapons like the tea, a staff-like implement. Water games were popular in coastal and riverine communities, with swimming races, diving competitions, and games involving small canoes developing skills that would be valuable for fishing and navigation. String games similar to Cat's Cradle, called Y, involved creating complex patterns that often represented elements from nature or mythology, combining entertainment with storytelling and cultural education. These string figures could be quite elaborate, depicting birds, canoes, or celestial bodies, with the creation process often accompanied by chants or stories that explain their significance. Kite flying, or mano tuku was another popular activity, with beautifully crafted kites made from native materials like rapa reeds, flax, and feathers. These kites came in various forms, from bird shapes to more abstract designs, and were flown both for recreation and during certain ceremonies, sometimes believed to carry messages to the gods. Musical instruments provided another form of recreation, with instruments like the putarino, a wooden trumpet, the kawau, a small flute often made from human bone, and the purariwa, a wind instrument swung on a cord to produce a haunting sound. Making music was not merely entertainment but often had spiritual significance, with certain instruments used in specific rituals or to communicate with the spiritual realm. Storytelling was perhaps the most important recreational activity, with skilled orators sharing myths, legends, and tribal histories during long winter evenings or special gatherings. These narrative performances entertained while also preserving and transmitting cultural knowledge, with stories often containing multiple layers of meaning that could be unpacked at different life stages. Many of these traditional games and activities declined during the colonial period but have experienced revival in recent decades as part of broader efforts to reclaim and celebrate Maori cultural practices. Today, traditional Maori games are taught in schools, featured at cultural festivals, and incorporated into physical education programs, recognized for their value in developing coordination, teamwork, and cultural understanding. Let's now explore the significance of different art forms in Maori culture, beyond the carving and weaving we discussed earlier. Body adornment was an important art form, with tattooing or tamoko being the most permanent and prestigious. But Maori also created elaborate personal ornaments, including heitiki, stylized human figures carved from panama or greenstone, which were highly valued treasures passed down through generations. Ear pendants made from greenstone, bone, or shell were also popular, as were reputa, whale-tooth pendants that signified high status. These items were not merely decorative but carried cultural significance, often connecting the wearer to ancestors or embodying spiritual protection. Painting was another important art form, though less permanent than carving. Red ochre mixed with shark oil was used to paint carved surfaces, meeting houses, storage containers, and canoes, adding visual impact while also helping to preserve the wood. The distinctive curvilinear designs of Maori painting, featuring spirals, koru patterns, and stylized figures, created a visual language that complemented and enhanced carved forms. Rock art found in sheltered locations, particularly in the South Island, provides evidence of earlier painting traditions, with images depicting birds, people, and mysterious symbolic forms in red ochre and sometimes black charcoal. The art of oratory, or waikorero, was highly developed, with skilled speakers using metaphor, historical references, proverbs, and precise vocal techniques to move and persuade audiences. This performance art required extensive knowledge of tribal history, mythology, and genealogy, as well as the ability to deploy this knowledge with appropriate dramatic effect. Contemporary Maori art has evolved from these traditional forms, with artists creating innovative works that engage with both ancestral techniques and modern materials and contexts. Artists like Ralph Hoter, Robin Kaukiwa, Shane Cotton, and Lisa Riona create powerful works that address issues of identity, colonization, and cultural revitalization, while maintaining connections to traditional Maori aesthetic principles. Similarly, contemporary Maori literature, beginning with writers like Widia Himaira and Patricia Grace in the 1970s, has created a significant body of work that expresses Maori perspectives and experiences in written form. This literary tradition continues with authors like Carrie Hume, whose novel The Bone People won the Booker Prize, Alan Duff, whose Once Were Warriors was adapted into a powerful film, and younger writers who continue to explore what it means to be Maori in the contemporary world. Film has become another important medium for Maori cultural expression, with directors like Murata Mita, Barry Barkley, Lee Tamahori, and Taika Waititi creating works that present Maori stories and perspectives to both national and international audiences. The establishment of Maori television in 2004 has provided a platform for Maori language programming and content that reflects Maori values and interests, contributing significantly to language revitalization efforts and increased visibility for Maori culture. In music, artists like Moana Manaia-Poto, Maisie Rika, Rob Ruha, and bands like Herbs and Trinity Roots have created distinctive sounds that incorporate traditional elements into contemporary genres, often addressing social and political issues relevant to Maori communities. These diverse creative expressions demonstrate how Maori culture continues to evolve and adapt, maintaining connections to traditional forms while engaging with new technologies, materials, and global influences. Now let's explore some specific Maori myths that explain the origin of significant geographical features in New Zealand, illustrating how mythology connects people to their physical environment. The volcanic plateau of the central North Island is explained through the story of the mountains Tongariro, Taranaki, Daraho, and Rapu, who were once mighty warriors competing for the love of the beautiful mountain Pihanga. After a fierce battle, Tongariro emerged victorious, and the defeated Taranaki fled westward, carving out the Wanganui River Valley in his retreat and eventually settling on the west coast. The other mountains remained in the central plateau, where they occasionally remind people of their presence through volcanic activity, expressing their ongoing emotions and power. This story not only explains the unusual isolation of Mount Taranaki, standing alone on the western coast, but also establishes a connection between human emotions like love, jealousy, and anger and the powerful geological forces that shape the landscape. The origin of Lake Taupo, New Zealand's largest lake, is explained through the story of the giant Tupuku, a fearsome creature who preyed on travelers passing through the region. A warrior named Naturo Irangi led an expedition to defeat this monster, eventually succeeding in destroying it through clever strategy and bravery. The massive hole left by the creature's destruction filled with water, creating Lake Taupo, while the surrounding geothermal features resulted from Gaturo Irangi's later actions in bringing fire to the region. This myth provides a dramatic explanation for both the lake's formation and the extensive geothermal activity in the area, connecting these natural features to ancestral heroes and their exploits. The distinctive shape of Wellington Harbor is explained through the legend of two Taniwha, or water spirits, named Ngik and Watetai. These two Taniwha lived in a lake that is now Wellington Harbor, but which was then enclosed by land. Tiring of their confinement, the powerful Ngik gathered his strength and smashed through the rock barrier to the open sea, creating what is now the harbor entrance. Watetai attempted to follow, but became stranded as the lake drained, eventually dying and becoming the hill known today as Mount Victoria. This story provides both a geological explanation for the harbor's formation and establishes a spiritual connection to these prominent landmarks, which continue to be regarded with respect by local Maori. In the South Island, the creation of the remarkable fjord along the southwest coast is attributed to the god Tute Rakawenoa, who shaped the rugged landscape with his enormous adze. Working from south to north, he improved his technique as he went, creating increasingly perfect fjord, with Paiopiotahi, or Milford Sound, representing his finest achievement. The goddess Hainui Tepo, concerned that the beauty of this landscape would enchant humans and cause them to linger too long, released the sandfly into the region, ensuring that visitors would not remain permanently in this breathtaking but challenging environment. This myth not only explains the progressive development of the fjord, but also provides a humorous explanation for the presence of notorious sandflies that continue to plague visitors to this stunning region. The distinctive braided rivers of the eastern South Island are explained through stories of ancestral water beings who carved these complex channels as they traveled from the mountains to the sea. In some traditions, these rivers represent the children of Aoraki, flowing down from their father, who became the mountain now known as Mount Cook. These stories stories establish kinship between mountains, rivers, and people, all connected through Wakapapa or genealogy, reinforcing the Maori view that humans are not separate from nature but related to all aspects of the natural world. Now let's explore how certain natural phenomena are explained in Maori mythology, providing insight into how indigenous knowledge systems interpret and explain the world. The origin of fire is attributed to the trickster demigod Maui, who stole it from the fire goddess Mahuika. Before Maui's intervention, humans had no way to create fire and had to eat raw food. Determining to solve this problem, Maui visited his grandmother Mahuika, who kept fire in her fingernails. He asked for one flame, which she gave him, but he deliberately extinguished it in return for another. This process continued until Mahuika, realizing she was being tricked, became angry and then threw her last fingernail at Maui, setting the forest ablaze. Maui transformed into a hawk to escape but was singed by the flames, explaining the reddish-brown color of the hawk's feathers. As the forest burned, Maui called upon his ancestors to send rain, which extinguished most of the fire. However, Mahuika had thrown some sparks into certain trees, including the Kekamako and Maho, which is why fire can be created by rubbing together sticks from these species. This story not only explains the origin of fire but also contains practical knowledge about which woods are best for traditional fire-making techniques, demonstrating how myths often encode useful information within their narratives. The phenomenon of earthquakes is explained through the movements of Rumoko, the unborn child of Ranganui and Papatuanaku. When Tane separated the Sky Father and Earth Mother, Papatuanaku was pregnant with their youngest child, Rumoko. Unable to be born into the world of light, Rumoko remained within his mother's womb, where he continues to move and kick, causing the earth to shake. In some traditions, Rumoko is also associated with volcanic activity, as the god of earthquakes and volcanoes, explaining New Zealand's significant seismic and volcanic features through this mythological framework. The changing seasons are explained through the story of Haintakurua, the winter maiden, and Hain Ramatai, the summer maiden, who share the affections of the sun, Tamanui Te Ra. During the winter months, the sun spends time with Haintakurua in the north, resulting in shorter days and colder weather in the southern regions. When he journeys south to be with Hain Ramatai, summer arrives, bringing longer days and warmer temperatures. This personification of the seasons as female entities who attract the sun reflects the Maori tendency to understand natural phenomena through relational and personified frameworks rather than abstract processes. The phenomenon of fog and mist is explained as the continuing grief of Ranganui and Papatuanaku, the separated Sky Father and Earth Mother. The tears of Ranganui fall as rain, while the sighs and laments of Papatuanaku rise as mist and fog, visible expressions of their enduring love and longing for each other despite their forced separation. This poetic explanation connects everyday weather phenomena to the cosmic drama of creation, imbuing them with emotional and spiritual significance. The changing tides are attributed to the breeding of Tangaroa, god of the sea, whose inhaling draws the water away from shore, while his exhaling pushes it back. This personification of tidal patterns as the breath of a deity emphasizes the Maori view that natural forces are alive and conscious, requiring respect and proper acknowledgement. Understanding these mythological explanations provides insight into how Maori traditionally made sense of their world, finding meaning and connection in natural phenomena through narratives that link the physical environment to ancestral beings and cosmic events. Let's now explore some aspects of contemporary Maori culture and how traditional practices continue to evolve and adapt in the modern world. The Maori cultural renaissance that began in the 1970s has led to significant revitalization of traditional practices, but these are not simply preserved as museum pieces. They continue to evolve in response to contemporary circumstances. For example, traditional carving techniques are now applied to new materials beyond wood, bone, and stone, with some artists working in metals, glass, or even digital media. The themes explored in contemporary Maori carving also extend beyond traditional subjects to address modern issues like urbanization, environmental concerns, or cultural identity in a globalized world. Similarly, traditional weaving techniques are being applied to contemporary fashion design, with designers like Shona Tahoe creating innovative garments that reference traditional forms while exploring new aesthetic possibilities. The revival of Tamoko, traditional tattoo, has seen both the recovery of traditional techniques and designs and their adaptation to contemporary contexts. Modern Tamoko artists may use machine tattoo equipment alongside traditional tools, creating designs that honor ancestral patterns while reflecting the individual wearer's personal and tribal identity in the modern world. The performance art of Kapahaka has evolved to incorporate contemporary themes and occasionally modern musical elements, while maintaining its essential cultural foundations. Competitive Kapahaka performances at the biennial Te Matatini Festival showcase this dynamic tradition, with groups creating innovative performances that address current social and political issues while demonstrating exceptional skill in traditional elements like haka, koi, and waiata. The marae, traditionally the ceremonial gathering place of rural Maori communities, has been adapted to urban contexts, with many cities now featuring urban marae that serve diverse Maori populations far from their ancestral territories. Educational institutions, government agencies, and even corporations have established marae or marae-like spaces that incorporate traditional design elements and protocols, creating cultural spaces within contemporary institutional settings. These urban and institutional marae maintain key cultural protocols while adapting to new contexts, demonstrating how traditional practices practices can find meaningful expression in contemporary environments. The revival of traditional Maori sailing vessels, or waka, represents another area where ancient knowledge has been recovered and adapted. Projects like Waka Tapu, which involved sailing traditional double-hulled canoes from New Zealand to Easter Island using traditional navigation methods, demonstrate the continuing relevance of ancestral knowledge and its potential applications in the modern world. These voyages connect contemporary Maori to their voyaging ancestors while also contributing to broader Pacific efforts to revitalize traditional navigation and seafaring practices. In governance and resource management, traditional Maori concepts like kadiakatanga, or guardianship, are being incorporated into contemporary environmental policy, creating innovative approaches to conservation that draw on indigenous wisdom. The legal recognition of the Wanganui River and Tiarwera Forest as legal persons with their own rights and interests represents a groundbreaking application of traditional Maori concepts within modern legal frameworks, potentially offering new models for environmental protection globally. In healthcare, traditional Maori healing practices are increasingly being integrated with conventional medicine, creating culturally responsive approaches that address both physical symptoms and the broader cultural and spiritual dimensions of well-being. Organizations like Te Wakaruru Aonga Rio Irarangi Maori, the Maori Radio Network, and Maori Television create media content that reflects Maori perspectives and values, utilizing modern technology to strengthen cultural identity and language. Digital platforms and social media have become important tools for cultural transmission, with apps for learning Te Reo Maori, online resources for exploring Wakapapa or genealogy, and virtual networks connecting Maori communities both within New Zealand and internationally. These examples illustrate how Maori culture continues to demonstrate the adaptability that has characterized it throughout history, finding new expressions that maintain core values while engaging creatively with changing circumstances. As we near the conclusion of our exploration of Maori culture and mythology, let's reflect on some key themes that have emerged and consider their relevance in the contemporary world. One central theme is the interconnectedness of all things, expressed through concepts like Wakapapa that establish relationships between humans, the natural world, and spiritual realms. This holistic worldview offers an alternative to the compartmentalized thinking that characterizes much of modern Western culture, suggesting more integrated approaches to challenges like environmental protection, where human well-being is recognized as inseparable from ecological health. Another important theme is the dynamic balance between tradition and innovation, with Maori culture demonstrating that respecting ancestral knowledge does not require rigid adherence to unchanging forms, but rather creative engagement that allows traditions to remain relevant in changing contexts. This approach offers insights for all cultures navigating the tensions between preserving heritage and adapting to contemporary realities, suggesting that tradition can be a resource for innovation rather than its opposite. The importance of place and belonging, expressed in concepts like Turingawawi, resonates with universal human needs for connection to landscape and community. In an increasingly mobile and virtual world, the Maori emphasis on knowing one's mountains, rivers, and ancestral connections offers valuable perspectives on maintaining identity and well-being through conscious relationship with place. The concept of Kadiakatanga, or guardianship, provides a model of environmental responsibility based not on ownership but on intergenerational obligation, offering alternative frameworks for addressing pressing ecological challenges. By emphasizing humans' role as guardians rather than owners of natural resources, this perspective encourages sustainable practices that consider the needs of future generations. The revival of Te Reo Maori demonstrates the crucial link between language and cultural identity, showing how linguistic diversity preserves unique ways of understanding the world. As many indigenous languages worldwide face extinction, the Maori language revitalization movement offers both inspiration and practical strategies for keeping threatened languages alive. The ongoing process of reconciliation between Maori and non-Maori New Zealanders, while incomplete and sometimes challenging, provides insights for other societies addressing historical injustices against indigenous peoples. New Zealand's efforts to acknowledge past wrongs, return resources, and incorporate Maori perspectives into national institutions offer models for building more equitable multicultural societies. The rich storytelling tradition of Maori culture reminds us of the power of narrative to transmit values, preserve knowledge, and create meaning, functions that remain vital even in our information-saturated age. In a world where data is abundant but wisdom sometimes scarce, the Maori emphasis on stories that convey deeper truths through metaphor and allegory offers valuable approaches to making sense of complex realities. Finally, the Maori concept of walking backwards into the future, with eyes fixed on the past, suggests a thoughtful approach to progress that honors ancestral wisdom while moving forward. This perspective offers an alternative to both uncritical embrace of novelty and rigid resistance to change, encouraging careful consideration of how past experience can inform present decisions and future directions. As we conclude this exploration of Maori culture and mythology, we can appreciate both its unique qualities as an expression of New Zealand's indigenous heritage and its universal relevance as a source of wisdom about living well in relationship with others, the natural world, and our own histories. The enduring vitality of Maori culture testifies to its depth and resilience, qualities that have enabled it to survive historical challenges and continue evolving in response to changing circumstances, while maintaining its distinctive identity and values. In sharing these stories and concepts, we honor the generations of Maori who have preserved and transmitted this cultural treasure, while acknowledging that our brief exploration only touches the surface of this rich and complex tradition. May this introduction inspire further learning about Maori culture and other indigenous knowledge systems, which offer valuable perspectives for addressing contemporary challenges and enriching our understanding of what it means to be human in relationship with each other and the world we share. As a traditional Maori proverb states, Hia hate me nui o te ao, ki tangata, ki tangata, ki tangata, which translates to what is the most important thing in the world. It is people, it is people, it is people. This wisdom reminds us that amidst all our explorations of culture, mythology, and tradition, the heart of Maori values, like those of many indigenous cultures, lies in nurturing human connections and community well-being, lessons that remain profoundly relevant in our contemporary world. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the rich landscape of Maori culture and mythology, where ancient wisdom continues to offer guidance for living well in the present and creating a sustainable future.